gamers, welcome here to the one-win Dota 2 series summer version this time around. Matt's already got himself on the beach and ready and raring to go. Aries is going to be here as well. And I'm Fluke as always. So it's wonderful that we've got another Australian panel for a European tournament this time around. So it's a little interesting with the spread of countries, but it is what it is. Boys, welcome back here. It's good to have the gang back together. Aries, we'll start with you, mate. How you been, buddy?
Good, brother. Good. We got a new patch. It's cold out in Melbourne. At least Matt, is pretending like he's going to be in the summer. He's got the beaches ready. But we got some good series coming up. Hopefully, there's a lot of really good teams. So I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm very, very excited to see how these European teams do stack up. We've got a South American team that's floating around in there too. So I'm excited to see how everybody goes ahead of TI and ahead of Riyadh as well. But Matt, how you feeling, mate, on the beach? A bit hot today?
Yeah, a little warm. I was a little red earlier as well, so I had to, cool myself off a little bit, have a few beverages just to cool down a little bit. But it's all about that mind-muscle connection, as you know, as you gym goers know. It's just all about what's going on up in here.
Yeah, it's going on up here, so
good.
These things can be as big as they want. Unfortunately, I'm not as jacked as what I used to be, guys, but I'm very strong. So a little humble flex. Anyways, Aries, talk about a patch, mate. Before we start getting into the tournament itself, we did just have a nice little letter patch. How have you felt so far throughout the TI quals, throughout Esports World Cup quals, what have you? How have you been feeling about the patch so far?
Pretty goddamn exciting, honestly. I don't know. I feel like this patch Dota looks really fun to watch, and really excited to see what the teams are going to be able to provide us with their own ideas on the letter patch. I mean, with definitely there's some really strong teams coming in as well. You got Beastcoast from South America. I'm really excited to see, but of course, some big Western Europe names. I covered Beastcoast a lot in the qualifiers, so I'm excited to see how they can compete. But in specifically patch, I feel like we're in a good position right now. Games are really fun to watch. There's a lot of new stuff. Facets help with that. There's a bunch of crazy things that are going on in the map that we're still trying to work out. But I feel like Dota's. I'm enjoying watching the games at the moment.
Yeah, Dota's definitely in a good spot, and obviously with those 8 teams we've got floating around here, Danog, some of these teams are TI teams as well. So not only is this a good tournament for themselves to get a little bit of that prize money, it's also good for them to get that extra bit of practice going in a couple tournaments coming up.
Yeah, and the thing is, some of them are TI teams that didn't actually have to play in the TI qualifiers as well, right? They were one of those direct invites coming through. Gaimin Gladiators and Team Spirit are the ones that I'm talking about there. So we're going to get to see, their interpretation of the patch, because they haven't played any officials so far. So that can be good in a way that you hide a lot of these strats. You can come into tournaments like this with a 100k prize pool and just sweep the competition, or you could just be a little bit, underdone, let's say. For these sorts of things, it's all about striking that delicate balance. But you got to say, probably 2 of the best teams over the past 3 years. I don't think that's going to be too much of an issue for them.
No, definitely not, especially with a lot of the chefs they've got on a lot of those rosters as well. I think there's going to be a lot of cooking that's going to be going on in this tournament specifically as well. And Aries, just having a quick touch on that prize pool as well. Top 2 is where a lot of that prize money is going to be going. If you don't get out of groups, fortunately for you, no cashola. But once you start getting in towards that bracket, that's when things start to really ramp up when it comes to the prize pool.
Yes, yeah, that it does indeed, sir. I mean, we saw in the last iteration of One Win with the Spring Tour, the Grand Finals, we had Virtus.pro up against Entity. So the previous winners, Virtus.pro, Entity, are still playing and looking really strong as well. With the newer coach, Astini coming in. Astini's, I don't know, his stonks are rising. I feel like he's you're growing in strength and being able to, we saw what he was able to do with Nouns, and now Entity continuing to look really dominant with just kind of blitzing through the qualifiers. So let's see if they can get another victory on the board here at One Win.
Yeah, get another victory and get a lot of that cash money in the back pocket as well for a lot of these teams. And I think that's a positive for them as well. And even Danog, some of these teams, unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing them. I don't want to say for the rest of the year, but obviously they aren't going to be a part of those big tournaments that are coming up as well, right? So this is going to be a big positive for a lot of those teams to try and get towards that top 4, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you've got one of the ones that actually was a surprise winner of one of these tournaments, right? It's One Win, being the Riyadh qualification team for Eastern Europe, and they would have been over the moon about that sort of thing. And yeah, I mean, we can really see why. The one I looked at the most is Chira Jr. He's the one that's really surprising me a lot of the time. His Shadow Fiend in particular, I think, is just an absolute menace. It's like first ban material, and I really think across the board, a lot of his heroes are the strong heroes of this current meta. So I think if they're going to have a lot of success going into this one, it's going to be playing around him. And just on touching on that with the format, best of ones for this group stage, let's call it, right? Group A, it's you win 2 series and you're in. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yep.
Yeah, basically. And if you lose out, you still have that second chance as well, right, Aries? So I mean, if you're hot today, then maybe these Group A teams can really make a run.
Yeah, we'll see if they can be one of those teams, because definitely, like Daniel was saying, it was kind of surprising with how well they did at the qualifiers. I think in Eastern Europe in particular, a lot of people were looking towards some other teams. I mean, Virtus.pro, like your one Eastern European team, they bombed out, and that was a big surprise. At the Riyadh qualifiers, they 3-0'd. They didn't actually drop a series or a map, I should say, in those qualifiers, but then Virtus.pro and the TI qualifiers didn't look so good at all, and then one win were able to take that. So we'll see. They're riding high with a lot of the momentum. Let's see how they can compete versus some of the other teams, because I mean, you can compare them versus like Gladiators in this group. I definitely would say Group A is probably the weaker, just slightly though. I'm really not quite sure like where VP and PSG Quest stand as well at the moment, but we'll see how they're going to be able to compete.
Yeah, exactly. And a team that's going to be floating around in that Group B as well is going to be Nigma here, Dan Ogden. These guys, unfortunately, we're hoping big things from them, but I mean, it's just another one of these tournaments where you're hoping that Nigma can do a lot of stuff, but we just haven't seen anything out of them in the most recent future.
Yeah, it's a little rough, right, that they're in this situation. They've obviously got a lot of fans. I'm a big fan of FBZ, in particular, the one kind of transplant, let's call it, right? And I think he's been putting through some pretty solid performances, right? In recent qualifiers, he's been a big part of the reasons why they've been able to get those wins. I think it just comes down, honestly, to the drafting a lot of the time. You need stuns, and I feel like that's something that Nigma are really apprehensive at doing, but it just makes it so much easier to play Dota a lot of the time if you just dumb it down a little bit, tick off all of those things that are really needed to make a draft a successful one.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's going to be one of those interesting things for these Group B teams as well, right, Aries, because they get to watch the whole first day where these Group A matches are going to be going on, so they can try and figure out a few of these extra things in this new letter patch.
Yeah, which again was really a patch where, did anyone really get buffed? Like, I feel like there were pretty much only nerfs across the board. Maybe there were some minor buffs, but
the time zone
help heroes. Yeah, well, like, maybe some Faceless Void's going to be picked up. Who knows? I know there's some rumors about this support morphling with this strength. I don't know what's going on with that, but yeah, honestly, like maybe just playing tomorrow gives you an extra day of playing pubs and some extra data as well. Because again, we were saying there's some other qualifiers going on with Elite League, so maybe it's going to be nice for these Group B teams where they can just have an extra day to work things out.
Yeah, and I guess conversely as well, Matt, is where you're looking at these Group A matches, and if you start cold for some of these teams, we've got Gaimin Gladiators and PSG Quest first cabs off the rank. If you start cold for one of those two teams, it's kind of hard for you to try and fix it before you're even out of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, like we were saying, 2 series is all that's needed. A couple of losses and you're gone. That's the simple reality of the situation. As we have a look at PSG Quest, I mean, they are a team that this particular roster has actually stuck together for quite some time. And, I talk about a lot of the things that I was impressed with Chira Jr. For one win, for example, Noob, I think he's a very solid player. I'm just not sure this meta suits him in particular, right? Because you have a look at some of the heroes that he really felt strong on. It's like your Pangolier, it just keeps getting nerfed. People keep picking it, but it keeps getting nerfed. It's even being pushed to the off lane a little bit, so I'm seeing Malik pick it up a tiny bit. He's not really... I don't think he's got the right, how do you call it, vibe, momentum, roller coaster of when to farm, when to fight with DK. Lena, not really the strongest right now. Just a lot of weird things, right, where it just really doesn't seem like his patch quite so much.
Yeah, it definitely does feel like that PSG Quest, they have the potential for things to fall into place for them if the draft does go well for them, but they're also another team that, unfortunately for them, being pushed into some of these Western European qualifiers and also being in the MENA region for a lot of these tournaments as well, areas, sometimes they're just falling behind teams like Team Falcons, right?
Yeah, but now you're kind of lucky. Falcons keep demolishing everyone, so they get directly qualified. You don't have to worry about Falcons. You only got to deal with one team, and apparently that's enough for them to keep beating Nigma, so... towards the end of I guess the midway through this year, they have been actually able to qualify to a couple of things. Important the Riyadh one with the 3-1 over Nigma, I believe Elite League as well. But I'm not quite sure what's going on with this team, in particular, because you have a really, really high mechanically gifted carry, Ducalis coming in to replace Kaori or Kaori like a while ago. I think they've been together, like Denok said, like 6 months now, so for a while. But DeCarlos has always been top 10 on the leaderboard. I think, previously on Virtus.pro, he was definitely a standout player on that team. So yeah, hopefully this could be the event for them to get rolling. This team though, I mean, this is the team to look out for, right? Team Spirit, I mean, they haven't played for quite some time, so it's going to be very exciting to see. They had some lackluster results to start the year, and then all of a sudden they came in, they turned things around and just win an event, just like that.
Yeah, I mean, Denog, we're getting ever closer to TI time, and this is where these guys really start to step up. So, I mean, if you're sitting in Group B, you're probably like, I really hope that we get pre-TI Team Spirit this time around.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if I like that look with Yatoro with hair. That means whenever the man's got some hair on his head, there's some weaknesses to potentially be exploited. And I love when... I feel like Spirit's honestly one of the best teams for content creation, right? They make tons of videos on their YouTube channel. They're constantly happy to release like their tier lists of what heroes they think is strong for each particular role. I mean... part of that is just they're that damn good, right? They're back-to-back TI winners, or not back-to-back, but two-time TI winners, and, just have been such an incredibly solid team ever since TI 10.
Yeah, and I think it really goes to show that they've got like a lot of confidence in themselves, because when it comes to these big tournaments, that's when Team Spirit really start to put it together, right, Aries? And, when we're looking at them in some of these online tournaments, yeah, they might come in and they test a few things out, but when it really comes to that big stage and where they really need to perform, that's when these guys come together as a group and really show the amount of experience and the amount of just kind of high pressure performance these guys can put on.
We also got to keep in mind as well, like they are a very patch-dependent team in regards to the offlane. I think it really, really is heavily focused on the patch for Collapse in particular. Like we can even use the example of Liquid as well. Like 33 is like an aura kind of micro hero player. When you don't have those heroes that are strong in the meta, we can see what happened. He isn't that person to look for, and it's very similar to Collapse in the opposite realm though. Collapse doesn't particularly play those kind of at least micro heroes. It has gotten better over time. Of course, he's developing that hero pool, but this is a big thing for them. Like maybe just the patch can be a little bit unfortunate for them, as why they're having maybe some bad results.
And hopefully they do pick it up heading in towards that big tournament when it comes to TI. But Virtus.pro is the next thing we're going to be looking at here. Danog, another team, obviously an organization that has been around for basically since the dawn of time when it comes to esports. And these guys being able to get themselves at least to some of these big tournaments when it comes to these qualifiers is a big step in the right direction. But again, when you're coming into a lot of these tournaments, these online tournaments specifically, when you're going up against a lot of these big Western European teams, Gaimin, Gladiator and Team Spirits, you really want to try and get into a good rhythm for a team like Virtus.pro.
And it feels like they're kind of on the downswing at the moment, doesn't it, right? They were always like guaranteed that, let's say, third, maybe fourth best team in Eastern Europe, but they've really dropped down the pecking order. I think they got knocked immediately down to the lower bracket in the TI qualifiers, and they got eliminated pretty soon after that. So, it's one of the things where a lot of people were expecting them to, once again, just have a really good event, and it didn't click for them. And this is another one of those things where if it doesn't click at the very start, you're going to find yourselves, sitting at home with no money in your pockets because of this tournament and how it works, right? Just a couple of series, it's all that's needed.
And especially Aries as well, being in the same group with one win and Gaimin Gladiators as well, right? Like it is pretty hard for them to try and wrestle back some of that momentum.
Yes, yeah, it's going to be. So you have to come out guns are blazing here for the boys on Virtus.pros. We see you're the only representative, I suppose, from South America who are able to come through the second place in the TI qualifiers. I mean, really, there is a little bit of experience from Vitali, but mainly the big guy is Moose there, who's kind of taken a bit more of a captain role, used to play the position 4, is now the 5. He gave a really emotional interview as well when he qualified, and just goes to showcase how much effort and just battle it's been for him to get back into the position where he's competing on some LAN stages, because we've seen him in the past play at TI and play at LANs, but it's been a couple of years now for him, and it was actually a really nice interview to see, because we don't really see the emotional side of a lot of people. So it's a very young team. I'm excited to see what Beastcoast are able to do. You think they can take some maps off people. They have a unique playstyle, but it's still going to be pretty difficult for them.
Yeah, especially being a young roster right there. When we look at the kind of changing of the guard when we're talking about a lot of these TI qualifiers, this is one of the teams that I look at as well, with a lot of brand new faces, with a little bit of experience sprinkled in, and this is going to be a great tournament for them to try and refine a few more of those things heading in towards TI in a couple of months.
Yeah, of course. And, we were just touching on Moose. I mean, he is probably one of the more experienced players, right? But he's got something to prove. He was part of that Thunder Predator roster that didn't win a single game at TI 11, I want to say. So it's like, it was a rough time for them to be able to, go through that sort of thing. But they've qualified to Riyadh, they've qualified to TI, and they're here in the one-win series. So it's a lot to be able to play for, and they've also got someone more experienced like Pepita sitting in the coaching position as well. A lot of people might know him as Mariano as well, but he's just such a great Dota mind.
Exactly, and then the Dota minds from Gaimin Gladiators, these guys have basically been there, done that when it comes to almost every single major tournament, but unfortunately they just haven't been able to do it at TI just yet. And this is another one of those teams, didn't play the qualifiers, they got themselves directly invited, so they haven't really been able to have the reps in a lot of these competitive high kind of stakes matches for them to really try and test a few things out. And this is another one of those good tournaments areas, right, where they're going into a group where they can play some best of ones, they can do some wacky stuff, they can have players like Quinn just kind of pop off on these weird heroes.
Yeah, we'll see how they're able to perform, I think, to start the year. Because, I mean, again, let's say this. Last year was an incredible result from them. Even TI second place, and I think the last event, Malaysia or Kuala Lumpur, where they came second versus Zure. This year was completely different. Like, not the results you would expect out of gaming, but I think really importantly, they've started to pick up their momentum, where the most recent tournament was Dream League Season 23, where they made it to the grand finals. They still didn't look very good in the grand finals. They got 3-0 by Falcons. I mean, Falcons making everyone look kind of crap, but they are improving and at a pretty quick rate. And that's scary for a lot of teams because we're getting to the stage where, these big tournaments are coming up.
Yeah, and there's a decent amount of reps for these players to get in towards TI. And I think that's kind of a positive for some of these invited teams, right, Danog? The fact that TI qualifiers and TI itself is so far apart that they can have these third-party tournaments where they can start getting a few more of those reps in.
And like we were saying before, Gaimin didn't even play in the qualifiers, right? They were directly invited. And, I'm going to have a bit of a counterpoint to what Aries just said. Yeah, they got second, and they got kind of thumped in the finals of the recent tournament by Falcons, but they made it to the final. Like, that is no small feat in this day and age where everyone is just so good at Dota at the very top. There's a clear, top 6, I would say, that just can't seem to get invited to everything over and over and over, and it's for a good reason. And very few teams are able to, crack that glass ceiling to be able to get through. And for a team like Gaimin, who have been this good for this long, to be the hunted for this amount of time and still getting those really solid results, I think, they're one of the favorites for this tournament by far. As honestly, this is another team that's on a really big hot streak as well, with Entity qualifying first in the TI qualifiers, and they looked next to unstoppable.
Yeah, and I was just about to touch on that as we look at one of our final teams here for the one-win Dota series of summer is Entity. These guys going in through the Western European TI qualifiers areas, they have looked hot. Obviously their carry player Watson being the highest MMR in the world right now is what he is, and having no one come back and have that resurgence as well in that middle lane. It's always exciting when you see a team from Western Europe where they have to fight tooth and nail for literally every single spot to every single tournament, be able to come into a TI qualifiers like that and look nice and hot going in towards these big tournaments like Riyadh as well as TI is always a good shout.
Yeah, I don't know, this team, at least when I was covering them with the spring tour, they were just on another level. And we've seen it before, we're just waiting for Watson to be the best carry in the world. We know he can do it, in regards to at least playing pubs. I mean, incredibly skilled, high MMR, and I'm just waiting for him to be able to reach that level where we speak of him like Arman, like Yotoro, where he can completely take over games. And last tour, I was seeing him do that. He was just completely demolishing every single game, and not just him, but the backing of everyone else as well. The support's very interesting heroes that they have, the hero puddle Fishman in particular, and again the brains coming now with Estini coaching them too. But it's going to be exciting. Entity looking really strong. We're going to take a look at the groups though. Group A, again, what I was saying before, I think is maybe a little bit weaker, but I don't know. Daniel, how do you feel about that? Do you agree?
I don't know, you might be a bit biased because you were casting some of that South American Dota, right, for the TI quals, but to me, I think Beastcoast is a slight step behind just because of the lack of experience relative to, a lot of the other teams that they've got to play up against. I think Eastern European Dota, which we've got 2 teams in VP and 1 win in Group A, they are always so variable with the sorts of performances that they can put forward. I would honestly say Group B is the weaker one. Nigma, haven't really seen any results on the board for them. Beast Coast, second or third in so much of everything. I think there is a very clear top 2 on that side of the bracket, and it is Entity and Spirit.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting test for a lot of those teams as well going into both groups here because, as you can see with the bracket, it's all best of ones, right? Like, if you lose two best of ones, that's kind of done. And for teams like Nigma as well as Beastcoast, who, looking at this Group B, as you said, Daniel, can probably have a little bit more of an uphill battle in regards to some of those Group A matches. It's going to be hard for them to start nice and hot, right, Aries? Because if you go into a match like that where you're already the underdog, you might test something out, and then you've only really got one more chance to get it done, and otherwise you're out of the tournament straight away.
Yeah, and I think also another thing I'm trying to actually work out now, I don't know, Beast Coast are boot camping in Europe, whether they're playing on land, maybe they're boot camp. Yeah, like you would imagine, right? So maybe they're boot camping there, and then they go to Riyadh. I'm honestly not quite sure, so I don't know if that's going to play a little bit of a factor or not. But like to what Denok said, like series and you know that was just it. You know, sometimes it happens. Dota's probably the most competitive it's ever been. So maybe I'm just like putting too much emphasis or too much importance on just those series, and maybe they're still going to look pretty good.
Yeah, and I guess, you know, kind of circling back to that Group A discussion then, Danong, do you want to try and defend and see and say who you think is really going to be able to come out? Obviously, it's probably Gaimin Gladiators at the top, right? But then I think that second spot is probably the one that you're tossing up about, right?
Yeah, probably. I really think it could go any way. Honestly, even Quest, like, I know they have had a bit of a dip, but, I mean, they qualified to Riyadh. They got third place in Western Europe, only just losing to Tundra as well, right? So it's not like they're a mile off the pace anywhere. Whereas, you know, your VPs, like we were saying, they got knocked out really early on their side of the tournament. So it's between one and win and Quest for me for that second spot.
Okay, it's going to be an interesting test for both those two teams going through that bracket as well. We are just going to be staying in Group A as well here, ladies and gentlemen. But let's go and have a look at some of our predictions for this first series that's going to be coming up. Everybody is going Gaimin Gladiators except for Bowie. So, Aries, I'm going to put you on the spot here. You need to defend Bowie here against Twitch chat. Why do you think he's gone Quest over Gaimin Gladiators?
Why is he going? Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I feel like he just, I mean, he's going to get a bunch of points and he sees everyone goes gaming. He's like, all right, this is my time to kind of get ahead of the pack. You know, there's potential best of one upset here. Like, you know, we haven't seen Gaimin for a little bit. They've had a month off without playing qualifiers. PSG Quest maybe coming in, you know, having a bit more momentum or like, you know, having the games, the reps under their belt. But I think he just wants to get one up over us. And, you know, this is maybe his opportunity.
I mean, to be fair, it is the best of one, so kind of anything can happen. You know, Daniel, we've been doing this esports thing for a very, very long time now, and best of ones, especially when I don't want to call it a new patch, but when you're a team like Gaimin Gladiators who hasn't had to play the kind of qualifiers that a team like Quest has had to do over the last couple of months, you don't train in the same environments that they've had to. So there could be some things that they've found in the background that they can whip out in a best of one, take down a team like Gaimin, and then they get that extra game in their back pocket that if they lose that next best of one, they've still got a best of three to try and qualify, right, Matt?
Yeah, but again, I'm going to do counterpoints here. Like when you're gaming, you don't want that tournament fatigue to keep setting in, right? They don't have to play the entire year. They've earned this opportunity to be able to get automatically invited to Riyadh, to automatically get invited to TI, to, you know, be one of the favorites for this tournament in particular. So I think, you know, they've been able to just recharge some of their batteries. I'm sure they've been scrimming because there's got to be a lot of big tournaments coming up in the next month or two. So I think this is the time for them to really start their upswing.
Yeah, all right. Well, Matt, before we start getting into this first draft as well, I know you were super excited to start talking about the patch. So I think this is a good time before we get into Gaimin Gladiators versus PSG Quest. How are you feeling about the patch so far? Aries already said that he's enjoyed watching it and seeing how the game has been going with all the facets and what have you. What about you, Matt?
I still think time zone is dead. They can buff it all they want, but unless it goes to like a 60-second cooldown, I mean, I like it, but it's like you have to give up the best spell in the game to be able to pick it up. You know, that's the downside. I'm interested to see if people are going to try stuff with Invoker now that anything that you control, if it gets a deny, you get experience. So are people going to go like Helm with the Dominator Invoker, Helm with the Overlord Invoker, get some alacrity onto it? I mean, it could work. It just means that you need to have some insane micro. And Sven, I think, is the only other real hero that got buffs. His Wrath of God facet got a 5 less attack damage penalty to be able to start off, and it just allows him to scale so well. I think he really is the undiscovered, really, really strong hero of this patch.
Okay, so there's a few heroes that you've thrown around. I know there's a lot of people right now that are complaining about heroes like Chaos Knight and Witch Doctor as they're going through, and I think like Witch Doctor kind of got touched a little bit with the Voodoo Festration facet nerf, but I still feel like it's insane the fact that he gets a Radiance level 1 in areas like we already see what this Chaos Knight hero can do as well. Same thing with like the TA. Feel like those heroes are really extremely rampant through a lot of these games so far.
Yeah, and this is the thing. I'm excited to see if that's going to still be the case or not. I don't actually know like if the numbers changes are enough for some of these heroes to make them still first phase ban or pick material. And again, it's going to really the most important thing. It's just going to be dependent on like the teams who are playing too, because people are going to have priorities on different heroes. We've seen a lot of emphasis at the moment with like laning supports. Again, you just mentioned the Witch Doctor, Hoodwink's really strong, the Dark Willow's really strong. They both got nerfed a little bit as well. So where are the supports going to fall into place here? So you have Shadow Fiend. Where's this hero going to go? I know his laning Sage was nerfed a little bit, and we were seeing him first phased a lot. So I feel like the patch was pretty good in regards to I'm happy with all the heroes that got nerfed. Maybe there was some that kind of maybe didn't make as much sense, but I feel like what needed to be done was done with the changes.
Yes,
disagree.
Like it's
Disagree.
Okay.
CK didn't get enough of a nerf,
yourself, honey.
I think. He needs much more. Much more. It's just way too strong. The fact that you could play it in two ways, right? You can go that really aggressive, like, Armlet Orchid build and just run at them and be this crazy damage beast, or you can just go, like, full Illusion Shard, Manta, and then get 6-7 slotted and then end the game, because you're just going to have so much more farming efficiency than anyone else, and they barely touched him with a nerf. I think that's a big downside. And just on the topic of the Witch Doctor, one of the teams that we're going to be covering in the second series of the day, I believe, they picked it again in another set of qualifiers that they're playing about a couple of hours ago. 6, 1, and 17 respect was on it, so I don't think it got too much of a nerf. Teams are still clearly very, very happy to pick it.
That hero is so disgusting. I remember playing it day one and seeing people just start to abuse it and just running at you with Voodoo Festration level 1. It was absolutely disgusting. All right, boys, jumping into it. We've got all the hypotheticals out of the way. We're going to be getting into the first and only game of this best of one, because it's best of one, with Gaimin Gladiators versus PSG Quest. Ben's pretty straightforward. If you're Gaimin, you're going to get rid of the Noob Tiny as well as the Noob Pango. PSG Quest, they just want to get rid of the Phoenix.
I like this from Gaimin. Target noob. I think that's the best way to go about it. I was just talking about how this patch didn't necessarily fit his meta. Those are his two heroes, I think, that he plays to the fullest potential. Primal Beast is probably number 3, so I wouldn't even be surprised if they chose to get rid of that. It is Gaimin that have the second pick, so maybe they are just wanting to ban something else that they think is giga-busted right now, that is going to slip on through. Elder Titan, we're seeing come through in a bunch of different roles, right? And honestly, both of his facets are really good. Like, it is a legitimate choice of, which one is more applicable for this game.
Wonder if you touch the Shadow Fiend? Okay, you're going to ban the Templar Assassin. So still Templar Assassin's going to get first phase ban. We'll see what PSG Quest want to leave in the pool as well. A little bit more emphasis at the moment on like some big team fight heroes, Enigma, Phoenix. We'll see if that will continue to be the case or not with this with the last ban. But again, really this is going to be a nice test to be able to discover like what they feel like is really, really strong at the moment, because they have first pick again. Are you going to go for a really strong support? Are you going to go for one of those broken cores at the moment?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the
right now, right, Matt?
Yeah, exactly. And are you even going to try out something new? Like, are you going to go... I've seen some people say Nature's Prophet 5 is really good, for example, with the Ironwood Treant. You can really just be a rat feast with that, with the Solar Crest. It acts like a siege creep, dude. It's kind of nuts how much damage you're able to do with it. Are people going to lesser prioritize the Lifestealer? Oh, no, okay, still Witch Doctor, okay. Are we still wanting to go Lifestealer ever since basically they halved the benefit that you get from this Corpse Eater facet?
Okay, all right, here we go. This is... What's up, Matt? You were saying before we went in, Brad, like Spirit released what was the hero tier list, yeah? And Claps was saying Broodmother is like S triple something, S triple plus. So yeah, I've been seeing this hero a little bit. I haven't honestly seen it that much. I think Gaming have been one of the few teams that also have the ability, of course, for Duraccio to play it as well. So there's actually, of course, a lot of flex, whether the Broodmother is for Ace or whether Duraccio plays it.
It's probably Duraccio.
Well, the question is now,
Ace has played it a couple of times, but it's just when he was playing one in pubs. So I think this is probably that. Or I think Quinn has the capability to play it, and it's kind of like Huskar in that it really limits the sort of mid laners that you can pick into it as well. You don't want to be going melee into this just for the risk of getting Broodmothered.
I was just going to quickly jump in and ask a question about this Broodmother. Do we feel like this is purely because they're saying we want to have this kind of cheese opener in a best of one, or do we feel like this is potentially the hero that's going to move this Witch Doctor around and make it harder for him to be that lane-dominating support, much like we've seen a lot of Ares?
Well, the big question with me is the Brood facet where you reduce... Is it HP regen or healing? Because
regen.
Is it going to... So it doesn't stop the healing then of the Witch Doctor W, right? If it's HP regen? Yep, okay.
No,
so I wasn't sure if this... Yeah, I wasn't sure if this was like some pseudo way to do with the Witch Doctor. I don't remember who did it. Maybe it was actually Ramsey, someone very recently, where they just placed one of the webs at the start in the mid lane and we're still playing Brood off lane. So that's really cool. Hopefully we'll see potentially Gaimin do that, which is a cute way to be able to use the facet early to be able to influence both two lanes at least.
You could probably do 3, right? Like, just why not put one in every single lane? And then it just makes it so much harder to be able to lane into that at all. I think that's a very viable option. I mean, you get 4 charges of spin web at level 1, or you could just choose to go for the feeding frenzy, right? Really just be this killer beast. It really just depends on how strong they feel the lanes are going to be. Tofu Rubik, enough said. I mean, he's just a beast at whatever he chooses to play. And we were talking about the Dark Willow. She got crushed with nerfs with this patch. One that was really warranted, I think, that being able to cast Bedlam on allies is just kind of nuts, and I'm surprised it lasted this long without being, like, attached to at least the shard or something like that. But it wasn't just that. They also nerfed her Bramble facet, so it's, like, multiple things that have really brought her back to the pack.
Yeah, and I feel like that's enough now for her not to be picked for a little bit of time. Maybe we'll still see it depending on the game, but this is a big one. Dragonite, I know we're still, of course, seeing for a while now it's been flexed to the carry role, really depending on the game. Tier 2000 has done it. I don't know if we're going to see like the Red Dragon with the cleave getting buffed, or still if the Corrosive Dragon is just too strong, but... this, of course, gives PSG Quest some flex, and Spirit Breaker pick also now maybe opens up a potential... I was going to say Darkseid, actually, no, my Darkseid's banned. So I know we've seen Melik in the past really like Darkseid, but Spirit Breaker is great versus the Broodmother. Always being able to find the Brood can be very frustrating for that hero to play into.
Could even just go core Spirit Breaker as well, right? If you want to get into those earlier items to really enable him to be a menace towards the Broodmother. Like, you don't actually have the space to farm in the way that you want. I think you kind of do want overall the Spirit Breaker to be a 4 or a 5, though, just because of the higher likelihood of getting into your Aghanim Shard early on, and that's now what gives the extra movement speed on the charge. So more likely to get that early just from the Tormentor feels pretty good. Just with the DK... we were talking about that debate of like heal versus regen. Now Broodmother into the DK lane feels even better, right? Like, you might not be laning against it, but you could still drop the web and make that whatever it's called, Dragon Blood, Dragon Fire, his innate less effective now.
Yeah, definitely something that could be a bit frustrating for the Dragonite. I mean, maybe that could just be an overwhelming amount of healing though. Like, even though you're going to reduce the regen, you got the Witch Doctor in the lane, so we'll see. Well, we'll have to see. I mean, what Brood Rubik potential side lane, that could be pretty frustrating, at least level 6 for potentially the Witch Doctor to play into in particular. I mean, still, of course, there's a lot of flex for PSG Quest too.
I have a quick
and
question.
They've got ways
Mr.
to clear.
Danog.
Go on.
You have a giant brain when it comes to Dota. I have a question. Is Planar Pocket good now? The fact that it is multiple instances of the spells get soaked up.
I don't know, man. I wanted it to be able to work with, like, Lifestealer Infest, to be able to say, like, if Lifestealer was trying to get into your BKB carry, you could yoink him inside yourself, but you can't. So I don't know. I feel like there's just too few, good spells to be able to yoink onto yourself to make it truly effective, unfortunately. Oof.
One day.
They are going to get pushed
One day
hard.
we'll get there.
Celery Enchantress. Love Celery Enchantress.
Yeah, Would really like a playmaking hero though for Quinn. I mean, you don't have any way really to start. Like at the moment, like you're saying though, Danok, you're going to be able to push objectives, but if you how do you actually start to be able to get kills? Maybe the fight can break out. With they're going to go for the Underlord as well. So a bunch of auras. This is now going to more than likely show that the Brood is going to be played from Duracho. But again, like who is your Brood can be kind of tempo with being able to push objectives, but you have no one really to start fights and get these pickoffs, which I'd really like to see be kind of Quinn's hero at the last pick.
These lanes are so strong, dude. Like pit into lift, multiple routes, multiple ways to just deal high damage. I mean, Brood Enchantress, is there a more terrifying lane than that to be able to lane into? Like, how are you supposed to walk up into that lane? I think Spirit Breaker's job needs to just be pull the wave every single time. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for that, like, deep sentry ward next to the tier 2 tower, just to try and throw off the equilibrium a little bit. And the sad thing for Quest is that they've banned out Enigma, which is probably one of the heroes that you could have, chosen to be able to influence that a little bit. Yeah, you can't deny things anymore, but you still do take away, like, Broodmother's ability to harass quite as much. So I'm interested to see what they choose to go for with this last pick, and it's a Morphling, all right? So is it a pos 1 Morphling? Is it an off-lane Morphling that we're seeing, come up a little bit? I don't know. I'm suggesting probably a 1, just because it's something that, of course, you've got such strong potential to play around your carry on Quest, right? Like, you have to play around him.
I don't know if you could really go on for a carry that would have been able to come online a little bit earlier, but I'm still a bit concerned about the tempo of Gladiators in regards to how you can take these objectives, because how are you going to actually stop them from quests? Who do you have someone to put in front and stop the Broodmother running across the map and the Underlord with all the auras? Like, I don't really see the damage for honestly quite a while on PSG Quest.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit Breaker is going to need to play a pretty damn good game, I think. Constantly cutting lanes, constantly just charging across the map, even if it's not for kill threat, just to be able to get the farm that he needs to be able to get into a Shadow Blade, for example. Even if it's pos 4, right? You need a Shadow Blade early on just so that you can find out the Rubik, you can find out the Broodmother, you can try and just eliminate them from the game to be able to start with. Ooh. I'm sorry. I'm trying to theorize, get things cracking in my brain. What about the extra knockback, and then you adaptive strike them back into your base because you're gonna get run at. Someone is going to be pumped out of position, and maybe this is it.
Do they die?
Maybe it's
if you even put them inside the base.
Maybe. I think because Gaimin are a lineup that does really want to group up into like this small-ish area, so that's the sort of thing that. Auras are going to be amazing for them once it hits 20, 25 minutes, but it's not like you have no way to be able to deal with that going back the other way, right? You'll potentially have the Witch Doctor who's able to, get Maledict, get casks bouncing around, have that Radiance ticking constantly. Spirit Breaker can charge through your entire team. I do agree with you, though. They need more damage for that 20, 25-ish minute mark just to be able to deal with this all-in push that Gaimin is going to be throwing at them.
Yeah, I feel like, I don't know, I'm trying to see, you need a little bit of probably wave clear because you currently don't have that versus all the summons. You like a strong laner because like you were saying before, the lanes on Gaming Gladiators look very difficult to play into. There's questions like, is the Spirit Breaker going to be 3? Is it going to be 4? So there's a lot of flex, but I feel like there's a lot of issues that they need to fix with this pick.
Yeah, and they also... They know what they're laning into, most likely, unless they really want to put the Brood mid against the DK, if that is what it ends up being. But I just don't know if they're going to have, anything that does tick all of those boxes, to be honest. Beastmaster, okay, it's some damage, it's okay, and I suppose if you can get into a really early Aghanim Scepter, right, just to be able to deal that constant damage, the Brew Spiderlings doesn't feel quite so great. It does come down to, who gets the initiation a lot of the time, so maybe... I don't know who actually has the edge there, right? Is it Spirit Breaker getting an early charge, or is it Spiderling scouting someone out, and then you get the Orchid onto the Beastmaster before he can roar, and the Drums of Slom don't actually do anything? So, I don't know. I don't know what to think just yet. I think Gaimin just need a little bit more control. You've got some with the Pit and the Telekinesis, but I'm going to need a little bit more. Oh,
That'll be the monkey.
Quinn's been spamming this mid.
I mean, melee matchup, right, has always been very, very popular for the Monkey King. Can be super active as well, getting across the map. So I have to imagine it's probably the tree facet, the one where you can jump in incredibly fast and be mobile.
Yep.
So I really like Gaimin's draft. I feel like this goes back to what we've seen them have so much success with. It's just like running over the map and ending games in 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's it is that facet. The Simeon stride is the one that you're looking for. Quinn likes to go really early Glipnir as well. Like that's his farming / team fight effective item, and it does give them that little bit of lockdown that they were needing. So I really like this last pick.
Yeah, the Boundless Strike is always really nice to be able to get the extra bit of lockdown. They've got the stun, the slow that comes in with the Primal Spring as well. And as you already said, with the Simeon Stride, it is super easy for this Mon King to be able to gank a lot of these lanes. Like he can very early on go in towards the Underlord's lane, or he can go towards the Brood's lane, and they can kind of get that tempo rolling forward, much like we already asked for Quinn. So seems like so far, boys, that you guys are super in touch with what this Gaimin Gladiators draft is doing, though. But Aries, I'm going to point a little question towards you. How does PSG Quest stem the bleeding early on here? Do they have to make a lot of these early rotations with their like Spirit Breaker? Do they have to try and just make sure that at that 20-minute mark they haven't lost tier 3 towers? Like what is really kind of the check boxes now for PSG Quest to hold off what Gaimin Gladiator is going to throw at them?
I'm trying to work it out. I'm honestly really concerned.
I'm trying to make you look smart here, bro. Come on.
I really like Gaming Draft. I'm sorry. I really like their draft. I'm quite concerned on what quests are going to be able to do. It's just, okay, let's see if you can get if it's going to be the Scepter build. Let's see if the Beastmaster gets a quick Scepter. Let's see what you're able to do with the Blink Dagger as well on the DK. Like if he goes first Blink, maybe you get a couple pickoffs. Again, you've got Spirit Breaker to deal with the Brood Mother. Maybe you can shut Brood down and go from there. But I don't know, this Gaming Draft, it's scary.
Do we feel like it's super one-sided here, Danog, for Gaimin?
I mean, if things go as expected, yes, but I think the way for Quest to win this is to punish Gaimin when they go for a dive that's a little bit too deep. You know, allow Morphling to last an extra fight than he might be expecting. Allow Beastmaster to get into that item, and I want to see how Bowie's going to be able to defend his PSG Quest prediction.
And it's going to be hard for him to try and defend it, especially with a draft like this. But anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to jump into our first series of the one-win Dota 2 series of summer. So let's join Harry Freak and Bowie.
Bowie, the panel there is poking a little bit of fun at you. I don't know if you can really defend the Quest draft here. I am not the biggest fan of it, but I can see it working.
I can tell you that it doesn't need defending, bro. They're just on with the times and people haven't caught up. Beastmaster, have you seen Beastmaster solo roshing this patch? Like, have you actually watched a game of Beastmaster?
Yeah, I have, and yeah, Beastmaster is very strong. You know what, I have a problem here. We almost saw a fight, but other than some tension here, nothing happened, so everything is fine. I have a problem with their damage in the early mid game. Like, how do they get kills? If it's not Maledict, Bowie, like, how do you bring a hero down?
I mean, they have squishy supports, right? I think the fights should be taken by initiating on the supports and taking them from there. To me, Quest has better scaling. They also have better matchups. Morphling completely destroys Brood. Like, now that you get the waveform damage from level 1, you pretty much the entire game waveform through all of the Spiderlings. You're a meta hero, so the whole Orchid, Blowthorn thing doesn't really work for you. Obviously, Beastmaster is going to get BKB after Eggs. DK is going to get BKB after Blink. I really like their matchups. The thing that GG definitely has on their side, in my opinion, is tempo. Because you have this Brood just walking around Twin Gates. You have the global aspect of Underlord. You have this Monkey King jumping around. If GG can get the early timings and just shut down this Beastmaster, punish the fact he needs to farm an eggs, maybe GG can stomp this in 25-30 minutes. If they don't, I feel like this game actually becomes pretty hard for them. Their siege is pretty mediocre. Their scaling isn't as good as Quest. So to me, we definitely can go both ways.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there with that assessment, but Celery, he might be getting hit on the head as well. Still, Nature's Attendance, Fairy Fire ready, isn't really going to die. In general, though, Gaimin Gladiators have been known, even in previous metas, to make lineups like this work. And I think this is a perfect lineup to have a carry Brood. Considering they first picked it, I think their draft around it is pretty much perfect.
Yeah. By the way, we didn't really talk about this. I always liked Jirachi a lot, and I was looking at his pub experience with Brood. He has 12 games, 70% win rate he only picked one facet every single game. But this time, they decided to pick Morphling Beastmaster, and he did go for the Necrotic Web, and I think that's awesome, because it really shut down everything that Beastmaster and Morphling wants to do, which is soak up damage and regen.
Do you think it's gonna take away his confidence in how he plays the hero? Do you think it might actually affect him? Sure, it's a good way to deal with both the Morphling and the Beast, or even the DK, right? But is it something that he might not be used to?
I think it's a different playstyle. It could be different. Like, just looking at how the other facet is so good with the Blowthorn build, right? It's kind of the reason why Brood became good again. I think goes a lot to the fact that Blowthorn is busted on this hero.
Yeah,
it could change. So I'm curious if he's also going to change his item build and his playstyle, because I don't think it's going to look as strong. And in fact, the Brood gets fast here.
He's dying. He's in a lot of trouble. A couple more hits. Yeah, it's going to be the Wild Axes that take him down. This is what you use versus spiders, guys. And our guys from Australia, they would know it best. This is probably how they fight those creatures over there as well. But either way, there's going to be a first blood and a pretty big deal. We talked about the importance of the early laning stage for the Brood, and he was farming well, but the death, the kill going to quest, that's a big deal.
Yeah, for sure. I hate heroes like Beastmaster, like these types of offlaners that need to literally farm eggs to become relevant. I think Dazzle is very similar playstyle. You're kind of good in lane. Oh, wait a second here. Celery is gonna be bounced back. Do we have the damage? I guess they don't.
Yeah,
Hawk?
pretty limited.
Hawk? Okay.
Boop! Hawk is just flying behind the Beastmaster. Why wasn't it dive bombing?
I don't know. It's just... I guess, does the cast range increase with levels? It doesn't say.
As far
I'm
as
assuming
I know, no.
Okay. Yeah, cast range felt pretty underwhelming there.
Either way, I mean, they still got the kill, and I think that's big for Quest, because when I look at their lineup, I really see a damage problem. And you bringing down a Brood and an Enchantress, which are both heroes that actually have ways to heal themselves, that's impressive. As top lane, we're seeing some bloodbath happening, and the Witch Doctor is already dead. Tofu will be next on the menu. Supports, poor supports, they're always the first ones to die.
My prediction not looking that dumb anymore, huh?
I never said your prediction was looking dumb, Bowie, but
you
to be honest,
literally
this Monkey
typed that
King,
in chat. I actually have a print of what you told me.
Yeah. Okay, we know that you have a very cool YouTube channel, so you're very good at creating images and stuff like that, editing. So nobody's gonna believe you, Bowie. I'm sorry.
Okay, I see. Well, regardless here, the laning stage is still pretty decent. The Monkey King is actually doing better against... I mean, the Monkey King is actually... It's not doing better. He is stomping this Dragonite. Like, in my opinion, just because of the way Breathe Fire works, this was another lane DK was just going to win by existing. I'm very surprised at how ahead Quinn is. I mean, he's obviously one of the best mid players in the world, but DK is so dumb sometimes that you see him, like, beating Razors, and even after all of the nerfs, I still saw DK dominating a lot of laning stages.
It's just, I think when people recognize the strength of their hero, and Quinn, as you mentioned, one of the best mid laners in the world last year in terms of results, definitely like the best, and he recognized, I don't need to kill this guy, I don't need to push this guy out of the lane, I just need to get my Jingu stacks and deny and CS everything, and he's been doing exactly that. I mean, completely crushing it. We very rarely see a Dragonite this low on the network scale, and to be honest, I don't think that this is a Blink Dagger first Dragonite game, so it's gonna need some time to get back into it.
What do you think he goes for? Like, is there any other build if you don't go Blink? Like, they're gonna rush Orchid here?
I've seen people go for Mage Slayer still.
Oh, true. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I think it's against the Monkey King's a bit weird, but against everyone else is fine, I guess. Oh, bottom lane again. Looks like Hillary might be dead. The Hawk though. I think this Hawk is on strike. Like, it's just unwilling. Oh, there you go.
Look at Duraccio, what he's doing. Like, the damage with the Insatiable Hunger is insane. And I really like how Malik recognized it, but Omar was thinking, I'm a tanky position 4, and he just bites through him like it's nothing.
Yeah, this enchant. I mean, you kind of mentioned the lack of damage on Quest, and the Enchantress build from Celery is all about that. As in the top lane, they do have damage from Ace. The Blood Grenade secures that kill. But just going back to the entry build, just going super tanky, I think will pay heavy dividends. If he can soak the first, roll of spells from Quest, they just don't have a lot after their first... I guess it's all about Maledict, but it's a Witch Doctor 5, and he might...
Speaking of, well, let's see, he did get the Maledict off the charge from Omar. The Khalis is not getting out of this one alive, and his Maledict will do absolutely no damage as Monkey King did heal up. Celery, also around the mid lane, Noob is about to get dove here. Let's see how defensive he gets into the tier 2. That's not where you're going to be diving, especially the glyph available. Quest would definitely demolish Gaimin Gladiators, but this is insane, right? Dragonite losing his tower this early, and it's getting close to that.
Yeah, I mean, and he's holding on to the Dragon Form. I wonder if they want to take this fight. There's no Roar on Malik, but they're gonna try and take a fight anyways.
A bash for Omar. Either way, not enough to kill Celery. This is a problem. You have to bring in your Beastmaster to save the tower. 82,000! What was he doing? He wanted the kill so badly. I understand it. You want the pressure off the mid lane, but this is just not the way to do it. He is the win condition for Quest, the one that everybody's gonna be relying on, and overdives now in the top lane. Are they already feeling the pressure 8 minutes in?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he literally saw Monkey King like seconds ago in the mid lane, so he probably felt like he was safe, but really quick reflexes there from Quinn, and with the TP they secured that one. I think that's just kind of a greedy play. I wouldn't say that's necessarily pressure, but definitely not a kill we want to give away, as they're gonna go for Quinn here.
Nice dodge of the charge damage, and just turns around. Fighting around the Monkey King early on in the game is a problem, and even Celery is here with this creep, slamming the ground, slowing everybody down, and the Khalis will go down as well. Tofu thinking about diving, he's gonna decide against it, but either way, 2 supports are already dead. And Gaimin Gladiators, when you look at their heroes, the Broodmother, you can play around it, the Monkey King, you can play around it. Quest, they cannot get close to these heroes.
I mean, this is all about the tempo we talked about in the beginning of the game. The difference maker here is that I did not expect the Dragon Knight to struggle this much. Like, if this is a different game and the Dragon Knight is like even with the Monkey King, or even just slightly behind, oh, wait a second here, as there is kind of a rotation onto TA2000. If he dies again, this could be...
Nah. No way. No way they kill him.
He's diving, bro.
And he's actually got him. That was super easy. 4 points in the waveform. T2000 to Khalis comes. Zora says, kill me as well. I don't want to live without my carrier. No problem, Quinn. He is just making these wishes come true today.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't mention this. Orb of Corrosion on the Monkey King. I feel like this item is pretty much neglected these days, but against the Morphling, it's so strong. The regen reduction of the webs plus the corrosion when you only have 1 point of attribute shift on Morphling, like, you don't feel as survivable.
Why do you think he went for 4 points in the waveform?
I think that's just the build these days. Like, I mean, they buff attribute shift, right? I don't remember how many patches ago. Like, that's kind of the build. Usually you get 2 points if the lane is a little bit hard. Because in the past you would get free stats from that spell, but they stopped that. So now a lot of people don't get it anymore.
I feel like maybe 2 points there maybe would have saved his life, maybe even not gonna lie. That looked like a fairly easy kill. The amount of damage that the Monkey King did even under a tier 2 is big, and Noob, at least he's gonna be able to flap his wings faster to run away from the Monkey King. But they have found the Enchantress, has the Untouchable, Seeds of Serenity as well if he wants to plant those. As the Roar gets used, they are barely doing any damage, and here comes the Fiend's Gate as well. You've stayed too long, and it's gonna be a problem now with the Pit of Malice catching to the Boundless Strike on all 3. Quinn just using his spells perfectly, goes to the trees, goes for Omar, who will be able to run himself away, but again, at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, just going back to the Morphling for a last time, like, I think the Morphling lane is advantageous for Morphling, so you want to, like, squeeze as much as you can, right? So you get waveform, you have damage, but then instead of getting the kill on the Underlord, you die, and then you get ganked. So, like, what you initially thought was an advantageous game for the build you ended up going for kind of bites you in the ass, and I think these types of things happen sometimes. And speaking of happening here, Omar is gonna gonna be taken down. This is the whole tempo of GG. This is looking super scary. Like, I knew GG could possibly do this, but I think it kind of boils down to this Dragon Knight getting stomped. Quinn is just absolutely winning this game here by himself.
He put himself in an uncomfortable position, though. Has the Bundle Strike to cancel the Death Ward, and now he's going to be bringing exactly that to the Kalis. No, they're not even close. And looking at the Dragon Knight, here comes the drums being used. Stolen Death Ward. Slowed down. He's not moving at all, and he will die under his tier 2. At this point, things are kind of out of the control of Quest at the moment. Would you agree?
Yep, they look more than out of control. I'm surprising Dota Plus is giving Quest 15% win probability here, because I see TA2000 dead, and he might just be dead.
Yeah, he was dead on our screen long before the game actually noticed it. There's the Orchid for the Brood. The Tower of the Beastmaster has fallen. I always repeat this. Whenever I see a hero that farms the Ancients, a hero that should push relatively fast, get his tower taken down, it's a problem. There's the Orchid. Stops the ulti from the Spirit Breaker, but they do get the Roar. Still, again, it's taking so long to get the kill. Durachi is just standing his ground. Now he'll run away from the Breed Fire, trying to survive. Stands his ground with all the help coming. He just goes straight ult. Tofu gets a double kill like a good Rubik player should, right? It's very important to get kills on Rubik, and hopefully he'll get one on the Kalis this time around. He will allow Quinn to have that one for himself.
Yikes. Yeah, this one...
You didn't read the Twitter of Celery. So he said that they were in boot camp and that they were looking really, really good. And then you didn't expect this. You should have read their Twitter, because Celery said that they're going to be crushing everybody. Indirectly.
No, that's my problem with X, dude. The algorithm is so weird. I follow Celery. I actually message Celery sometimes. I almost bought a console from him on Twitter. And for some reason, I don't get his tweets. Like, it just doesn't show up for me for some reason. Like, I just get some random, a Harry Freak like this post about Game of Thrones. Like, I don't care about Harry Freak or Game of Thrones, but the people I care about, like, surprisingly just don't show up on my feed.
Yeah, it's usually like that. You care about people that don't care about you, Bowie. But either way, Morphling is going to be in a lot of trouble. Does get the waveform away, even though he was in that pit of malice for a very long time. Does get himself out. So you and me are kind of in the same pool. I care about you, you don't care about me. You care about Celery, he doesn't care about you, and that's life for you. With top tier 2 already being pressured, you talked about Gaimin Gladiators not having good high ground, but with this tempo, it's actually gonna be very easy to bring this game to an end.
They can just dive tier 4s. It looks like they're gonna go for a first smoke here. Blink Dagger did get completed on the Dragon Knight. We'll see if they can find Quinn. No high ground ward.
They got the Enchantress, and he gets pushed out to the Maledict. Okay, there's gonna be a Death Ward. That's a good spell to go with the Wukong's Command being used. A very nice bit of malice as well. They're just dying to the damage. It's insane. It's just so easy for Tofu to get these steals. He's beyond godlike. Already 15 minutes on his Rubik. Okay, it's time. Quests are done, and they really are. There's no way you're winning this game.
Damn. All right, that was that was a game of Dota. I'll be honest, I still don't regret what I said at the beginning. I really feel like draft-wise, this was a game that they could have won. But that mid lane, just like, even when you have matchups that are like impossible, right? Husker versus Pango. I don't think you see a kill score that looked as grim as that one. Like, it was maybe double the denies of CS that the DK had, or like almost close to that. It was just incredible by Quinn. As you said, looks like they were boot camping. I thought that maybe because they were 1 month without playing officials, they would be, maybe on vacation, maybe it's locking off. Not at all what's happening here. GG looking as sharp as ever.
Yeah, that was actually insane coming out from them. Now when you look at PSG Quest, let's talk a bit about them. They're instantly going to be going into the losers bracket. Let's call it that. So, I mean, the goal is the same. You need to win 2 games. So you're going to be needing to win a best of 3. Do you think this is going to be a hit maybe to their ego that they got stomped in 15 minutes?
I don't think so. I think, a team that maybe was looking better, like maybe GG, if they lost, especially in this fashion, maybe it could be a hit to their ego. But I think PSG, they've been like tier 1.1 for so long, right? Always kind of in the shadows of Falcons because of the MENA region, or just like one game away from qualifying for a lot of stuff. I don't think it's going to be a hit to their ego. I feel like they've been trying hard, and they improved a lot. Like the PSG at the beginning of the year didn't really get the results they're getting now. So yeah, I'm hopeful for them. I thought their draft was fine. Maybe just we didn't really watch mid that much. I don't know what exactly happened, but I think you can fix that type of thing.
Yeah, that is the case. Do you think it's just straight up? You don't think it's the hero problem? I kind of feel like Monkey King is one of those heroes, and they knew it, right? Because Quinn asked for it with the last pick. That's gonna crush the Dragonite almost every single time. Do you think there was a chance that this lane goes completely different, or at least okay, that might have been too much, right?
No, that's definitely too much. I think that lane, like Monkey King should win, but not by that much. I don't think that's how. Like, if you play that matchup 100 times, I don't think that outcome shows up more than, like, 10 times out of 100.
Okay, so currently, because this was a game full of action, full of things to actually analyze, and you and me, Bowie, are not going to be good enough, we need to throw it back to our panel. So they're going to take it over and explain to us what actually happened. Oh. Well, seems that panel thinks we look better, Bowie. So I think we're stuck with us.
All right, it's no problem.
Hello,
We're back.
welcome to the wonderful panel. I mean, to be fair, we don't really have to do much work because that was definitely not that much work for Gaimin Gladiators. It was sub 15 minutes, boy. That was I going into this game, I was confident in Gaimin Gladiators, right? We've seen what they've been able to do for the better part of like 18 months so far when it comes to Dota, but these guys look hot. And Ares, like, you really struggle to try and have some win conditions for quests, and unfortunately for them, they couldn't find any in 15 minutes.
No, unfortunately they couldn't. I must say though, I feel like Bo's points that he actually brought up, I feel like they made a lot of sense, and we saw that Broodmother like couple of deaths inside the lane, but now we see like 11 minutes in, and Duracho is still like 6,000 net worth, and all the points about the Morphling as well, like late game with his matchups. It's just like, you're really going to be able to get to late game, and I feel like we saw a couple of examples, right, where you couldn't even kill heroes. I think this is one in particular in the river as well. Maybe a couple minutes before they got the Enchantress kill, but it took them so goddamn long. Like, and this, I don't know. Like, well, I think Harry like raised the question, like, is this going to be demoralizing? I don't know, dude. They got absolutely stumped. Like, 15 minutes is pretty goddamn bad, and you have one life left now and another best of one. Like, this is. I do think this is going to be a bit hard to be able to come back from.
Yeah, and I think that's the big problem that unfortunately PSG Quest have now as well is the teams left in their group are not pushovers either. Like, it's not like they're going to go into their best of one and do the exact same thing that Gaimin Gladiators just did to them to a different team. So it's going to be a bit of an interesting tale. And Danog, was it really like that much of a outdraft, or was that just purely just Gaimin Gladiators just giving them the business?
It was a bit of both, to be fair. I think it was an outdraft because this is like Gaimin Gladiators 101, the style that they play. Like, when you think of iconic heroes for them, you think of Tofu Rubik, you think of Celery Enchantress, you think of Ace Underlord. And it's for a good reason, right? It gives you so much map presence, it gives you good amount of laning presence, it gives you really good, somewhat lockdown. But my main issue with Quest's lineup is, how does anyone die before Beastmaster and Morphling get their items, right? And the one avenue that I tried to think of is you need to counter-initiate when Gaimin dive a little bit too deep. But you saw a few of those times in the replay, every single attempt that they were making were closer to Gaimin, so it was actually so much more quick for Gaimin to bring the reinforcements than it was for Quest to be able to actually kill someone. So when you've got that, in addition to the fact that Broodmother has a heal, Enchantress has a heal, Enchantress had Seeds of Serenity, you have Atrophy or a damage reduction, you have Fade Bolt damage reduction, you have Monkey King that can heal. Like, it's just so much that of sustain for yourself for that early portion of the game. and then Quinn crushed his lane and then just rotated and did absolutely everything. Perfect itemization. He was even like sidestepping breathe fires in the lane just to make sure that he could keep the pressure up onto Noob. And this is kind of what I was talking about, where I said DK really doesn't feel like a Noob style hero. You know, it felt like he was never comfortable with it. It didn't come together for Quest, basically.
Yeah, it really didn't. And it's a unfortunately bad start for them in a day where they don't really have much time to figure it out. You know, they've got this losers match that's going to be coming up in a little bit after this next series. They don't really have that much time to kind of figure it out. And then even if they do win that series, it's all best of 3 from here on out areas. Whereas, you know, Game of Gladiators, they're like, all right, we just pumped somebody in a best of 1. We still haven't even shown all too much of a hand because, as Danog said, it was basically like 3 signature heroes anyway. So, you know, I think this is such a massive positive for Game of Gladiators, and unfortunately for PSG Quest, a massive negative too.
Yes, a big negative, unfortunately for them. So we're gonna have to see. I don't know. Hopefully they can shake it off and come in. Maybe it's just, you know, strategy didn't go well for them. Let's just look towards the next game. Again, you know, like we're saying, that they do have a bit of a break. It's going to be later tonight that they're playing, so it's not like they have to be playing straight away. But you're going to have to come in a little bit better than that, especially like we got some really good teams. And last tour as well, of course, with the spring tour, they were eliminated in the groups as well. Like, they didn't even make it into the playoffs. And again, this is like PSG Quest and a very, very strong team without a doubt. But so far, your last one win, they struggled, and this one win, they are not off to a good start.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's just there's not really much you can glean from that either, right, Dan? Or, like, maybe it's something about the draft for them. You said that Dragon Knight's not really a noob hero. Maybe you can try and give him a little bit more of these comfortable heroes. But it seems like Game of Gladiators, they just banned the first 3 heroes towards noob, and they said, all right, pick something out of your comfort zone now.
Yeah, pretty much. And I feel like another thing just on the topic of the draft is I'm all good for stuff that's going to be able to scale into the late game, but if you can never get there, that's the issue. And I feel like you've got to pick something that's strong early to be able to counterbalance, let's say, 2 later game cores. And I feel like if you're putting Noob that far out of his comfort zone, this is what's going to happen, right? Like DK, he does some decent damage and he can take towers, but early game damage, not really his forte, right? So maybe going earlier into something like, I mean, even if he picked Primal Beast, which is one of his other better heroes, you were already playing into Enchantress as well. So you just enchant him, you can't actually charge away, makes it more difficult. You're playing into a root potentially coming through from the Pit of Malice. Like, it was just a rough game, and I think Gaimin crushed it with the draft.
Yeah,
and I think they really came into it with a good idea.
Go.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I do think that it's a bit difficult because the fact that, like, I don't know if we can put too much on Noob, because again, this is like, sure, it went really bad, but this is not a good matchup for DK. Like, let's not get it wrong. Like, he's not supposed to do well. Maybe he's supposed to do a little bit better, but like, this is, you, like you said, you ban 3 of his heroes in the first phase, and then you get Monkey King last picked. So, like, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Quinn just 24th picked you. We've seen it in the past. Like, he's done it with Huskars, and he's arguably top 3. I know Gaming have kind of struggled this year with their results, but Quinn is still probably top 3 laner, if not the best mid laner in regards to laning, and you give him a DK and a Monkey matchup. He's going to body you. I feel like it's just, it's not
and
really on
web
Noob.
There as
I really
well, right?
don't think so. Yeah.
So one of other DK's strength was removed from the equation as well. So no, I'm in agreement with that. That's why I value second pick, right? You're going to get on the better end of at least 2 lanes by doing it. And then they were just like, all right, well, we'll just brood you in the first phase and good luck dealing with it. Like we were saying, I think 90% of the time it's going to Duraccio. I don't think Ace is going to play it at all personally. But I think Quinn could have very well played it mid if they needed to.
Yeah, and that's the next question I was going to pose to you, Matt, was how do we feel about this Broodmother so far? Do we feel like it's purely just Gaming Gladiators with the flexibility that they have, that they've got 3 Brood pickers that they could potentially, even though you said might not go towards the offlane, but, you know, being able to pick it so early on for a carrier of Duracio's stature to be able to play a hero that he's comfortable on, and it gives them a lot of tempo as well, right?
It just lets you win lanes so much more easily, right? Like, you win out. Like, Tango's count as regen. It's not healing. It's regen. You know, heroes like DK, it's regen. Like, all that sort of stuff really does start to ramp up more and more and more. And if you're putting webs down in multiple different lanes, that's the exact situation that's going to happen. Like you're going to be a little bit weaker in lane, which means that the snowball is going to come a little bit quicker. And this draft in particular that Quest had just wasn't able to address it. I was saying 20 to 25 minutes and the game ended under 15. Like that just goes to show how well Gaimin executed their draft, which I already thought was a really strong one.
Do you think his lane is that much better though on the Brood? Because I know previously, like a big talking point for how you deal with the Brood is like really strong lane, right? Like you just body him, and that has been a weakness until you get level 6, and maybe depending on like your position 4, you can have a relatively strong lane. And we've seen like you need some mid hero that can easily get on top of you and in the early to mid game to constantly kill you. But do we feel like the weakness of Brood previously with the laning phase being a little bit weak is not as much of an issue anymore? Because we did still see in that game, like, he died twice, and I wasn't expecting that lane to go like it did.
Yeah, but then he was on 7k net worth when, his closest rival was on, like, 5. So it just goes to show how quickly you're able to ramp things up. I think Celery played a really good game as well. Again, creating pressure across the map. They used that early, I think it was maybe 6, maybe it was an 8-minute illusion rune to be able to combine together with the siege creep, with Monkey King diving the towers. It was Gaimin 101, and I feel like at this point, if you don't know what Gaimin's 1 wood is that they just go back to every single time, you're going to lose, right? You need to address them in that first 20 or 25 minutes, and Quest just didn't.
Yeah, and I think also another thing that really just kind of wasn't going their way, you already touched on it a little bit, Matt, with a lot of that regen stuff. When we saw areas that PSG Quest were trying to get proactive, trying to get some of those kills, you saw they tried to have that goal on Adratio, but he already had the Orchid at that time, and he was just able to live just with enough regen until the reinforcements came in for Gladiators. Maybe things start to go a little bit differently for PSG Quest if they do get that early kill right, because then that can stunt the momentum, and maybe they make it past that 25-minute kind of mark for them to get towards that later game.
Yeah,
maybe you do.
Yeah, that's really why I was saying they needed to play a little bit more around the counter initiation, right? So that maybe Gaimin would be out of position. Maybe you can, stun them up under your tower, and that's the extra damage that you need, in addition to the additional survivability of just playing underneath your tower, But it just didn't happen. They got crushed in lanes. They kept going for these really weird extensions, I would have to say, where they just weren't able to connect with sufficient damage to be able to pop the Gaimin heroes. And 15 minutes, enough said.
Yeah, 15 minutes, enough said, and unfortunately there for PSG Quest. They've got a bit of time to brood over that one and see if they can figure out the mistakes that they made. Gaimin Gladiators right on a high right now, but we're going to go into a different best of one to see who's going to be joining both of those two teams in the upper and the lower bracket. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. On the other side of this, it's 1win and Virtus.pro. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Dota 2 series is back once again here. We already got our first series underway, and it was 15 minutes long. And so hopefully this next best one is a little bit longer than that. Ares Deadog back by my side one more time. This time around, though, boys, we've got ourselves a little bit of a local derby. So Ares, we've got one win going up against Virtus.pro for our next best of one. Winner will go up against Gaimin Gladiators, who absolutely spanked PSG Quest. He's going to be waiting for the loser of this best of one. So hopefully this time around, it's a little bit closer.
Yeah, we'd hope so. I want to be able to. Hopefully, we get a series that's more competitive. We don't have teams getting ran over, but like you said, it's a derby between these two teams. They played off against each other twice so far in the year. Virtus.pro have been able to get victories on both those series. So 4-0 is the map count. One win struggling, but this is, of course, a team that have picked up a lot of momentum. Being able to go through the international qualifiers there and 3-0 Pandas in the grand finals. So I feel like Denog honestly has probably got a pretty good opinion about these two teams, though, considering he covered them with Riyadh. So I guess Denog, tell us all the information. You know these teams. Well, what's going on here? Who's going to win?
One win. No, it was really going to be close. I think the big thing is it's just. Say like, oh, they're the big up and comer Junior and Munkushi, like young, but a lot discounting the fact that VP are pretty young too, right? Munkushi is 21, and I think 3 or 4 of the VP members outside of FNG are also 21, or I think one of them's 20. Chira Junior is the one that's growing, right? He's only 19, so you just you can trust on Southeast Asia and to be pumping out still these young Dota players, because obviously people are still crazy about it in those regions, and for good reason. It's just such a story to bring things from as we have a look at the two teams there. One thing that FAG has really always brought to the table is, we were talking about the hero puddle from Fishman earlier. FNG's kind of VP's response to that sort of thing, and dies a lot as well in games. I think over the past few tournaments, he's actually averaged the most deaths of any other player. So you could call it sacrificial if you want, but there's a fine line between tactical feeding and just feeding.
It really does feel like a lot of these old school support players really kind of lean on that mantle of, it's a pos 5, it's fine. If I die, if I have double digit deaths, it's perfectly okay. And FNG has been one of those players. I feel like the fact that he's been around for such a long time, you can lean back and be like, it's okay. My young gun cores are going to be the ones that are going to carry me through this. And I think that can be a big positive going into a series like this when you have somebody who has so much experience, right? Ares, like it's a best of one. We already see what happens when it comes to a lot of that experience coming in from Gaimin Gladiators, because those guys have been able to do it on the biggest of stages, and coming into a best of one, you can kind of just throw some curveballs, and you're the ones that are confident in yourselves, and it's all about the other team trying to respond to you, right?
Yeah, but also it's like, I don't know how much pressure there's going to be on one win, though, even though they don't have as much experience. But we're not playing. They're at home. They're probably chilling. Maybe they're at boot camp. Honestly, not sure if they're relaxing a little bit, because again, they don't need to be at Riyadh. Well, unfortunately, they're not at Riyadh, so. Maybe there's not that much of the pressure, right? You're not a land stage, so maybe that's not where some of the experience comes in for FNG in particular, and then you can just chill out, play a best of one, show some strategies, and see if they're able to come in on top. We'll see if they can do it in the end. I believe in the boys. They're looking pretty good so far. 3-0 again in TI is definitely a big thing, and Virtus.pro didn't look good there, so I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting tale between both of these two rosters, is the fact that one win, they come off the back of TI. TI's a little bit further down the track, whereas you look at a team like Virtus.pro, they're the ones that qualified to Riyadh. So these guys are the ones that are looking towards the next couple of weeks, where they really want to try and get themselves in towards that next step and try and make sure they get the win at Riyadh. But it looks like everybody has gone one win. So we've been able to pull Bowie across the board and pull him back onto the winning ways. And Danog, I feel like this is mainly just recency bias for a lot of people, looking the way that one win played during those TI qualifiers really just puts them in good stead for these next couple of days.
It is, but again, I really feel like, this is a patch that suits their hero pool so strongly. Chira Jr. probably the most out of everyone. SF, all the spirits, Tiny, Leshrac. Those to me are the strong mid heroes of this patch. And, you know, Munkushi loves his Chaos Knight, Cloud loves his Brewmaster, Axe still really strong despite the fact that they keep slowly nerfing it more and more and more with every little letter patch that's coming through, but it's still pretty damn strong. The one weakness that I am kind of seeing, which I'm kind of sad to say because I love the way that he plays, is Sweden strong. I think you need to ban out his Marcy because that's his go-to so many times. I think it's got such a great pairing together with Cloud's Darkseer. Outside of that, force him to go a little bit more of the jank. Force him to go some of the stuff that's been nerfed, like the Dark Willow, for example. The Hoodwink, still not a bad hero, but, you know, force it. He might just end up going Tiny, which I'm totally fine with from a position 4. Or maybe, just maybe, we will see that support Morphling coming out. He's one of the few people playing it with the Ebb facet coming through, going like, what is it? It's like Aether Lens, Yule Scepter, and eventually building into an E-Blade and just trying to stun and have constant mana regen so you can be switching back to agility, lowering the cooldown, then stun him again. It's just really janky style, but I'm interested to see if it can work in a pro game.
That sounds horrible. I don't even want to put my eyes on that. That just does not sound like gameplay that I want to enjoy or look at. No, that is definitely not something that I want to have to watch a poor POS4 player. And maybe Sweden Strong can do it. Maybe he'll bring me around. I don't know. I've enjoyed Sweden Strong for a very, very long time. He's been floating around, you know, the scene for a little bit. Hasn't really been able to make it towards the big grandstands just yet. So I'm excited to see what they can do at TI. But Aries, for both these two teams, the fact that, you know, one's going to Riyadh, one's going to TI. This is really important for these two teams to try and just get a little bit more of that game time together, and a little bit more of that cohesion in a lot of these competitive matches, right? Because they've got Gaimin Gladiators, they've got Team Spirit on the other side of the bracket as well. They've got teams like Nigmo, or these teams that have played like a lot of these big lands. It's good for these younger players to be able to come in and play against those players and see how they deal with a lot of these tournaments, right?
Yeah, of course. That's going to be the most important thing, just to get the reps under the belt and to be able to, I think, just importantly, to grow as a team in a team environment is probably another bigger thing as well. Just not even just the individual aspect of gameplay, because you're able to do that you can kind of do that on the pub level, but being able to work out actually what's going on, how you're communicating, and just the ideas as well. You can really start to cement like some key ideas that you have about Dota and of course about the patch in particular as well before a big event.
Yeah, and especially just being able to deal with adversity and being able to ride the highs, or even try and bring people up from the lows as well. You know, do we touch on the fact that we're not sure if these guys are boot camping or what? When it comes to both these two teams, it's being able to really be able to deal with a lot of those different issues is very important for a lot of these younger teams. So, Daniel, before we start jumping into this first draft here between OneWin and Virtus.pro, is there any predictions that you want to throw out there? Some hero picks that you're expecting for either teams? Maybe a hotly contested hero between both these two teams, considering you are a little bit of the expert recently over these two teams.
All right, calm down. I'm expecting to see some Shadowfiend bans coming out from, just because, again, something that Shira Jr. loves to play so much. And we were all together at ESL1 Malaysia studio broadcast where SquadX actually lost a 1v1 SF mid-battle against Bob. And so I'm sure that's going to be playing on his mind a little bit as to, you know, am I truly capable of it when the chips are down and all that sort of thing. I'm expecting to see more Broodmother, to be honest. I think it's just still really good, not just for the lane, but for your farming potential, your item build-up. You can, again, influence multiple lanes. The other hero that I have seen drop a fair way down the priority list for a lot of people is Chen, and I still think Chen can work quite effectively. I think FNG is a great Chen player, for example. And just the variability of the convert that you can choose, right? Most of the time, if you're just trying to whack people in lane, it's the Hellbear. But if you go like either an off-laner or a mid-laner that really relies on mana to be able to get anything done, you just go the Satyr, and then if it's for the lane, you just destroy them. You might force them to go into like a Nyx or a Mirana to try and deal with your creep, and if you do that, you just send the creep mid. Not only do you get your mid laner more regen, but you're constantly mana burning their opponent without actually soaking up any experience. So I feel like it's one of those things that if you're able to have this map influence while still being present in your lane, that's just so important, right? It just means that you can be in so many places at once, or your influence can be felt so many places at once.
Do we feel like that's there might be a reason why some of these teams are going towards the Enchantress rather than the Chen areas? Do we feel like it's probably just like recency bias, or is there anything that's kind of poking out to you the difference between those two heroes?
not particularly. I feel like a lot of people who play the Enchantress also have the ability to play the Chen as well. So maybe did he actually get touched in the patch? Take a look. I don't know.
Little
if
bits
he was
and
changed
pieces.
or
I think
not.
they
He
keep
wasn't.
nerfing the armor on the Chen over time. The Divine Favor, I think, is the main change.
Yeah, so like this hero, like we were able to see it come out in like different style of drafts, right? Like it is still kind of more the emphasis on grouping up and running down lanes, taking objectives. Like if we're going to see people playing the Chen, of course, you think of, like Danog said before, F&G is an incredible Chen player. You also like Gaimin Gladiators, Celery. So if these two like aren't playing Chen, then obviously there is this consensus that Chen at the moment is probably lower on the priority compared to some other position 5s.
It's just scaling as well,
enough.
right? You don't scale as much on Chen versus Enchantress, right? You're the best hero in the game, in my opinion, at 11 minutes, Chen, but get to 20 plus, then Enchantress really does overtake you in a big way.
Yeah, okay, and especially because it has felt like some of the games are still on the longer side. Obviously, previous game that we had is a little bit of an outlier. It does feel like that you need that little bit more of a scalability, especially with the amount of map that you've got to try and play around with these days. But I mean, I feel like over the next couple of months, considering that we have such big tournaments on the horizon, we probably will really be able to stamp out and figure out what the meta and what these heroes really sit with after a lot of these facets, right? Because areas there has been a lot of games being played throughout the qualifiers, but the average quality is probably a little bit less because you're not having like a lot of these big Chinese teams playing up against the big Western European teams or the Eastern European teams playing up against, or the North American teams and what have you. So we haven't really been able to get down to the nuts and bolts of what these facets and these heroes and how they really interact, right?
Yeah, and again, I know we have a lot of data from the qualifiers, but this patch was like a pretty much only heroes getting nerfed. And so I feel like we just need a couple of days to be able to actually see like how strong these heroes still are. Like maybe we're seeing priorities. We got the bands up, right? Tiny, the Witch Doctor, Templar Assassin, Weaver Brood. Like still these heroes are looking very strong, but it's other heroes are going to start to come to the front. So I feel like we have some data on recent qualifiers, but I don't know how much we can lean on that just because of the letter patch.
Seems like a little bit of focus being put onto Sayush as well, because F&G doesn't really play a ton of the Witch Doctor, but they're still obviously feeling, it's strong enough, we just want to get rid of it, we don't want to worry about it. Tiny and the Bat Rider, they are Sayush specialties, right? So you got to make sure that you're getting rid of those. I F&G, their thing is, look, he doesn't really play these heroes that have enough of an impact on the game as, okay, well, Squad X clearly feels like he can SF. I'm feeling like it's going to be a Phoenix coming out here. Phoenix is just so good these days, in my mind. Just that mischance on the Blinding Light, I think it's called. No, probably something else, but the mischance on every single one of his damage over time things, considering how much he's got, 5 different ways, basically, to make you miss a whole lot more. As if the hero needed anything else. It was already a top hero, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them go for something like that really early on in the draft.
Has Squad X been prioritizing the magic build or the physical build? Because I've seen some Shadowfin still go for either.
I mean, it really depends on the game, right? Does he need to be the one that carries the game? Does he have a good lane for it? Or does he need to, be that bit of burst control, I suppose? Because when you get the Ags, and I think it's the level 20 talent, the amount of fear that you get is actually insane.
It's a bit of an interesting pick, though, from OneWin. I mean, going for the Darkseer first, which we'll see. I mean, it definitely gives you the ability to be able to counter the Darkseer. I think one of the issues with this hero is the lane. You can either have a pretty decent lane or just a really crap lane, and you're going to have multiple ways to address it. You're already looking at like some supports to be able to purge off the Iron Shell, purge off the Surge as well in particular. So we'll see if they're going to be considered. You also want some carries that don't give you like a really strong illusion to work with. Your agi heroes, unfortunately Shadowfiend is one of them, but again, if he goes down the magic route, then maybe it's not going to be as much of a factor. But they obviously feel like this Darkseer hero is pretty goddamn good if they're going to first pick it.
And I'm a little surprised that VP hasn't gotten rid of the Marcy, right? That is the combination that we were saying that OneWin are probably going to go to, just because it's a really strong lane, gives you reposition just to put them back inside of the Iron Shell radius, and there we go. I mean,
He's too good.
It's a best of one. May as well go with what's been working for you so far, right? I like the CK ban that VP did, though, just because you're not picking a CK into a Darkseer because you're potentially making another CK illusion when you get normal punched or when you get Wall of Replicate. So it just amplifies its strong impact against you. And I wonder if, like you were saying, Ares, if he goes the Magic Shadow Fiend build, do you now go position 1 like a Gyrocopter or an Ursa, which you're really not that worried about getting illusioned, because they're not actually going to be doing that much right-click damage on their own without their ability, whether it be Overpower or Flak Cannon.
Can you dispel Sidekick? I know they kind of changed it, but I haven't seen much Marcy. So can you dispel this ability now or no?
Oh, good question. I mean, I saw a support
like
Marcy
an
go to
aura buff,
Bodyguard,
isn't it,
which you choose
Something.
either Sidekick or Bodyguard. So no, it can't be dispelled, and Bodyguard is more of the one that you bake on a carry Marcy, and Sidekick's more of the one on support Marcy.
Okay. Because I was going to say, I mean, you probably doubled down on maybe going for some Dispel versus the Darkseer in the Marcy. We will get the Techies, though. Of course, this is Eastern Europe, so it doesn't matter if Techies isn't being picked anywhere else. I mean, it's a pretty decent as
it's
a
still
support.
good.
I mean, I don't... Yeah. So... I would say it gives you the laning strength as well, the ability to be. I'm gonna do this. Techies does a lot. The Techies, I feel like you're happy with it. Just you're able to shove out waves, a lot of magic damage as well. A stun, you would like a hero to be able to go in first before you. But I really want to see deal with the Darkseer and do it kind of early because they first picked it, and you have a really strong side lane. So I really want to see Virtus.pro try and address it early and not leave it too late in the draft.
So what are you thinking? Like an Enchantress that's just able to, get up in the face of these 2 melee heroes, dispel off the Ion Shell. Troll's a pretty strong laner, although pretty decent target for the wall if you let the illusion last for long enough. With the Techies, you do have the Aghanim Shard, right, for the reactive taser, which has a dispel component to it as well. So that's nice, going up against a Marcy, right? Whoever this support Marcy, I'm still assuming it's a support. It could be a core, we never know. Whoever they jump onto, just give them the reactive taser, and then Marcy's support, if it is, probably not going to have a BKB, so the ultimate is potentially ruined.
Yeah, I feel like the Whirling Axes is very frustrating. Cho's probably one of the better laning carries too, and again, this is the thing about the Darkseer. I feel like you can have some laning stage weaknesses, like every odd level when you get more points in the Iron Shell is kind of when you get a bit of a spike, but... We got Invoker for 1 win. I don't know. This hero, games I've seen, look kind of crap. I want the hero to work. I love watching the hero. I think this hero is so entertaining to watch, and all the games I've been seeing has been cost Wex, and I really thought Exalt was something we were going to see just because you want more damage to get value out of your innate ability with being able to get experience from denies. We're still not getting that, so... I'm really excited to see what the Invoker is able to do, because again, recently the games I've been watching, he has not been performing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he's got some decent ways to be able to set up for Sunstrikes, right? But like you said, probably going Quaswex, and I think Chira Jr. plays it in that same sort of way. So maybe they felt like they needed a little bit more just teamfight lockdown, right? Let the Darkseer go to work, let the Marcy even to some extent go to work. We still don't know if this is a Marcy 1, right? With this Clockwork being picked, I really like it because you've got options now. If you wanted Munkushi to go a Wind Ranger, for example, you could, and just run the Clockwork as a 5 and the Marcy as a 4. Or you can run the Clockwork as a 4 and the Marcy as a 1, and then you leave your hero for Respect for the last of the entire draft. So I think either way could really work.
Sure. Okay. Well,
it's a decent
pretty goddamn good Enigma game. Yeah. Wow. So what if
I mean, you're only worried about Hook, right?
Yeah, but, and also
what if they just gyro,
the big thing
though?
Is you have to ban it, no? And isn't I feel like yeah, I mean you're banning carries that play into it. So gyro potentially. I mean, Alchemist has always been a good one, but I don't know how that matchup actually is versus the Troll. If it can be a little bit frustrating.
I mean, it again. What I like about drafting, the flex potential, it could be an Enigma 5. It's not really something that FNG has been playing a lot lately, but he can do it. And, you can, force them to be a little bit more awkward. Again, with these lanes, you're probably going to be laning into 2 melee heroes. So even an Enigma 5 feels pretty good, just constantly harassing with the Malefice, the Demonic Conversion, feels pretty good. I like that they didn't nerf Clockwork too much. It's just, I love supports that have that high skill ceiling, and I feel like Clockwork is one of them. He's the metal spirit now, you know? Like, you have to play a little mini game where you're dodging the cogs constantly in lane, otherwise you're just going to have no mana to do anything.
Yeah, well, they're buffing his shield facet. Basically doing like the Faceless Void treatment. They're like, we've got this really bad facet we want people to use, so we're just going to buff it until it's absolutely insane, and then people are going to be like, why is this so broken?
TI is going to roll around grand finals.
Sort of...
Yeah. It's going to happen, you watch.
Time Zone and Clockwork hooking teammates purely just for the HP. I'm telling you guys, I have a mate who specifically plays Void Pos 4. This is before the buff, before it got buffed 3 times in a row, and he said it was broken. That was before it didn't work on BKBs, I think it was. And he was trying to tell me it was good, and I told him it sucked. And now it's been buffed 3 times, and it's going to get buffed like 2 more times before TI. And I'm calling it now. There will be a Pos 4 player that will play Faceless Void at TI.
We've seen Zhao Nuel back when he was playing on Fnatic play Pos 5 Faceless Void, and he made it work, right?
Yeah. Pos 5 Troll?
So, also, yes. I mean, this Troll potentially... It is potentially their answer, right, to the Ion Shell, to the Surge. If he goes into, like, either Maelstrom or Battle Fury Aghanims, you're going to have that dispel both offensive and defensive. So, you know, a way to be able to get rid of Urn and Cold Snap on yourself, and a way to get rid of Surge and Ion Shell. It feels not too bad to me, to be honest.
Did you guys see that that Reddit thread of the Troll Warlord build? Where he went Ags, Eternal Shroud, and Dagon, and it was against like a pretty similar draft to what we're seeing from One Win. And I saw that, and that's as soon as I saw the Troll being picked, I was like, they saw the Reddit thread. Virtus.pro. They're fine connoisseurs.
They know.
I saw the one that was like, maybe they're going to Huskar, because Huskar cannot get mana burnt by Clockwork. Saw a Reddit thread on that one as well.
Yes. This is
but then you just get OD'd, and then you've got a Huskar and a Troll Warlord into an OD, and you're like, well, game's over.
What do they go? Not a lot of reserve time. They're going to Bruise. So what? It will be ending getting played 5. So probably a little bit extra team fight here for Virtus.pro. And looking for the carry now last as well. So again, you're not playing no Gyro, no Alchemist, which is kind of interesting that they banned these heroes considering they really protect the Enigma, but maybe also feel like it helps the Brewmaster this game as well.
I'm still looking at the Marcy if she can be won, because you've got to crush that Brewmaster in lane, and I feel like Marcy is a very active position 1 that could potentially do that. So if you've got a hero for FNG like, honestly, even the CM, like it's not FNG, never mind, it's Respect, but still, CM works. You just make sure you crush it in the lane.
Okay. Do you feel like they start to run into some issues a little bit later on if they have a Pos 1 Marcy, though?
No, I think Marcy scales reasonably well. It's just about, do they have anything to blow up this Troll Warlord is the thing as well. Sven, I get my wish. Let's go. All right, I want to see if he goes God, what's it even called? The Wrath of God facet.
That's what it is he did. I'm very intrigued to see on how this hero, if it's buffed or not, a lot or not, because Fear was saying that this is a forbidden hero, and he was really, really not a fan of the Sven. He said this is a hero is kind of unpickable, but you have it's a classic Sven Darkseer, and that's some combos that we can potentially see. And again, like Daniel was saying, it was pretty big buffs to the Wrath of the God facet. So very intrigued to see on how it's going to fare if he has a bunch of extra damage.
What's Fear ever done? Right. Honestly, like, it's very irrelevant.
What would that guy know about Sven, right? Like, what would Fear know about Sven? That's wild that he would throw out something so outlandish like that. But how are you feeling about these drafts, boys? Dog, before we jump into this second series here, how are you feeling about the drafts?
I mean, I predicted One Win, as did everyone, but I kind of like Virtus.pro's draft a little bit more. I'm probably going to lean a bit more towards them, to be honest.
What about you, Aries? You agreeing?
Yeah. I don't know. Just Invoker has been some recency bias. This hero has not looked very good in the games that I have been covering. So people have been trying to pick Invoker to deal with the Shadow Fiend with the mana burn in the lane. Let's see if it's going to be frustrating for him or not. But yeah, I do like VP's draft slightly. But there's wombo combo potential for one win, and they've had some recent success so far in the qualifier. So we'll see what they can do.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing that's like kind of leaning me like 55-45. Like, still towards Virtus.pro. I feel like they've definitely got a lot of heroes that they can really do quite a lot of work with. They've got a lot of team fight. They've got all that have you. But there is that wombo combo potential for one win. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not my analysts are going to be correct once again here on the desk, or whether or not we're going to have a 15-minute stomp one way or another. We're going to jump back in with our casters, Harry Freak, as well as Bowie.
Thank you, panel. And Bowie, how do you feel about these two drafts? The panel there kind of torn, not really sure where to go. I myself am still in the one win corner.
I mean, I think one win should be the better team, but I really like the VP draft. Just looking at the lanes, I think Shadow Fiend absolutely stomps Invoker. Then you have a Troll into this Darkseer Clock. I feel like Troll is one of the better heroes against Darkseer in the lane, right? You can always slow down the creeps. It's just hard to commit onto Troll. So VP, I think if they have good lanes, that's how I see them taking this game. My biggest worry is Noticed. This is kind of a tough laning stage for him, I think. And also a game, right? You're playing into Sven. But one win, going for a pretty early move here.
Yeah, they want to get the advantage here, and Antares is going to be the one getting caught inside of the expanded armature, and that's going to be a lot of problems for him. Sweden Strong, he gets the final hit as they are trying to poke a little bit on one win, and actually everybody got caught in the Cinder Brew. I even forgot the name of the spell because it's been rolled the barrel every time, but not this time around. He went for a different facet. Either way, though, we got the first blood, Bowie. But, my concern with Virtus.pro is where is their tempo? Where is their playmaking potential? How do you make a move with this team? Whereas on the other side, I see a Clockwork, I see a Marcy, and then I see this SF as like, okay, we are going to kill you 10 times, 20 times. That doesn't matter. We're just going to kill you over and over again around this mid lane.
Yeah, I think it all goes back to how good of a laning stage one win's gonna have, right? Because Darkseer is all about levels. You don't really need items, but you need to be like level 6, level 7, so you can enable everyone else to go for moves. And same for the supports. This is a game where Wisdom Runes can make a big difference, right? If somehow VP can snatch one, deny one with an Eidolon or something like that, that's when the one win train can be slowed down. And I think this really plays into the favor of VP. Because as you said, this Troll, even if he goes for a, let's say faster type build, which is usually Maelstrom into something, it's gonna take a while. Same for Shadow Fiend, same for Brew. Like, even the supports, Techies has a little bit of setup, but that's about it.
Usually we see teams deal with this by having a really strong laning phase, and I think that's Virtus.pro's advantage in this game, right? Their lanes are going to be crushing it. Even the Sven went for the God's Strength facet, so his right-click damage in lane is going to be really bad. SF, as we see, is winning versus the Invoker. The Troll, obviously, this is a hero that wins like 95% of his lanes, maybe even more. So I'm a big fan of what's happening for Virtus.pro right now, and I think it's a necessity for them to really survive the early mid game.
I'm surprised that they ended up with this Clockwork in the bottom side. Never mind here, as FNG is actually taking some damage.
Yeah, but Sweden's strong as well on the top lane. Kiritich, he got so many fervor stacks off, and now Cloud is gonna try to fight him. As you mentioned, there was a fight on the bottom lane as well, but in the end, there was only one casualty, and that is the one that drew the first blood, Sweden strong himself.
Yeah, the Enigma being collapsed upon. The thing I'm talking about is that, usually Clock is pretty bad against Enigma because the Eidolon soak a lot of battery assault damage. So I was expecting them to play the Marcy in the bottom side. Obviously Marcy has some synergy with Darkseer because you can close the gap and use the Iron Shell. But, overall, I think this laning stage, I don't think it's that much better to have the Marcy top, and at the same time, I feel like this Sven's lane is gonna feel a bit weaker because of respect there.
The The lane is not going well for the Sven. In general, though, Virtus.pro are crushing their lanes. I mean, when we look at it, all their cores are doing well. Kiritich is kind of low. Do you think is... Can he get close to the creeps? Probably not until his salve is delivered, which is pretty much right now.
Yeah, should be fine right there. Darkseer is getting decent CS. The Invoker is getting trashed as well. So definitely a bit of a problematic start here for OneWin, and that's, you know, kind of what I was talking about. If it continues this way and the supports die a couple more times, don't get the levels, you know, buying 3 or 4 minutes for the VP draft could totally change how this game is going to play out in the mid game. You know, you get the early Radiance, you get... We're not sure exactly what Squadix is going for. I think this is more of a right-click Shadowfiend game than a Magic Shadowfiend game, but very curious to see how he's going to try and itemize.
Cloud is in a lot of trouble. We already saw once the Fervor Sacks coming into play. That's a really good vacuum, and level 2 shells. Swid is strong, will get him down. Kiritich is low as well, and maybe at the start this troll was crushing the lane, but now it's going pretty bad for him, and a lot of the creeps he's gonna lose there as well, because they're just gonna dive him.
Yeah, good, really good tree line though, because he's gonna be safe. They already used Surge, and he gets experience for all of that. And he's pretty low with the glyph here.
Yeah, no rebound at the moment, so the Marcy won't be pursuing. Had it in 3 seconds. If they had it a little bit earlier, that would have been a problem for Kiritich, but with Dantares coming back, it's gonna be fine as well. He came back maybe for just a little while. No man on Cloud. I think that's why you don't want to go forward.
All right. Very action-packed start here. I know the troll is being pressured, but you know his CS is still pretty good. His experience, he didn't really get zoned out or anything, so it's still pretty decent start for him. This Darkseer though, that is one very important aspect of the OneWin draft. Like regardless of what type of build he's gonna go for, if it's gonna be Aura or like Initiation, just enabling the Sven with Surge makes such a big difference in the fights. And not even counting the Marcy, I feel like both supports and this Clockwork actually allow this Sven to be better. You know, the panel was talking about Sven being kind of a prohibited hero. Yeah, he looked a bit bad, but now with the buffs and having this whole draft being built around it, I feel like it could allow Monkushi to have a pretty good game.
Respect trying to go for FNG. Actually maxed out Battery Assault. I guess with the nerf to the cogs, people are going to be circling back to this more, of course, this time around. Respect is just going to get taken out. He did kill the Eidolons, but at the cost of his own life. Definitely not worth it.
Yeah, you know, that's why I'm like, even when you get that second point, you just don't really do that well against Enigma. They have pretty good magic resistance on the babies.
Did you see the purge on the Surge? That is a big deal, and it just gets taken out. That is so unfortunate.
Yeah, it happens with the best of us. He even tried to give some move speed there with the rebound, but not enough.
So wait, the reactive taser needs to end for you to get the purge off. I'm very surprised that the Darkseer got outplayed like that, or outplayed himself.
Yeah, I mean, that lasts for 6 seconds though, so maybe he thought he was going to outrun that. You know, Surge is 3 seconds. It is definitely weird. As we see a rotation here, Respect trying to get that Wisdom Rune here from FNG. This could be big. Can he get the right cogs placing here? There we go.
Beautiful. And it was just in time. So they get both of the Wisdom Runes. You said it's going to probably make a difference, and this is a huge deal. Again, he's going to pay with his life, so that juicy experience will go a little bit back towards Virtus.pro. But still, it is a big steal as well, because supporters of Virtus.pro, they are experience hungry.
Oh, they really are. Just getting hookshot as well as Unleash in those early fights makes such a big difference. Like Marcy just... It's almost like the hero gets a full new item by learning the OT. In fact, you're a junior here going for Antares.
This is not gonna be the... It's gonna be a very easy kill. He actually doesn't have the blast off to get to the low ground, no being only level 3. So it gets taken out. This is the downside of getting the reactive taser early on, right? Sure, you did get a kill on the Darkseer once or twice. Definitely threatened him a bit more than the Darkseer would want, but in the end, when you don't have a blast off, your ability to escape is pretty much non-existent on the hero.
It's pretty weird, right? Because you get the Blast Off Facet, but you're level 3 and you don't have it. I know it's like, it's normal to go for this skill build, but it just looks weird to have the Facet and no Blast Off.
I guess. What's the other facet on the techies?
He has 3 facets. He has the attack range thing, like you get attack speed with attack range, I think. Is that how it works? And then there's the other one that you get. You use your items from your backpack, like you use neutrals in your backpack or something like that.
Ah, okay. Okay, cool. That's actually pretty cool. Either way, though, the gold lead is 1k at the moment. We are gonna be seeing a dive on the troll. He does have a battle trance, enough mana to use it now, not any longer. So this is a problem for Kiritis. Windstrong might actually decide to go forward once again. Tornado only gonna be connecting down to the techies in the back. Notice dodges his DMP with the split, so they lose respect. Force out the split. Don't get much for it, but in the end, not too bad for either side.
This is a game where I think this Invoker has a good incentive to maybe get the 5th or 6th point of Quas, because when you get to that level, you actually prevent Brewmaster from splitting through the duration. And he was like maybe half a second there of proccing the EMP, and then Brew wouldn't actually have mana. Like, the mana drain on 1-win is low-key super good this game, because both Brew and Tro have terrible mana pools. Well, FNG is gonna die here on the bottom side, but just to finish the point, they have terrible mana pools. So if you get a good claw kick, if you get a good EMP in the early fights, you pretty much like deny the OTs, the important OTs, from being cast from those heroes.
Yeah, pretty huge. And also this tower dropping is huge as well for 1-win. They really utilized that big rotation that Virtus.pro made towards the top lane, and now they open up a tower. Usually the Brewmaster doesn't allow his tower to drop that fast. Is this gold lead in the early laning stage enough to kind of slow down the amount of force that 1-win want to exert now in the mid game?
I mean, I think it's definitely okay. I don't think VP is in a terrible spot. The problem, though, is that I think 1-win will play even more active now, because Clockwork is literally a couple of creeps away from level 6. Marcy already has, mid lane. That's going to be a dead Antares with the Unleash I was talking about. And the supports on VP just cannot really do anything about it right now. No level 6, no Black Hole, and even if he has Black Hole, such a hard game to utilize that spell, right? It's just a lot of cancel.
As a support Enigma, you're probably never gonna have a BKB or very, very late. And just a long-range Tornado or a Cold Snap are gonna make sure that your ulti doesn't do anything. And they're always going to be ready. So the mid lane tower falls as well. Attempted deny. Not successful.
Exactly. Tro, he is going for the Battlefield. I'm surprised. I thought that, you know, especially because you're against a Sven, all of that armor, he was gonna go for the Gleipnir build we're seeing a lot of Tros try to pick up. But he
dispel the armor with the Brewmaster, right?
True. Yeah. Now, even an argument for Ags eventually on the Tro to dispel Iron Shell Surge.
I mean, he's gonna get it, I think, like, 3rd item, maybe. I would assume BKB and then Ags. Maybe you get an Yasha somewhere in between, but I expect an Ags relatively early for the Troll.
Yeah, I've seen games where, you know, when the Troll is actually doing really well, he gets 2nd item Ags. This game, though, I think he's under a lot of pressure. I don't think he can get away with 2nd item Ags, probably BKB.
We'll see what he decides to do. Invoker going for a Spirit Vessel, and the smoke from 1-win. Picking up the Invoker as well. They have the hookshot to the first usage. How good is it actually going to be? Looking towards the top lane. They have no vision of the Troll currently, and very good positioning for Virtus.pro to dodge this. Yeah, this poor guy.
Really hard.
They really hate him.
Yeah, you know, this Techies hero, I am honestly kind of torn on it. Like, I want the hero to be good, but and the hero does provide a lot in the mid game, right, with just preventing smokes and the mines and everything. But the hero feels so weak in lane right now, and I guess like when you have a Troll Techies and you still kind of lose the lane, it just goes to show that the hero maybe isn't in the best spot as they will jump respect.
A nice block of the hook shot. He cannot get away. He was trying to find an angle to go towards his teammate, and then they just encircled him and made sure that doesn't happen. But still, not the biggest of kills. One thing that I do like for Virtus.pro in this game is that they kept their SF alive. Really, every rotation towards the mid lane, even some deep wards, didn't take away his life. And you had a lot of potential to do it. Tornado into Cogs, Tornado into Rebound, and he's just dead in the mid lane. And OneWin not using that potential, I think it's gonna come to bite them later on.
Yeah, I'm surprised that despite the fact they stole the Wisdom Rune, like the levels on the supports didn't come like super fast, right? I think the clock got level 6 minute 10:50 or something, and sometimes those Wisdom Rune steals means you get level 6 minute 8 or 9. So definitely, I guess, nicely done by VP. They're gonna lose their last tier 1 tower, but you know, net worth wise, things are fine. Timing wise, Notice is actually pretty close to his Sacred Relic. Distro has Battle Fury. I think OneWin applied a decent amount of pressure, but a little bit less than I expected considering how well good of a lane stage they had.
The thing now is how well are they going to utilize that they've brought down 3 tier 1s of their enemies and they haven't lost a single of their own. So that gives you a fair advantage when it comes to map control. How do you play this? How do you approach it? How do you close out the map so that you punish this for OneWin?
I mean, you hunt people down, right? At the end of the day, you have 3 cores that are just farming. You have the SF farming triangle, the Troll farming the top area, and Brewmaster just getting the crumbs whenever he can. Technically, they have the draft for it, but they were not able to get some good wards. When they smoked top, they didn't place a ward in the top side. They kind of came back and found the techies, but like I don't think that techies is worth more than just getting a ward and finding the Troll afterwards. Well, they will find FNG at least.
No, level 8, you know, he is actually the highest level support, so that's a solid pickup. But I think you need
like
so
look at the deaths here.
If you're
Every
OneWin.
death is a support on VP. They literally didn't die with any cores this game. I think OneWin they're getting things, but VP like they're just giving the worst trades for OneWin every single time, and if they can keep these up, I'm kind of starting to get a little bit scared for OneWin. There's definitely a timing where VP is going to hit hard, and it's not that far away. We're like 600 gold away from Radiance right now.
Chira Jr. is 0-0-5. Do you think he's going to be like Junior? Chira Jr.?
That's the best you have right now?
That's awesome, dude. Like I was trying to come up with the joke for a very long time, and I made you laugh.
I feel like you forced that one.
You
I
can
feel
now
like
pretend. You can pretend like it wasn't super fun, but it was the most fun joke you've heard throughout this tournament. As there's still applying pressure from Win. Yeah, for sure.
Best joke of our cast.
Maybe even the only one.
The panel definitely funnier than you, but you know they're Australians. I think it's just. They're just funnier than Europeans in general.
Really? Is that how it goes?
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty fun, right? They love barbecues and just beaches. I think they're less uptight. Oh,
Onyx is in trouble.
Is gonna be tightly packed here in between the OneWin heroes.
Yep. 0-6, dude. My joke is getting better by the minute, but 2k gold lead. That's huge for OneWin. And Munkushi, of course, the fastest farmer on the map. They found FNG as well, but he's gonna need some time for his teammates to come over. Chira is gonna be coming in and securing the kill for himself.
All right. Radiance done for the Brew. BKB is 2/3 of the way done for the Troll. I think we are definitely and also the Shadow Fiend kind of close to it. The OneWin definitely upping the pressure right now, but I don't think we are at a stage where you're super preoccupied if you're VP. Like, look where Antares is. He's just like in the bottom side. He's been farming that jungle for the last 2-3 minutes.
Noticed. Please be careful. Okay, he's fine.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine. Finish his Radiance. Yeah, the thing is that the fights are still gonna be reliant on whether the Sven can lock on the Brew. Like, at this stage, the Sven can probably like 3 or 4 shot the Brewlings, even though the Brewmaster is level 12. If they can somehow make sure that Sven gets Black Hold, or if they can just zone the Sven away from the Brew, to me, that's how the fights, these BKB fights are gonna be nice for Virtus.pro. It's all about not allowing this brew to like die 3 seconds, because you know, that does sometimes happen.
I still don't know how Virtus.pro started the fight though. I'm having a hard time seeing how this lineup is supposed to work. I understand that they're super strong. They have their timings. It's going to be double BKB. You're going to have the split with the Radiance. All of that is okay. But who the hell is going to be able to create the chaos so that one win actually responds rather than we go with 5 of our heroes and then we find the lone Clockwork, if that.
I think you'll probably have to force an objective, whether that's a tower or a Roshan. Remains to be seen here. And obviously forcing Roshan against the Clockwork and Darkseer is very hard. Which is, you know, why I don't think VP is necessarily going to literally smoke after the BKBs are done. Because you are right in the sense that their initiation is pretty garbaggio. Like, it's techies. Like, your initiation is literally blast off. But as I say that, they're actually going to smoke with BKB not ready for Splatix. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, they're trying to catch their enemies by surprise, and they have vision. That is the only ward that they've had on the map for a very long period of time. Of course, they did play something else, but this is dangerous for one win.
I mean, yeah, they're baiting this throw. He just finished BKB. If they can somehow tank through the throw and VP finds the backlines, that is a really good way to take this engagement.
There are some mines. Chira doesn't want to be going high ground. They're aware he's in the vicinity. The Ghost Walk slowing them down. Yep. He's invincible as well. Smoke action from one win. BKB on the Sven as well. 2 BKBs on Virtus.pro. Both of the teams looking for a fight, and both of the teams will, for now, decide not to have one.
Okay, they're going to the Radiant side. I guess this... Are they going to try and get Roshan on the Radiant side? Oh no, they want to steal the Tormentor. They ping it out.
Is it Wisdom Rune time? And Tormentor time, I guess?
Yeah. Oh, they are not necessarily doing anything. I wonder here if VP forces the tier 1 with Kirtage, if one will try and defend. Okay, no, they're gonna rush. Alright, just straight up rush here for one.
So the question is, do you want to defend this if you're Virtus.pro? Currently, with their positioning, they also scanned them, so they should know that this is happening. But nobody's coming. Nobody even cares. Velprosh, and well, you talked about Virtus.pro needing to force out fights around objectives, but Roche fight, as you mentioned, is maybe a little bit too hard for them at the moment.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Roshan is just the hardest place for VP to fight. I think if it was a different draft, you could have maybe do it. Just Darkseer is just a death sentence.
So they are TPing to the bottom lane to get the Wisdom Rune, to get the Tormentor. From what it seems, Troll is usually good at getting it. You get super low, pop your ulti, make sure that the Tormentor dies. One of your supports will thank you for it. A pretty equal game. And if you look at it, Bowie, going into the later portions of it, the ultis from Virtus.pro are definitely big teamfight ultis, but I just don't see the synergy of their lineup. Who's gonna bait so that there's a big black hole? How do you do it?
I think it has to be the Troll, right? It just has to be the Troll. You go in, he BKBs, OTs, maybe you get a Blink Black Hole, Brew ults from the sidelines. SF can get a counter initiation as well. Presentaris will be okay. That was kind of close. And the thing is, one win, they are very reliant on the God Strength cooldown, right? Like, if they end up using God Strength to take a tower, to force high ground, that's when VP could utilize that. And I think that's why they've been so patient, too. Like, they're maybe waiting for one win to make a mistake or force something that's valuable enough for VP to try and defend. And tier 2 right now just doesn't really cut it. And there we go. Mungushi did use God Strength. I would love to see a smoke. Even though there's Aegis, like, it literally means nothing if this Sven doesn't have God Strength.
Yeah, pretty much. His damage is just not going to be high enough to do enough damage. But, you know, I like one win's kiting potential. Tornado, Vacuum, Cogs, maybe even leaving one guy behind. You have the Warcry for the extra movement speed as well. All of that adds up and if you want to disengage.
Oh, they're gonna smoke. I love this. They have Blink Dagger on Enigma. This is a new one, not revealed just yet. And level 15 on Brew. This is a huge timing. If they find the Darkseer on the left side,
That's a good target to start the fight on. He's gonna try to get away. It's the black hole, and it's time to let him go. I think there's not much that you can do about this one. You lost your darks here. Time to cut your losses.
Did you see what Kiritich did? Instead of hitting from the normal angle, he blocked the hookshot angle as well from where the clockwork was. That was really nice from him. Great teamwork, and now they get a tower, even though Aegis is on the side of one win. That one God Strength usage being heavily punished here by VP. Love how they're playing.
They want Mukushi. He's gonna have God Strength in 10 seconds, so even if he dies, it's not gonna be that big of a problem. Squad X TPs into the tree line. Not ideal. FNG's Blink also gonna be in a really bad spot. Gets absolutely demolished by Sweden Strong, who's on a mega kill streak. Position 4s today. Looking awesome. Looking towards Notice. He's lost a lot of mana. He doesn't have enough for the split with the stun coming through. He's gonna allow himself to get caught in the tornado so he doesn't die throughout that stun, but they have more where that came from and will finally die to the deafening blast.
Okay. Well, that's a bit unfortunate. VP just biting more than they can chew there. Good position from Mukushi. And yeah, if you just lose the Enigma, you're 100% fine. He doesn't have Black Hole, but losing the Brew does leave a sour taste in your mouth for sure.
Them forcing things out is a problem, but I don't see no other way. If you allow your tier 2s to fall with the lineup this much oriented around the team fight, you're not going to be able to win the game. You're not going to be able to get a fight that you want. Sure, Troll is super strong. Sure, late game Black Hole is solid as well, but there are ways to cancel it in this game with the hookshot in general. So I'm scared for Virtus.pro. I really like how one win are outmaneuvering them, even though the gold is still non-existent. The game is even.
I mean, I don't think VP could be doing much more than they can, like, just because of the nature of their draft. Like, they have to be patient. They have to wait for one win to make mistakes. And this doesn't play against what they have, because I do believe they have the better scaling. It's just a weird position to be, because their draft is, at the end of the day, a bit weird, as we kind of established already. So you just kind of have to play with what you have. And I'm honestly, if you have this type of draft, the fact that it's even already means a lot. I feel like it probably means VP is playing better, because one win, as you said, like, they're making the moves they have to do, and despite all of that, it's not like they're really putting VP under that much pressure. Yes, you're losing your tier 2s, but going high ground with a Sven draft is always awful.
Antares will be the one breaking the smoke, not even him. Of course, you don't want to techies. It's not your ideal grab. Sure, he has highest net worth out of all the supports, but this is a much better one. If Squad X can die, that's going to be his BKB usage as well. Cogs keeping him at bay. Requiem just to make sure that the enemies do not pursue any longer. And with the blink away, he's going to be fine. Tornado might clip him there in his base, but in the end, that's still going to be okay for him with respect. Running forward, taking a lot of damage. Nice rebound, not enough to get the stun. They do have to dispose onto Antares, who will finally die. That's the BKB popped by Marcy, but the Troll doesn't care. Still gonna catch her in the net. There is a Black Hole that's gonna be ready. Black Hole! But the vacuum! He didn't get the guy that's gonna stop it. Now they force the SF into a fight as well. Troll has his ulti, no problem. We're gonna absolutely demolish your face, and then, only then, will you die. One win, get a huge team fight victory, even with a 4-man Black Hole being used.
Man, that was... Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate from the Troll. He didn't ult BKB OT instantly. You know, he was a bit greedy. He's like, yeah, of course I can kill this Marcy. But Marcy had a BKB level 14 with a Vambrace. She was hitting like a truck. She tanked through so much of the Troll damage. And eventually, after the BKB wears off, he just doesn't have damage. Like, Marcy survived through all of that, but sure, at the end of the day, it was all about the vacuum. You know, 4 tips onto Cloud. Very patient with his spell casting there, and we can see some of the flaws here on the support Enigma. We just need that BKB, and maybe they're not gonna get enough time to finish it off.
We talked about the game being dead even for like 25, 26 minutes, and then just one fight is all it takes, really. Your BKB charges get used on the side of Virtus.pro, you lose a huge fight, you lose all of your outer towers, your tier 3 takes a lot of damage as well. It's pretty much the worst case scenario.
For sure, for sure. It is a much better position for one win now. They control the entire map. It does feel like Roshan is going to be theirs. Right now, I think VP, you know, the plan is still the same. Keep on farming. Hope you can finish this BKB before the high ground siege. Just make sure you split lanes and whoever gets caught, probably don't try and help your ally as Heritage.
Help him. He does have an Aghanim Scepter, so we'll be able to purge off the Spirit Vessel, but still gets clipped by the EMP. It's so annoying as a troll. And this hero would love to be smarter, but Ice Frog decided he's gonna be one of the dumb ones.
Have you seen his items right now? What he has queued up on the troll? Rapier Shard.
Okay, so just wants to do a lot of damage. For people that don't know, when you have the shard and you're attacking in melee form, you're letting out range attacks around you. So you basically become an even more AoE damage dealer than with the Battle Fury itself. That's actually pretty cool. Do you think he goes through with it?
The Rapier?
Yep.
Oh, wait a second here. Noticed.
He used to be there.
Oh, they might go high ground here without Aegis.
I mean, why not? Who's gonna stop you? There's no
black
glyph,
hole?
and you have the God Strength. Look at the damage of the Sven. 754 damage. There used to be a melee Rax there. Not any longer. Already a full lane for one win. You do have the refresh, but you do not have a buyback on your, I'd say, main team fight hero.
Yeah, I mean, VP, they have to punish this. They really... As soon as this God Strength is over, you need to do something about it. But do you even glyph this barracks? Looks like they will not.
You can't. You glyphed it. You don't have the glyph any longer.
Oh, they used a second one already. God damn. Yeah,
Yep.
that's...
I mean, they only had the
that's
one.
as clean of a barracks taking you get.
Earlier, when the fight was won, they used the glyph, and then now it doesn't refresh when you take down the tier 3. So they only had the one when the melee Rax died. That's 2 lanes of Rax. This is a pretty grim position from VP, and I have to say, one win, they played a pretty calm game.
Yeah, they did. You know, it definitely felt like VP was going to be able to hang around, but yeah, just a couple mistakes. You know, being picked off there on the Brewmaster. At the end of the day, like, VP's draft is much harder to execute, and your cores cannot force fights, so you're just kind of relying on split pushing without being caught, and eventually, like, they have so much catch, so much vision heroes on one win. Speaking of vision heroes, Kira Jr., the moving ward, finds Kirtish. The TP gets cancelled.
Oh boy, he has a BKB, but he's most definitely dead. He does have a buyback. Of course, you don't want to use it. He's probably going to go with his ulti and do absolutely nothing. So much armor on these heroes, keeping it in place. The Marcy has the Basher, so she would maybe even win in a 1 versus 1 in that fight. As SF gets the ulti off, is just being bounced around in the cogs, uses the Ogre Seal Totem to try and escape. Didn't want a BKB TP out. He just accepts his death. That's 70 seconds on the sidelines, which is definitely going to allow one win to either take Roche or the 3rd lane of Rax. Either way, that's a game-winning move.
Yeah, no buyback on the SF, no OT either. Just a pretty bad position overall. The Enigma is using that time to farm the BKB. This is not that far. Maybe you sell your Arcane Boots or something to make sure you have it for the high ground defense, but that's it. Like, they are literally relying on Black Hole, and one win, they're gonna be prepared. Like, this Clockwork, he will not initiate with Hookshot, I think. He's like, alright, just find the Enigma, hookshot him, cancel BKB Black Hole. That's how, like, that's the only way this game is not over with either Aegis or the next high ground push.
Be honest, if I was Respect, I'd buy a Blink Dagger. Literally, I'd buy a Blink Dagger, because they can position themselves so that you cannot cancel it. Some people might not know.
Yeah.
Only the initial target that gets hit by the hookshot is the one that is a BKB piercing stun. The stuns around it are not BKB piercing. So if you have a Blink Dagger, it would be much easier for you to position yourself and make sure that it's the Enigma that's first on the impact.
Yeah, for sure. He does have the Vlad queued up, but maybe we're gonna see him change his mind as they're gonna get Aegis on Munkushi, Banner as well. They will have the BKB. FNG is literally like 100 gold away from it, so it's all about VP. Like, they need everyone in the base. Like, if someone gets picked off here, especially this Shadow Fiend, like, you rely so much on the souls being up for him to take a fight that I'm surprised he's still out of the base. But yeah, they're all gonna go back. Free Tormentor for one win.
Gonna be a pretty nice one. Let's see who gets it. It is gonna be Cloud, so good luck blinking through the through that pixie dust that's being left on the ground.
Darkseer goo.
Is that what it's called? Does it even have a name?
Yeah, I don't think it does have a name, but... Okay, so Tro actually buys a nullifier on top of his eggs. Very interesting. No.
Oh, he didn't assemble it, though.
What?
Not sure.
Okay.
Can nullifier always be disassembled?
I think he actually disassembled... Like, he just bought it, right? I think you can't, so... We'll see.
He thought that you could, maybe, and then he was like, I'm gonna disassemble it if I get a chance for it. He now assembled it so the nullifier doesn't do much, so and lifted up into the air, being annoyed, and those Brewlings, they're gonna die in a couple of hits. Black Hole onto the ground. That ground is so screwed, Bowie. It's gonna be a problem. Kiritich now getting jumped on. Here comes Swedish Strong. If he gets the bash, actually gets him to the high ground. Kiritich, they're just flopping him around like a pinball. Lifted up into the air. He can't do anything with his ulti. Actually, might try to kill Chira. Where's the vision? And GG was already called. You lost 3 of your heroes. The troll, there was no chance he was gonna survive that one, and the split was done. So really no chance in hell that Virtus.pro could have won that fight or this game for that matter.
Yeah. I gotta say, a lot of people, on Reddit, sometimes you see, just people talking about Dota, were complaining that the high ground problem was not really fixed with the patches. And I have to politely disagree, because, like, watching this game, watching the last game, we had very similar types of drafts, like one that wants to play tempo and end the game fast, one that just wants to delay forever. And it seems much harder to do that. Like, it was not even like one win had this huge lead from the get-go. Like, it was dead even until minute 20-something. And as soon as you get that one glyph usage, it just seems so much easier to win the game. I've seen lots of games where, like, a team gets the tier 3, goes tier 4s instantly and gets the Ancient. Like, it's been so long since I've seen that. And yeah, overall, one win. We were right. They're looking really sharp. I like their draft. I think they played like super well. Not a lot of mistakes, and also not impatient. They knew exactly when to go. They did what they had to do, and they took the W. I still feel like VP looked all right, but their draft was very hard to play.
Yeah, when you look at these heroes, who makes the play? And these 2 games being relatively quick, Bowie, is it draft's fault, or do you think there was just a clear discrepancy in skill between the teams playing?
I don't think it's a skill issue, to be honest. I feel like it's more of the drafts and how they want to play the game. I think we're still trying to figure out exactly what style works. But yeah, maybe the panel can help us work out exactly why the games ended up that way, right?
Panel, take it away.
Hello, boys. We will take it away after that one. Virtus.pro, unfortunately, weren't able to continue the stall and get towards a late game scenario where they could take down something as scary as this fan, but one win we were able to pull it out here. And Danog, it looked like for the majority of that game that it was relatively easy, even, not easy, pardon me, for both these 2 teams. And then it just got to kind of this tipping point, right, where it just got to the point where one win, they were able to just constantly run around the map. They got themselves an Aegis, and then the issues of VP's draft really started to rear their head, right? It was really hard for them to start fights and take down some of these big net worth cores that we had for one win.
Yeah, it was all well and good that you have, like, this Tricore, and I actually thought VP were doing a really good job at delaying the game out, right? Like, they just constantly were putting supports in the way to be able to cut smokes. I think the first 3 smokes that one win used didn't land onto anybody, which was really good positioning done there by Antares as well as FNG. So we had a look at a few of the highlights. Like, you couldn't have asked for too much of a better start, right? Getting an early kill into what's not an amazing lane for you either. But then, it just goes to show the strength of this. And they gave them to this. These were the first 2 picks of the entire draft. As soon as I see Darkseer, and I know I'm playing against a one win, I'm banning the Marcy, because it's what Sweden Strong, it's what he goes to every single time if you give him the possibility to. I think it was just a little bit too much for FNG to do on his own. He nearly hit a 5-man black hole. We'll eventually see it on the highlights at around that, 25 to 30-ish minute mark, but the Darkseer was like inches away from getting caught out, and I think this was actually underappreciated, the fact that they stole away this Wisdom Rune, which meant that you had even less playmaking potential as well for FNG. Let Clockwork get into that earlier hook shot, let Marcy get into the earlier unleash, and you just see the damage output that has the potential to come through once those two heroes have those abilities.
Yeah, Ares, it really did feel like that there was quite a lot of pressure that was put onto FNG, and maybe, a few pixels left or right, things could have looked a little bit different here for Virtus.pro. But, on the other side of things, it also seemed like One Win were pretty comfortable with the heroes that they got, and sometimes that's all it boils down to in a best of one, right? Just being a little bit more comfortable in what the enemy team is in a game like that.
Yeah, and I mean, this is something Daniel brought up very early on, and he said multiple times, like, you're going to give them, like, importantly, Sweet and Strong his best hero, and like Clouds look really good on the Darks here. And I know I had some question marks on like how the Sven hero is going to perform, but previously in the past, like when Mukushi was getting his come up on some of the Eastern European teams, this is definitely like one of his better heroes too. So this seems just like something's clicking for them. I really wish we had the opportunity to watch them at Fire. What was the event? What was the event where OG stood in for? The Birmingham one. I really wish we got to see them actually play there, just to be able to see them on the level where they're able to compete versus some and other international teams and on the main stage as well, because a lot of young players and making some incredible plays as well.
Yeah, and I think just being able to constantly now, it seems like, as you said, have kind of found their stride in the last couple of weeks is really, really important for those guys moving forward. Yes, they don't have Riyadh on the horizon, but, Danog, if they go into a tournament like this where, they get themselves out of groups quite comfortably, then they start making a little bit of a play in that playoff bracket. It's what Ares has touched on. We get to see these guys up against some of the bigger names in Dota and really get to test them. And then it's going to be kind of like a slingshot effect that we've seen throughout the infinite years of Dota, where some of these teams are on the come up. They start playing up against the best of the best. They learn really fast what their mistakes are, and then they become some of these really top tier teams.
You end up leveling up very quickly, I think is the term that a lot of people use. I mean, a lot of people during the scrims for TI qualifiers, they were praising Na'Vi Junior, for example, another really young Eastern European team that just so happened to have to play in the Western European region because Na'Vi big boys have already played in the Eastern European one. And they really proved a lot of people wrong in terms of their doubters. And now I'm looking out for, are they going to stick together? Are they going to, find their way onto a bunch of different rosters themselves? So I'm keen to see what One Win's able to do, because clearly they've got the talent, they've got the ability to make it work, and more importantly, Fear Darkness doesn't know Sven. So clearly Mukushi was able to make it work in a big way. I mean, it did seem good, right? I mean, you're going up against a Troll Warlord that not only has the Battle Fury, but Ags as well, just another way to really speed up his farm, and still the Sven just rocketed ahead of him in terms of net worth, and had a form of initiation as well that you were kind of lacking, even without the Blink Dagger. It was just so quick for him to be able to join these fights because you had the Darkseer to enable him. It just didn't feel like the VP draft meshed, even though, like, I thought the draft was good. I just thought that they missed a few of the opportunities to be able to make those plays.
And I guess that's the next question then on the other side of the coin, right, Ares, is what's kind of the tale now for Virtus.pro moving forward? It felt like they put a lot of emphasis on FNG to really try and make things work with this Enigma. Do we feel like this is just kind of like some best of one territory? They were trying some stuff out. They've got an extra life in this lower bracket if they want to try some things out. Like, are you super concerned when it comes to Virtus.pro for their lives today if this is how they keep playing?
Definitely a little concerned, because you probably were... Again, you didn't perform well at all in the TI qualifiers. You're probably coming to this next tournament, like maybe it took you a little bit of time to be able to shrug that defeat off, and then you come in and then you lose to One Win in the fashion you did. Like, yeah, it was a little bit closer, but still One Win took it in 33 minutes. So you really needed like a bounce back victory in game one in particular to be able to build that confidence back off of them. Because again, like Denog was saying to start, like VP and One Win are really, really young teams as well, and young players. But I think just for them, like, if the big issue is not having stuns and not having ways to start fights and playmaking heroes, like that is a relatively easy-ish thing to fix. Like just go into your upcoming draft with these heroes that can enable that, whether it be your position 4 or your 3 or whatever. Just have some heroes that, you know, if you're going to go the Shadowfin hero, like later on, yes, you can be able to make plays with like Blink, yours, whatever the item build would be, but then someone else needs to be able to fix the weakness in the early game. So just fix that in your draft, and then we can see what Virtus.pro have been able to do so far in a lot of qualifiers, and of course Riyadh in particular. So I don't think they have to be too worried.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, moving forward into this next series, Danog, you know, Virtus.pro, they're going to be going up against PSG Quest, who, I mean, Quest really didn't have much time at all. It was sub 15 minutes for them playing up against Gaimin and you know, Virtus.pro. It seemed like for the first 25 minutes they had a kind of hold on the game, and then that, you know, unfortunate almost 5-man black hole from FNG, which didn't work out and kind of turned on its head, was the kind of tipping point for them. So, you know, like moving forward, do we feel like that this loss from Virtus.pro isn't anywhere near as shattering as what the first one was from PSG Quest?
I think it comes down to a bunch of like manual error, to be honest. Like there were a bunch of unforced errors, in my opinion. Like for example, when Notice died up top, he had a Manta recipe and a Yasha recipe, I think, in his inventory, which meant that he didn't have buyback. You know, you have buyback, then you probably don't lose 2 lanes of racks there. Or at the very least, you force the enemy to fight into you, and potentially you do get that 5-man black hole. Maybe, I think SF at the time had Blink, BKB, Sanj and Yasha and Kaya, so you've got that increased cast speed on the Requiem. It's just a bunch of like snowballing things that happen. We saw at the very end there, Kiritich got caught out by the Invoker after he just used the TP, right? No way for anyone in the team to join him. You pop the BKB, you try and fight, even if you die and have buyback, they're just going to run down the lanes again. So it's just like a bunch of little things that just kept snowballing on top of each other. And yeah, I think 1-win were pretty good to capitalize on it.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting tale to see how the teams who lost their games today, how they bounce back, especially for a team like Virtus.pro who don't really have that much time. I feel like that's probably one of those games where you're probably not all too tilted by right areas. You know, Danok did say that you know, a lot of the mistakes that we're seeing were kind of unforced errors, but you know, in comparison to what PSG Quest just went through, you know, only less than like an hour ago, I feel like that's going to be far less tilting than, you know, being smacked off the park in 15 minutes and feeling like you didn't even get to play that first series, right?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a different feeling. So, I mean, we'll see if what they're able to do and how they can bounce back. I mean, you're led by FNG, so that's definitely the big one. You know, he's going to have that experience, and hopefully he can, you know, give them time to be able to recover and be able to look towards the next series. But you know, they have a bit of a break as well. Importantly, at least they're not playing like straight away in the next series. We got the winners, so it's going to be exciting to see how 1-win and Gaimin Gladiators now can battle. Considering they looked really good in their series today.
Yeah, they definitely did. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go for a quick little bathroom break, a little bit of a drink break as well for some of you that are playing at home. We've got about 5 minutes before we jump into our third series. And unfortunately, for one of these two teams, they're going to say bye-bye in the 1-win Dota 2 series of Summer. So make sure you join us on the other side of this break for our losers series as well. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're back here for the one-win Dota 2 series of summer, and we are already halfway through Group A matches on our first day of the competition here. We still have all of Group A that's going to be happening over tomorrow, and then we're going to have the playoffs on the third day as well. But we're sitting out right now. We're going to be jumping into the winners series. I was a little bit too fast to get towards the end when it comes to the losers matches, and we're going to be jumping into the winners first. It's going to be Gaimin Gladiators versus one win. Aries and Dan are back here for the last time on the panel. Then you guys are going to be jumping in the casters desk. So I'm excited to be able to sit here and listen to you two talk about a few things through those games. But before we jump into it, Aries, mate. Gaimin Gladiators versus one win. Obviously, Gaimin Gladiators, they got themselves that 15-minute spankaroonie onto PSG Quest, whereas one win, probably another dominant victory. It was a little bit longer, but coming into this, you're probably still expecting Gaimin Gladiators to be pretty heavy favourites, right?
Favorites. I don't know about heavy favorites. We'll see. So far, it seems like draft has been a very big factor. I would really like to see one win respect Gladiators in the sense like we know what this team has done in the past with being able to end games incredibly early. They showcased that in the first game with going like with a pretty similar strategy, right? Where you have ways to be able to take down objectives at a very rapid rate and kind of like a playmaking tempo hero through Quinn as well. So I don't think you can go too heavy down the draft of looking to secure late game, because I feel like if you don't have a way to combat Gladiators ending early, you might just get run over, even though you just won the last series.
Yeah, and I think conversely as well, looking across at one win, I don't think Gaimin Gladiators are going to give them the same kind of options that we just saw Virtus.pro give them as well, right, Dan? So, going into this next best of one, if you're one win, you're probably already going to start behind the eight ball because one of your best strategies is going to be taken away against one of the best teams in the world right now, and you're the one that has to try and find these answers, try and combat all the different weird things that these guys can do when it comes to playing a best of one.
I like the way you worded it, because try and find a way. There's a reason they're one of the best teams in the world, right? It's not as easy as, what we were just saying, just ban out Sweden Strong Marcy. That would have, made things a lot easier for VP. For GG, they don't have just one strategy. They have different ways. Yes, they like to play fast, but they have the capability to go late as well. And even within that, fast bubble, you've got other things to worry about. Like just Doracio on his own, right? We've seen him be able to play the Brood. Now he can play the Weaver. He can play the Slark. He can play Chaos Knight. There's a lot of things that he can really just go back to the well for, and that's completely discounting Quinn. So, what 4 or 3 heroes do you ban in the first phase, and what do you think is most important to get rid of? I personally would look to get rid of the Broodmother. I would get rid of the Weaver, and maybe Leshrac, just because it's something, again, very, very comfort for Gaimin Gladiators. Even Enchantress is up there for me.
So even though we've already touched on it quite heavily so far between both these two teams, that we think the draft is going to be super important. Do we feel like this kind of coin toss and trying to get either first or second pick is going to be important for either one of these two teams here? Aries probably leaning towards one win, right? They want to try and get as many small incremental advantages as they possibly can.
Yeah, definitely it's going to have a factor. I still don't know where the priority stands on who's favored in regards to, because I don't think at the moment map is as clear cut at the moment with Radiant Dire. I think it's definitely a bit more dependent on the team and their unique strategies and viewpoint on that. But I think first pick and second pick is again, it really comes down to do you feel like it's more important to have the first pick overall so you can get a really broken hero, or in the second phase are you okay with having a couple of your heroes counted? Because I feel like 24th isn't as strong as what it used to be. I know earlier we saw the Monkey King, which completely took over a game, but we don't really get as many cheese picks, and I don't know if that's because there's a 7th band now instead of the 6th, and just with the bands how they're set up. But in particular with the priority, I don't think map is as much of a factor. It's really just first or second pick and team dependent.
You seem to be a pretty big proponent of second, though. Yeah, I was going to say that, right, Matt? You're definitely a big second pick fan, right?
Yeah, I think especially against Gaimin, I think it is very important because they are a laning stage team. So I want to see okay, what a surprise. Everyone going for the team that won in 15 minutes. Yeah, right. I think we'll see a few more variations with the next prediction going through for the next series. But for this one, understandable, right? They just looked incredibly strong. Granted, they got everything that they could have possibly wanted, right? Both strong heroes for this current meta, Gaimin staples, and Quinn just styling out of his mind on his last pick Monkey King. So, yeah, against Gaimin, very, very important to make yourself have a good spot when it comes to lanes. You don't need, like, the cheese pick, like Ares was saying, but you just need to make sure that you're in a good spot when it comes to those lanes. And that's what you guarantee are going to win at least one lane. And if you can, even just break even, I'd say that's a win against Gaimin Gladiators in one of the other lanes.
Yeah, because that's the thing though. With first pick, we can see sometimes you have the favorable lane matchup because the team with second pick, you have 3 picks in the second phase. Well, you both do, but importantly, the second pick is you have to pick a couple cores, and then you're going to be able to respond to those cores, which can be very frustrating. So, yeah, like with the 24th pick, you can get this one lane matchup, which should go well, and that should be a win condition, and then you should be able to take over the game. But it's then a question like, are some of your other heroes getting countered? So there's, of course, I think there's pros and cons to either side.
For sure. I think, again, against Gaimin, it is very much this, like, game of chicken, I guess you could say, because I mentioned Weaver as one of the potential ban options that OneWin might choose to go against Gaimin, because A, it's a Duratio staple, B, it's busted as hell, C, they can play it on 3 different heroes. But if I'm OneWin, I kind of want that for myself. I want to get Weaver in the first phase, even with second pick, and then you've got the potential to flex it somewhere else so that maybe you aren't actually revealing 2 cores, by that point in the draft that you were talking about, Ares. It's about just having a little bit more of that potential to say, well, actually, this is a support, now we're switching it here, or, this is actually a core. So Weaver, Tiny, they're the big 2 that I'm looking at in that regard.
Okay. So it seems like there's some heroes that are going to be floating around for both these 2 teams. And I think being a team like Gaimin Gladiators, like, you're probably pretty heavily in the driver's seat when it comes to a lot of those kind of mind games when it comes to the draft, right? Like, we've already touched on the fact that OneWin are the guys who really want to try and do a few of these extra special things in the draft. They need to keep thinking about all these strategies that come out from Gaimin Gladiators as well. And I think for Gaimin, coming into this game, even if they do lose this best of 1, I couldn't imagine them losing a best of 3 against a lot of these teams. I think they just have a lot more of that extra experience. So for them, this could potentially be a little bit more of that experiment as well, right, Matt? When we see a best of 1 draft from them, they can try and do some weird stuff, considering they haven't had to play qualifiers the last couple of weeks.
Sure, yeah. You'd almost say they might even relish the opportunity to just play more Dota in preparation for not just the playoff stage of this event, but for future events moving forward. But then again, they're gamers. They want to win, right? Like, that it just comes down to something as simple as that. And I think they would happily just sit back and know, okay, top 4 guaranteed. Let's just keep trying to go for gold.
And I think a big thing that we haven't even touched on so far, right, Ares, is the fact that if you win this series, like, you win this best of 1 for Gaimin, that gives them a whole day off where they can sit back. Maybe they can go have a few more of these scrims against, like, Team Spirit for the next couple of days as well. They can try and get a little bit more of this game experience underneath their belt. And then when they move into the playoffs, they've got a whole day that's fresh. So this is going to be a big positive for a team like Gaimin to have that extra bit of time to try and keep that extra bit of scrim knowledge going.
Yeah, right, because that's how we started the day when we were speaking about Group B. And we were saying, like, this is going to be an advantage for Group B, where even though it's a letter patch, it's still a patch that is going to be able to kind of change the status of at least what heroes are strong and what heroes aren't getting picked. And, now for them, they can relax and be able to talk things over. I know this team have spoken in the past that they really like to just sit together and talk Dota, and I know of course Tofu and Ace also really like to pub previously, so obviously they like to talk Dota and they live Dota, so just having an extra day, I should say, to be able to work things out, it's going to be a big advantage for them. Could be a really big advantage for OneWin as well. Like, this is a nice test. I'm really excited to see how they can actually go up against Gaimin, because again, like, I wanted to say in the previous, when we were closing out the last game as well, Eastern Europe I feel like is so competitive now ever since like Spirit got those victories, of course, at TI, and we're just seeing like these teams continuing to rise. Like Nine Pandas as well, I know, fallen off, but last year were very competitive. And then you've got the side of like all of a sudden like Yellow Submarine, or even doing really well in qualifiers. Like they're almost making it into, I think they were maybe third or second place actually at the TI qualifiers. Yeah, third. So they're looking really good. There's a lot of other teams like Eastern Europe. Like there's a lot of talk about Western Europe, and I feel like Eastern Europe is kind of doesn't get as much praise for actually how deep this region is, and I really think Spirit helped a lot of that. And so I'm just excited to see how OneWin can perform against a team like Gaimin Gladiators, because I think it'll be pretty close.
And that's something that we touched on at the top of the broadcast, right? Where we look at across some of these teams that are really kind of at the top of these tier 2 teams, still trying to break in towards those tier 1 teams where you're able to play up against teams like Gaimin Gladiators and Team Spirit. The fact that we have, two big names in themselves across two of these two different groups, Matt, really means that over these next couple of days, yes, they might be best of ones, best of threes, but we don't know what's happening in the background, right? We don't know what the preparations are like for Riyadh in the next couple of weeks. We don't know what the preparations are like going into TI in the next couple of months as well. So there's a lot of these teams that just get that extra bit of game day experience against some of these top tier teams and really get to learn a lot. And as you said, level up extremely fast when they get to play up against these top teams.
Yeah. As I think the draft might be ready, and I was completely wrong. One win went and chose first pick. So they're going the opposite of what I was saying before. I mean, what events like this are an opportunity to like impress some of the top teams. I know this has gone back to like 2020, but when Motivate Trust, the Thai stack was really coming to the front, and they got like top 8 at an event there that had some pretty solid teams in it, both China and SEA. They started getting scrims against some of the best teams, and we saw them improve, and now you've got players like Jackie playing on Bleed, who he made pretty good runs in the past. They moved over to Boom and made a lot of stuff happen there. So for OneWin, I wish, like you, they would have had that chance at the Birmingham LAN, but maybe this is their opportunity, if they post another really good result, to be able to say, hey, scrim against us. We're the new Navi Junior, basically, where we could just say, yeah, we're here and we're ready to go. But some of the bans, as expected, right? It's that flex that they want to get rid of, and they really want to target Duraccio, just those really, really strong laners.
Okay.
And they ban Marcy. Good.
Yeah, there's a couple of things, yeah. Marcy ban and the fact that Witch Doctor is let through the pool again, so we're going to get another Witch Doctor game.
Do we feel like
though,
after the nerfs to the Voodoo Festeration that it's kind of moved his priority out of being first phase banned to now be like, he's not good enough to be banned early on, but he's good enough to be early picked, if you guys are trying to pick up what I'm putting down?
I understand. Like, Willow was kind of that... Clockwork was kind of that hero, right? Where he's not giga busted, but he's just so annoying, and he's always good, right? Like, that was sort of the... Hoodwink kind of falls into that same sort of bracket. So, yeah, maybe there's just a few other heroes, but I mean, it's hard to tell. Again, we're really early into the letter patch, so we don't know how much these nerfs have truly impacted things and how much that makes others kind of bump up a little bit in the scale. I'm totally on board with every single one of these bans, honestly. Maybe not the Enigma, but could just be something that we're just like, all right, well, we don't want Ace playing this.
I think it's kind of cool, at least in the sense that, again, we've seen Witch Doctor is a very strong laning support at the moment, and Gaimin Gladiators are already going to... They're going to follow suit. They're going to kind of copy the recipe that OneWin have at the moment. They're like, okay, you go for this strong laning support. We're going to try and match that and go for another really strong support as well. We'll see if that even matters, because, again, previously in the other patch, like Witch Doctor, it just didn't matter if you had a strong 3 and a strong 4. You just win the lane anyway, but at least now you have 4 that can compete versus Witch Doctor. And really, the Hoodwink didn't get... I think it should have had way more nerfs than what it actually got. I think it was just like the attack range of the Acorn shot that didn't nerf the tree bounce trick shot, which was pretty much what I was only seeing Hoodwinks go for, and it's just so goddamn strong in the lane.
Yeah, and lets you scale amazingly as well, right? Like, even a core, once you get into a Maelstrom and potentially further, can get brought to like less than half HP just by a Hoodwink using Q once. It's kind of nuts. But in terms of like being good against Witch Doctor, Hoodwink is one of those heroes that is able to stay at range, right? Like, pretty fast movement speed. The slight nerf to the Acorn shot does actually hurt in this particular scenario, just because you're trying to stay as far away from that Voodoo Festeration. The Festeration has a smaller radius as well, so that also helps. I think you're just going to be looking to trade as much as possible.
Just taking a look at Duraccio has been playing the Venge, and He's got a lot of games on the Venge actually currently. 9 games, 77% win rate with the Venge in pubs. So we'll see. I wonder what hero they're actually going to pair the Venge up with in regards to like the mid and the off lane, because this isn't your hard carry. He's going for treads, interceptor, into pretty much Manta and Dragonlance every game. So it's really, this is not the hero to be able to get you over the finish line. It's a lot of the early game and of course the fighting. But does that mean Quinn is going to be on a bit more of a win condition here in the sense of maybe getting you over the finish line towards the later stages? Maybe you can put more emphasis on Ace's hero as well. But it does seem like at the moment he's having a lot of success in pubs with the Venge carry.
And I also wonder, like, you need a hero, again, I don't want them to fall into the same trap that they kind of forced Quest into, where Quest had heroes that wanted to do things from 30 minutes onwards. Gaimin, you can't do anything for like 20 with Avenge, right? It's a decent lane, but you're not skirmishing with that hero until at least you get the Aghanim Scepter. Then you can start taking fights. Maybe you even get into a Yasha before you get to that point. But I just want to see something from Quinn that's able to create a little bit of tempo. I mean, who knows? This could very well just be a Venge 5 still that's yet to come. It could be a Venge 3 that Ace is looking to play. So they've given themselves a little bit of flex. Again, they've got that second pick. But all right, more likely to be seeing a Dawnbreaker, who I think he goes the... not the facet that I like, not the Celestial Hammer one. He just goes the one that buffs up your damage a whole lot more. And I mean, it again kind of fulfills the same sort of brief that they had in game number 1, where it's just feels pretty hard to kill these guys, right? You've got minus armor, you've got minus damage with a Wave of Terror, you've got a heal coming from the Dawnbreaker, you've got just Luminosity heals coming through, Hoodwink's going to be able to stay at range. So this game, I want to see OneWin really pivoting to play a whole lot more around this Timbersaw. Like, he needs to be able to just pop people at the very start of a lot of these team fights.
I wonder if he can be popped and how you're going to address the Timbersaw, though. Like, you do have the natural break with the Hoodwink, with the Sharpshooter, which can be purged, but that's later in the game. And at the moment, like, how are you going to try and bring him down? Like, you're looking for potentially some magic damage here for Gaming. Like, are you wanting to draft Quinn's hero at the moment? You have 24th, so potentially you're going to save that to last, but maybe then it gets rid of some of the flex of, like, the Venge. So I would like at least some way for you to be able to burst the Timber at the moment, because I think you are lacking that.
How do we feel about something along the lines like a Leshrac?
Or something? Yeah, Lesh works. Gives them some push, which they're pretty lacking right now. And, well, never mind. You got Celery Enchantress coming through. So, again, something that is able to deal a little bit with the Timbersaw. You can... if this is going to be... Okay, it's probably going to be a Sweden Strong Monkey King coming through here. So... I was going to say you can get off the Jingu Mastery with the Enchantress Enchant. And I mean, this is some more burst for themselves, right? It really does take away some of that longevity that I was talking about with Gaimin Gladiators, like CK, pop, Timber Chain, pop, Boundless Strike even. It's really, really quick damage that they're going to have to address now on Gaimin. So I kind of want to see them playing a little bit more on the front foot, which again is their style. But yeah, I really wouldn't be too unhappy with the Lesh, which is why OneWin have gone and banned it.
I'm a bit concerned for how they're going to be able to address the Chaos Knight once we get to the mid-game. I can think the lane could be pretty interesting. CK, Witch Doctor, again, very strong laning heroes, and Dawnbreaker and Hoodwink are very strong as well. I haven't seen Dawn lately at all, so I don't know if that's kind of changed with, again, the facets and 7.36, but Dawnbreaker as a whole, once you get into maybe the mid-game, could be okay against the CK Illusions, depending if he goes like Scepter with the Solar Guardian, but I really like this OneWin draft at the moment. I feel like you're needing a lot out of Quinn, like magic damage versus the Timber, AoE damage versus the Chaos Knight as well to deal with the illusions. You kind of want a Playmaker as well, because you are kind of lacking that at the moment. So I feel like they really need a lot out of Quinn's hero.
Agreed. And, one of the other heroes that might have been able to deal with that in, like, Zeus, not really the greatest hero right now. And even then, it doesn't necessarily answer the call of being that real late game win condition hero. It kind of feels like Ace needs to be that from the offlane with this Dawnbreaker, and maybe Quinn just goes something else that's going to enable, like, can you get away with a Primal Beast against this? I mean, it gives you a break, it gives you some burst damage, it lets you interrupt and burst down the Witch Doctor a little bit. If you're diving in, maybe you then get the Solar Guardian in on top of you, just for another form of initiation. Because I'm not sure if something like a puck's probably not going to cut it. It's not enough damage. Storm, similar sort of boat, and you've got the threat of just dying from an orchid or, a boundless strike from the trees into a chaos bolt, and you could potentially die.
So he's been playing, well, again, Shadow Fiend's untouched. I don't know how you feel about Shadow Fiend this game. He's been playing a lot of the Necro in pubs as well. I don't know how that hero fares into the Chaos Knight and with the Scythe too. Like you're saying, maybe they could be unkillable. I don't know how that goes. I'm trying to see some other heroes that he's playing, but there definitely is some of the other ones that he's played a lot that haven't been banned.
TA is the other one, I guess, but...
Banned.
How do I feel about it? Oh, is it banned? Oh, yeah, they banned it first.
Yeah.
Tiny, they also banned. Huskar, probably not. It's not a disarm anymore, right? It's a silence. The inner fire as well.
Yes.
I believe.
Yeah. What about Quap? She too squishy?
A little bit. I honestly don't know. Could be offlane? Yeah, mid probably. I really don't know.
It could be good protection against the Huskar. If they want to go that route, obviously.
Just AoE damage and some way to kill the Timber. And I don't know, you kind of want some tempo here, so I feel like you need a lot out of Quinn here.
It's a lot of boxes, man. It's a lot of boxes Quinn's got to tick right now.
It needs to be a BKB buyer as well to be able to just not care about Timber in the early stages, right? Like all that pure damage, you just want to be saying, screw it. And you don't want, okay, not a BKB buyer, but it is a little bit of burst damage and it is a Quinn hero. I don't know, I'm kind of liking One Win's draft a little bit here over Gaimin's. I'm struggling to see who's actually going to carry this game for them.
Sure. I mean, the real question is, does Gaimin just get off to a ripper of a start, and all the questions that we've had, posed from One Win completely go out the window because Gaimin just have, 10, 15k net worth at 10, 15 minutes, it's kind of the question that they can have, because they do have this really strong ball, right? Like they've got Venge is in one of these core roles. They've got the Dawnbreaker is really able to keep everybody nice and happy and healthy. And if Quinn just pops off, like Ares, like this could be a game where he can carry pretty hard from the mid lane if he gets off to a nice start. But I think One Rin, they definitely have that really well-rounded draft. Like they've got a lot of issues that they've sent towards Gaming Gladiators, and at it feels like most points of the game, they're going to be in a pretty advantageous position. Yeah,
I do slightly like One Win's drop, but I feel like Gaming have the ability still to get over the finish line. A big question marks on the safe lane in particular, like the Enchantress and the Venge. I'm not quite sure how that's actually going to be able to compete against the Timber and the Monkey. Honestly, that's a big question. I know the other safe lane there's going to be a lot of action, so that's going to be exciting to watch. So I do like One Win's draft slightly, but I feel like Gaming still have potential to be able to take this.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to wait and see to see whether or not Gaimin are going to go all the way towards the end and get the day off for playoffs. Whether or not One Win in their namesake tournament are going to be able to make it and take down the big bad in Gaimin Gladiator. We're going to jump in with our casters once again here. It's going to be Harry as well as Bowie.
Thank you, Fluke. Thank you, the rest of the panel as well, Bowie. Everybody went for Gaming Gladiators before the draft. Here, after the draft settled in, we did see that some of the panelists there were unsure of how the game is going to go. So you're going to tell me who is actually winning this one.
We can talk about draft all we want, but after seeing Quinn play game one, I'm all the way GG, baby. I don't think they're playing the same game as the other teams here. But, I like the one-win draft. I feel like it is easier to play. Just look at the heroes. They have good initiation. They have a lot of disabled. This Monkey King giving a lot of vision. I really like what they have. And it's going to be more of a question of, can GG just stomp out of the lanes as hard as they did game one? I think it's going to be a bit harder, to be honest, not only because of the team they're playing against, but the draft difference as well. But, GG, they looked so dominant game one. And Celery, this Enchantress, so many people were mocking for Enchantress as an unplayable hero. And he made the hero look really good in the last game.
Celery Gaming Gladiators in general have always been good at Chen and Enchantress. Like, even when it wasn't the biggest part of the meta, they knew how to utilize these heroes properly. So I would be afraid to give it to them every single time. What I do like for 1-Win is that their lanes are incredibly powerful. Wind Ranger will do well in the mid lane. CK Witch Doctor doesn't get much better than that. Sure, they got some nerfs in the C patch, but I don't think it's enough to take that away. And then you have a Timbersaw who will be left alone in the lane. One of the heroes that can do it quite easily, and the Monkey King killing couriers. And with the Simeon Stride, you know, this Monkey King killing courier strat is so overpowered. It's kind of stupid. You cannot stop him.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how Seller is going to skill this time, because this Timbersaw is, you know, very hard to lane against, very annoying. Oh, never mind here. First blood onto Quinn. Now that's what you want. That is the differential that could maybe offset what GG did in the last one.
Yeah, I am loving it. Also, Chira got the last hit on it. You know, it's one of those situations where as a mid laner you are annoyed, but you cannot poke it at your teammates. So I think Quinn is he's actually going to have a problem. If your support dies, at least you can blame him. This way, the only one you can blame is yourself.
Well, I don't really like that you're assuming mid players are, you know, whiny and they complain. You're actually
That's
very...
because you're a mid laner, so you cannot say, right? I'm not assuming. I'm speaking from experience that mid laners are the nicest guys in the world.
Oh yeah, thank you. I do feel validated now. But yeah, as you said, the lanes are definitely very scary here for 1-Win. I'm curious to see how this Dawnbreaker is going to pan out, though, because that is not a hero of cast yet in this patch, and he also got this pretty interesting facet with the luminosity cooldown reduction thing. I don't know. I think it's at least it's going to be fun.
How much? It takes down 1 per crit, right?
It says target, so even I think if you're hitting creeps, it should reduce, and I'm assuming it also works on your ulti.
Yeah, but it's 1 second every luminosity proc, right? That's about it. Yeah, okay.
Mask of Madness Dawnbreaker, let's go.
Decent. Well, then your cooldowns don't make sense because you're gonna be silenced and you won't be able to use the spell. Sweden Strong is not going courier hunting, interestingly so.
Yeah, I think that's kind of a hard lane, right? It's double range. You need to give a couple of levels to the Timber. I think maybe level 3 you can start and go for the hunt. And in general, the micro of the courier is pretty good from GG. They're going all the way around to the right there. So not that easy for Sweden Strong to find them.
Yeah, I've seen these Monkey Kings be super annoying, but in general, Sweden Strong for now has been laning, trying to help Cloud, and they have pulled the lane closer to the to their own towers. So the Timbersaw will be somewhat okay. This is so funny how the Monkey King is just jumping around. It's way too fast.
Yeah, it's crazy. And, you know, we didn't even get to level 20 yet with the 0 cooldown Primal Spring. The Blink Dagger that some of this cycles by as well. The Shard. Like, this here literally becomes Tinker. Okay,
he's gonna get stunned up right now, so he would love to have some Boots of Travels or Defense Matrix to get away, but yeah, he's no Tinker. In the end, we find it out the hard way with Jirachi finishing him off, and well, Cloud will have to move himself away. You know what the funny thing is, Bowie? Now, if somebody who's relatively new to Dota is like, what the hell does Tinker have to do with Boots of Travel? Right, so that would...
That's true.
That's a sad thing.
Thankfully, not a lot of Zoomers playing Dota. It is a game only for real gamers that like difficulty and suffering. Zoomers are... They want it all so easy. They don't know how life's supposed to be.
Dude, don't be like that. We are here very accepting of new and young blood, and I hope that there's gonna be a billion new people playing it, and you should actively work on it. You know, I've gotten like my young cousin into Dota, my ex's young brother also into Dota. You need to actively work on making the community bigger, Bowie. So don't just label the Zoomers. Try to help them.
Okay, so are you gonna let your daughter play Dota? When is she playing her first pub?
She is obliged to win 75 MMR before going outside every single time. I've already discussed it with my wife, and that's the parenting approach that we're gonna be going for.
All right, that's good. That's good. I'm assuming she's already 10K, right? Being your
Yep, of course.
daughter-in-law.
Yeah, makes.
Well, the laning stage definitely became a bit more passive here. I expected maybe a bit more action, either by killing couriers or just poking. I thought top was gonna be a bit more of a win for the Dire side. Like, when you look at the CS, this Dawnbreaker is just almost getting the same amount of CS as the CK.
Yeah, very surprising. Do you think it has something to do with the range of the Maledict, of the with the restoration being changed? I think you and me discussed how OP, how freakishly OP it was one time when we were casting.
It really was, especially level 1, right? Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, it was 750 all levels, right? And they or maybe it was 800 all levels.
It was 700. It started 700, and I think then went 50 each level up. I think that's how it worked.
Damn,
and now
okay.
it's
That's still
600
crazy.
first. Yep.
Yeah, because you just all walk up to people and do damage. Now it's like your attack range. It's definitely a bit harder to keep attacking and using Festeration at the same time. But I think we're finally going to get some action, because the minute 6 rune is going to be spawning. Hoodwink's already in the mid lane. And so many times this first rune kind of make or breaks games. And we have 2 mid heroes that really want to have their bottle filled with the power of a rune.
You mean Rune of Power? As 10 minutes until it will actually spawn. Quinn is level 6, so double Astro Step. Of course, Focus Fire is ready as well. Chira, the highest net worth hero. Okay, actually, after the behind the Vengeful Spirit, and it will spawn on the bottom lane, making sure that it does go to Quinn. However, Tofu might have to pay, because that's surrounded by trees, something that the Hoodwink likes to be, but of course, the Shackle Shot, that's not great. Quinn will actually be TPing, misses on the Ether Remnant, quite uncharacteristic for him. Maledict, only level 1, but still enough to dissuade him for going for the chase.
Alright, so just strong with his dancing shoes there, just sidestepping the Remnant. And now we finally get that lane configuration that the Timbersaw loves. He gets to be a lone bottom. This Vengeful Spirit really doesn't do anything against the Timber. And I guess, thankfully for Diracho, there's a pretty big discrepancy in levels. This Timber is still like pretty much a full level behind. I feel like, yeah, if you had level 6 right now, Diracho probably would be forced out of the lane, and that's awful for Venge. Like, she just doesn't jungle well at all.
How do you... People got used to the Twisted Chakram, and now they're gonna have to get used to it again because it was changed. Do you think Timber players are gonna be slightly annoyed that every day they need to be learning a new way how to use this spell?
Well, that's the least they have to suffer, you know, this Timbersaw players. Just oh, wait a second here. There's a pretty good shackle into Diracho.
Yeah, Venge is gone. Wings clipped once again. Beautiful Arcana, but a beautiful death, and that's gonna be a 3rd kill for Chira Jr. He's the one getting everything on his team, and really you should be scared. Also, Hoodwink is gonna be found. That is a very squishy hero. A couple of hits from the CK will take him down. Munkushi actually runs away. That's a level 1 Maledict with 6 1 charges. He doesn't use them. Tofu accepts death.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, was a level 2 Maledict. Okay, then he was dead either way.
Yeah, he was dead. But no, they still get the kill first. Munkushi is getting some decent farm, but I'm scared for Ace. He is gigantic right now, and Dawnbreaker, it's kind of a hero we don't get to see that much celery. Oh, there you go.
There's the
OT.
Dawnbreaker. Solar Guardian gonna be used, and Bushwhack catches the Monkey King from afar, pulling him closer to the enemies. A couple of more hits will take his life. Tries to get to the high ground. No misses will be coming out. The Shira also caught. This would be a huge kill, but Ether Remnant again. Quinn not really looking too sharp with those at the moment.
Did you see how fast the Enchantress was healing there with
Yep.
her Wisps plus the OT? Like, he got half his HP in a second and a half, pretty much.
Yep, he has the Wisp facet as well, right? So he's getting those when you punch him as Starbreaker. Munkushi's in so much trouble. The Bushwhack will connect. as he just pops his ulti and turns around. Who's in trouble? I'm not in trouble. He's going forward. Ace, however, is tanky enough that he is going to be able to rise really strong in the backlines. Make sure that Respect can finish off Tofu. But look at the other side. They're coming with so many heroes. Astro Step is in the end the one that gets it. Eternament wanted to catch the Monkey King. They knew the Respect was already dead. Now, Cloud needs to be careful not to get this Monkey King down from the trees. Durachi in a pretty uncomfortable position. In a lot of trouble as well. Will go down. Cloud gets himself away from the Starbreaker, but he will die to the Stimulate plus the right clicks as now the Boundless Strike trying to finish off Ace. Still super tanky, and Parsha doesn't connect. Shira doesn't have any mana. This is so dangerous for him, especially because they have the enchant. They're making slow down, coming in with the Celestial Hammer and the right click to finish off the dominating streak of Chira Jr.
Just the classic 10 heroes in the top side, minute 9. That was such a long walk for Diracho as well. He had to go through the Twin Gates and then play into that fight, but it did pay off. Gaming Gladiators bringing the numbers. Pretty big win. Like the gold exchange, it's almost 1.5k for Gaming Gladiators there. Oh,
killing the Chira Jr. Big deal. Sweden Strong dies once again. Casket really not nearly enough to stop the advance of Gaming Gladiators, and they're starting to ramp up the tempo here, Bowie. I'm not sure. One win. What's their play? Who's the one that's gonna be able to slow this down?
It has to be the Timbersaw. When Ranger just takes a little bit too long to get online, the Maelstrom is pretty far away. Right now, Timber is the strongest hero they have on one win. So you either need to take the fight to the Timber, or they need to be fighting on one win where he can TP and assist. Right now, he does have his TP ready. So I do like that. Like a one win, they have to either play around the Timber or make sure that he can assist when a fight starts. And he very smartly gets out of the bottom side because there is no one that can assist him there.
In general, I don't know if you've been noticing, Tofu and his Bushwhacks are insanely good. In my mind, out of all the Hoodwinks that I watch, and I watch a lot of Dota, he is the one that utilizes this spell, and with that, the hero in the best way.
Yeah, Tofu is nuts on Hoodwink. He's just really good. I think he was one of the first players that actually popularized the hero as well. Like
yep.
Back in the day when Hoodwink wasn't actually too popular besides pubs. They're gonna go on Kira Jr. here.
He's fine. Boundless Strike slows down Quinn through the trees there with the Simeon Stride. The Monkey King escapes. Still Celery rotating with the Wildwing Ripper, so this should allow the tower to be taken down. Nothing they can do about it. Actually, they're gonna be bringing in the heroes. Diracho is here as well. Gets the swap in Chira. He won't mind being on the right, left or right. He just wants to escape. Will be able to do so.
Yeah, that's tough. They were... It felt like they wanted to commit to that fight. They even TP'd the Witch Doctor in the tier 2 so that everyone would have come faster. But they never committed to the actual engagement. So it feels twice as bad because you lose your tower and your cooldowns are now all unavailable here if Gaming Gladiators forces a different fight. That said, though, it's still a much better game than... I mean, for one win compared to the other one GG played, right? It was a minute 15 stomp. Whereas this one still looks relatively even.
I still have a problem that one win, if they try to go for a kill, if they try to go for a play, the Solar Guardian will turn it around. So they need to force out this spell, or rather make a move onto Ace. And both of it look really hard to do. In first option, well, you might just have some casualties, and in the other option, Ace is way too strong and tanky.
He has a Mage Layer. Like, killing this Dawnbreaker right now is so tough as they get the Maledict onto Quinn. But he's just
nothing more than that.
Tanky. Oh my god, Kira.
Going in on his own. The Eternament will connect. Quinn has one more Astral Step going for Kira. He put himself in a position where he will most likely die. No, Solar Guardian is there. We talked about it. You cannot deal with Ace. Has the Celestial Hammer and the Starbreaker as well. The first one will connect. Think about using the Celestial Hammer defensively. Actually goes for an offensive one. It slows down the enemies in the rough. Cloud goes in. They have so much magic damage pulling him in as well. Tries to get away the swap. Make sure that the Timber Chain does absolutely nothing, and that was without the Sharpshooter, which was used in the back lines just to zone out anyone from one win who wanted to engage.
Sheesh, that's really bad. Like, one win trying to poke at the Void Spirit without the Maelstrom. I think if you're this Wind Ranger, all you want is to finish the Maelstrom so you can run the Void Spirit down. I think if you have like enough points of wind run, you might even be able to chase him through level 1 Astral Step. And now that you die again, this like your timings are all gonna be wrong and a little bit slowed down. We saw how strong the Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian is, and because you have to farm after dying, you're not gonna be able to abuse any of the cooldowns that GG use. Like it feels like this Maelstrom is gonna be ready, and they're gonna be ready to fight on 1 win once Solar Guardian is back again. And yeah, it does feel like 1 win is slowly being taken advantage of here by GG.
They're doing a really good job on Gaimin Gladiators. I'm loving what they're doing, and 1 win didn't have the resources, the strength necessary to force anything out, and now the Solar Guardian, it's 20 seconds from coming back. Plus, of course, the pause time that we are gonna be waiting for.
Okay. Hopefully. Oh, something was said, and you're supposed to be the translator here. What did Mankushi say?
Wait.
Or is that
where went?
From?
That was from
You
the
don't
start
see
of
the
the game,
CK?
boy.
Oh, okay.
That's from
What
the
does
start
that
of the
mean?
game. Legend.
Oh.
Oh yeah, you don't
That's
know the
very polite.
letters. Yeah, okay. So that's see, he tipped Dirachu and said legend. Yeah,
Oh,
that
I
makes-
don't know Russian. What
No.
is
Yeah,
that
you don't know
tone?
Cyrillic letters. You don't know Cyrillic letters. Oh, nice dodge. Actually, I thought he dodged the sharpshooter there, but not really. Student Strong got hit by it. Yeah, I was surprised that you didn't know, because it literally says legend. Just it was in different writing, so I apologize, Bowie.
Okay. Well, the timing here for 1 win now is
Radiant are scanning.
kinda non-existent. Like they are behinding levels. As you said, the Solar Guardian is really problematic. You have to force Solar, but you're so weak now that they're not gonna instantly pop it. In fact, they're gonna go for you. They get this Witch Doctor, and I guess it's for the better because Kira will be able to disengage.
Guess you're gonna have the Orchid on the CK. For me, that's the timing that's gonna make or break this 1 win lineup. With the situation being currently as it is, which is pretty bad for 1 win, that Orchid can change things once Munkushi becomes active. Other than that, I don't see anything making a big difference in the game.
Yeah, but you're gonna have Ags on Venge, so she has 2 lives. You're gonna have Manta on Void Spirit, and yeah, it's pretty much the Dawnbreaker that you can possibly kill, but 2.1k HP, 17 armor, minute 16.
Yep, that's a hard hero to bring down. And I love how everybody on Gaimin Gladiators is just so tanky. Really, when you look at 1 win, they would like to burst you down. CK, very good at bursting people down. Maledict, a lot of damage. Timbersaw as well. And then you have these heroes that just won't die. Plus, it's not like they're immobile. They have ways to move around the map and around the fight. So in general, I think 1 win are in a pretty tough spot. And Gaimin Gladiators don't look like a team that's going to overextend and allow them to capitalize on the mistakes. It's going to have to be 1 win that makes a move.
Dire's bottom
Yeah,
tower
they're gonna have to keep on farming. You know, Cloud, he is the most farmed hero on 1 win right now. He will finish his Eternal Shroud. He's gonna have a really good mix of effective HP and damage with the Eternal Shroud done in level 12. So that's probably the hero they have to play around still. But yeah, the map's shrinking. Tier 2 bottom will fall.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Even Roche can be a 10 pitted, honestly. Like you have this super farmed Venge plus Void Spirit, you tank with the Enchantress, you have drums. It's kind of slow, but if GG wins a fight, they can definitely Roche.
But I don't think you have to, right? They are pretty good at hunting down 1 win around the map. And really, even if they just spread the map right now for Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to be getting so much done. As the Enchantress catches the Wind Ranger, while 3 heroes here catch Respect. That's going to be an easy kill. Wind Ranger is barely surviving just to support the Hurricane. Is it ready? No, the Jira will escape barely.
All right. Yeah, that's one thing we didn't talk about the Enchantress this game, but you actually dispel both Jingu and Windrun. So a lot of value from having the Enchantress. I don't think we saw that many fights yet, but until there's a BKB on Wind Ranger, which will take a while since Kira is going Gleipnir, you have to be extra careful with how you maneuver around the fights and use your spells.
Okay, there's the Orchid. It's being delivered to Munkushi. So, is this the game changer? Is this something that's gonna make a difference, Bowie?
It can make a difference, but it's reliant totally on who they're going to be able to initiate. And right now, the vision of one win is very limited. And if they try to take GG head on as they push a tower, it is very hard to find the right targets. They are posturing though. They did get one ward in the cliff there, and they're even going to smoke.
Was it under vision? No, Gaimin Gladiators have deep wards, but this one they did not spot out. Still, they're gonna take the tier 2 down before the fight starts. As one win, they're approaching, but it's Jirachi. He doesn't have the Aegis, but effectively he does. They do smoke under vision. This is an opportunity. Avenge is just not the target. There's an Aghanim Scepter on the Dawnbreaker as well. You just have to run. Look at the Jirachi, just with how much confidence he's moving forward.
I mean, but this is good though. Like, they don't take the bait, they're trying to wrap around, they try to find the targets, but that smoke bait makes the fight so hard.
Oh, nice Baldur Strike. Nah, the swap saves the Solar Guardian as well. Is going to make sure that they don't lose anything more. That ward being used, instantly cancelled out there in the backline. Squid not going to be allowing Respect to go for it for a long period of time. But with the Dissimilate, he gets the kill. It turns the fight to 1-for-1. Wukong's man being used. They're trying to go for Ace. Keep him inside of the Wukong's man. Will be able to take him down. The 3 heroes gone as well. As Shira is keeping the rest of the medbay. Jirachi, he might have died, but still has his illusion to play with. So he's of great help for his team. However, only one hero is alive at the moment. Jirachi will be coming back in 27 seconds. This illusion should die beforehand. Orchid was used. Quinn gets himself away. Doesn't want to be a part of this fight any longer. So big victory for one win. And really nice encircling, wrapping around there and finding the backline.
They were so patient. I just love the way they played around it. They're like, they see that Vengeful Spirit. They're like, nope, we have nothing to do here. Thankfully, GG's ward was in the low ground. I'm surprised that they decided that area to fight. I thought that ideally they were going to get the high ground ward. I think the fight could have been much better for GG if their vision was in the high ground of the big jungle rather than the low ground. But they expected... Yeah, I mean, I think they were out of wards. Maybe they thought they were going to be able to force a fight there in the lane. Slightly lucky for one win, but you could see that they clearly knew what they were doing, just trying to pincer GG, and they done it. The Timbersaw just tanked through so much there.
Yeah, long fights. That's what one win wants, right? Because your lineup might look at the moment like you are good at bursting people down, but it doesn't work versus the Gaimin Gladiators lineup. Let's say you want to jump everything with everything you have on Jirachi, and then there's a Solar Guardian, it stops it, or even if you get the kill, then you're going to be fighting that illusion, and you're in no man's land. But if you approach it like this, left, right, poke, kill, get out, stuff like that, you actually have a chance to win a fight, which they did do. It doesn't change the fact that their map control is pretty much non-existent at the moment.
Yeah, it is definitely... problematic, but you know, this extra influx of gold will help. As we said, GG, they can Roche, but they need to get kills. So one win, they don't need to have that much vision around the map right now. I think it's more that they want to get to even more item timings before they are forcing GG's hands. And that is going to be what? The BKB on the Wind Ranger. I think that's a huge one. And Blink Dagger on Timber, although he's actually going for Shivas, huh? There is a lot of healing on GG, so I like that aspect. But I really feel like having mobility, so Cloud latches onto the target against Orchid or Boundless Stroke, could also be great for one win.
Yeah, more mobility to enter the fight to the Blink so you can get out with the Timber Chain as well if things start going south. Yeah, I agree with you. I'm not sure about the Shivas either. Did he buy any components, or is he still thinking?
He has the plate mail, so I guess you can keep a casual plate mail, backpack to one, get a Blink Dagger.
It is still possible. Only one outer tower remaining for one win, so smoking out from it is probably the best way to cover the majority of the map, and they're actually smoking from the top lane. This is gonna take so long. I'd be very surprised if they find an opening.
Oh, wait, so lucky. Oh my, wait, that's a long TP. They found him.
He went to the outpost. Okay, no Solar Guardian.
His ulti as well.
No life.
Oh boy.
Really dead.
This could be Roche. If you take this tier 1, maybe you can Roche.
Look at Gaming Gladiators, though. They're waiting for them to come through the Twin Gate and then just buy back Solar Guardian. Yeah, this is so smart from Gaming Gladiators. If one win want to fight this Roche, there's gonna be a buyback from Ace and you're probably gonna lose the fight.
Alright, so they're gonna have to take the Wisdom plus the Tormentor. It's not a bad trade, but it does leave a sour taste in your mouth for sure.
I mean, the Roche is going slow though, Bowie, right? It's gonna take some time. Cloud gets his flamethrower, and they're only at half. Okay, there's gonna be more rally skeletons over time, so I guess it's gonna increase the speed at which you kill it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... I think it's not worth it to contest this Roche, basically. Like, it doesn't mean that much in the sense that GG's not gonna necessarily go high ground out of it. Their siege is pretty meh. And you might as well just take the win, get the Tormentor and the Wisdom Rune there. They could even... Did GG steal one win's Tormentor, or were they able to get 2 Tormentors?
No. One win got 2 Tormentors. One shard went to the CK. Now this one went to the Timbersaw because the supports already had theirs. They bought them.
Oh, that's huge, actually. They have overall pretty good shards on everyone.
I mean, you can see that it's 1k gold lead for one win, so definitely the Tormentor takedowns coming into play. Something people don't usually think about is it's 1400 gold for free, basically, and you increase your net worth by quite a lot, the team net worth, whilst getting that. Plus, you mentioned it's CK shard, really good Timbersaw shard. It's fine, but it is gonna help, I guess.
Alright, so another smoke from one win. This is gonna be... the second to last smoke that they have available.
Manta CK.
5 did not show?
They're gonna demolish him actually with the Solar Guardian minus or the mischance is there. Swap out in the end. He does die. They already brought down the Hoodwink, and look at what they're gonna do to the Illusion. No chance to rejoin the fight, even with the buyback. Case is taking so much damage. The Death Ward in a good position. They're not canceling it out just yet. Mukushi still alive. He's not the one with the Aegis. They're gonna be going towards the Enchantress while Quinn is running away, leaving his team. But the Gleipnir uses the Manta instantly to escape. He's the lone survivor once again, Bowie, but this looked like so much easier for one win who are still on the chase. Boundless Strike connects, but it's time to stop it. Or Cloud? No way.
Damn, I mean, we talked about this. The matchup Venge versus CK is absolutely abysmal for Venge. Like, you just cannot do anything. GG was banking on the healing from the Dawnbreaker being enough, and it felt quite impactful in the initiation, but I think Quinn was a bit late to join the fight. And when you have these Aegis, it feels a bit bad that it's the Venge that gets taken out, because it's quite easy for one win to deal with the Illusion, right? You have this Timber, you just kind of shred the Illusion really quickly. So I think the way GG was, their formation was around there, wasn't ideal. One win, they drop a ward, they knew exactly who to target, and yeah, this game is now in their hands. I think a lot of people, well, pretty much everyone, might be wrong in their prediction if it keeps going this way.
Yeah, seems to be the case. I mean, I saw the predictions there, and I can understand why everybody went for Gaming Gladiators, but I don't think with the recent results of one win that they're that much better, that nobody believed them. Voodoo switcheroo, they wait for the Bushwhack, very nice done by Tofu, and of course the Sharpshooter will get him low enough. Quinn is godlike. Even in this game, he died once, and that was for the first blood. So his team dies twice in a row, loses 4 of the heroes, and he still stays alive. Is that selfish or just way too good?
I think he's very, very good. Like, just from the laning stage of the last game, it's very hard to argue against most of what Quinn did. Like, a lot of the space creation in the mid game here was all Quinn. Really good rotations. With that said, once this Aegis is down, I kind of fear for Gaming Gladiators. I think one win, they can just go for another smoke. They can try to get a bit more out in the map. And I'm not sure GG can take these fights anymore.
They have one smoke in the shop, one smoke on the Monkey King. That's going to be dead Tofu. Focus Fire right now does way too much damage here. Also has the BKB, so he's a very hard target himself. Gaming Gladiators, they've lost their timing, but really when you look at it, you do have Avenge, you do have a Void Spirit, you know. The amount of right-click damage that they're going to be doing in the later portions of the game is insane, but is it good enough?
Yeah, I think that's the That is the question everyone's asking. And Quinn's build is not necessarily going to benefit from the Venge that much, right? You have Ags, apparently he's going Octarine, so this is not the Desolator, Crystallis, Void Spirit we used to see in the past. This is more of a, I'm gonna be spamming spells and being hard to catch, kind of like a Puck type of playstyle. Which is, it's not bad inherently. It's just, physical-wise, I think they're gonna be lacking damage.
That could be the case, especially through the Wind Run and the armor of the Timbersaw as well, who has finished off his Shivas, is actually close to the BKB. The items from 1win, they're just coming out rapidly. We don't even have a chance to comment on all of them.
Yeah, they are really, really farmed on 1win. Aegis will expire in 5 seconds. I would not be surprised if they go for a smoke right now. They could possibly try to smoke onto that Wisdom Rune. And like, they're not smoking, but they are quickly marching towards Ace here. There is a ward that gives a little bit of residual vision.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
AD rune on the on Quinn. He actually left the Wisdom Rune.
Huh.
They check. Yeah, he was level 18. It's understandable. But 1win don't check. Nobody wants to be wise anymore, Bowie.
Well, all you need to do and be is hot these days. You don't have to be smart.
What about
Just gotta need
strong,
the-
right? If you're strong, you can just punch somebody who's hot and then make them not so hot.
But I think strong and hot kind of go hand in hand, right? It's
You know?
similar. It's definitely similar.
Do you find like those strong men super hot, Bowie? Yeah, I don't know. They
I find you hot. Does that count? Are you?
sure, but I'm no strong man.
Well, that's not for you to say.
Anyways, the smoke from both sides. So Gaming Gladiators might be expecting this, as they are gonna be going around their own ward. Celery sending in the tomato. He wants to throw it and 1win. He's not happy with the show. We're not happy with the show either. We want death. We want it now. There is no ward. So Dracula looking towards Cloud, who's level 20. That's not an easy hero to bring down, but they're gonna try either way. Have broken him there as well, and he'll be taken out. 1win, they just cut their losses, let him die.
I'm surprised. Like he actually did last for a while now, but they were not interested in taking that fight. Really good use of the tomato, just getting vision. Obviously those troops, they don't have that much vision, but Hero Jr. gotta be careful cutting these lanes. Swap
He
is
has
not
BKB
available.
TP out.
Yeah, no swap. Holy what?
He died. AD Rune, Bowie, you told me that they're gonna be struggling in terms of right-click damage. That looked like they weren't struggling at all.
Wow. Yeah, I guess I was wrong. AD damage on Void Spirit though. Like, out of pretty much any Universal hero, that has to be one of the better ones, and they don't have...
sure.
Timber actually had buyback when he died, but he bought out this Mithril Hammer, and then the Wind Ranger died straight after.
Yep,
This is
now
gonna be
the
some
push is on. You
substantial
have the
damage.
glyph.
Whoa. Yeah, they did cut one wave, so it's maybe one tier 3 down, but
Dire's middle
maybe
tower
going for the
is
full
under
barracks is hard.
Yeah, very hard. You do have a lot of right-click, and you can take this tower, but staying there and getting more would be fairly dangerous. They're thinking about it. Just some damage onto the range racks, and they get themselves away, while Monkey King on the top lane is being hunted. And he might actually die to Ace. And we don't want to look at
nice
it at
boundless.
the moment. Yeah. Have that shard, so we'll be able to use it into the trees, and that's where you know you're out.
Mid lane though.
They're connecting, but you know, one of your heroes cannot connect on 1win, was the Solar Guardian can definitely... I think Sweden Strong wants to cancel
No
it out, but he
BKB
won't
for
be able
Kira.
to do it. Here comes the Solar Guardian. It is going to be defending them. He has a buyback, but that is such a huge kill. Twice in a row, he makes a mistake.
I mean, great target prioritization from GG. They remember that the BKB is on cooldown. They find the Wind Ranger there. 10 seconds, no BKB. Even though they had the... technically, they had numbers advantage with that TP from the Monkey King. Now, Diracho...
Cloud, think about Gold here. He actually loses his life. Instant silences on 2 of the cores of Gaming Gladiators, so cannot remove it. Gleipnir aggressively used. They want the Witch Doctor, the Silence from Quinn. He's being super annoying with the rest of the pulls, but there's the Voodoo Switcheroo. Diracho will go down, or his illusion will go down as Ace being ran. down as well. Reality Rift into the Boundless Strike of Sweden Strong. More than enough damage to bring him down as well. Only the Range Rax falls, and you don't use any buybacks. So very, very good hold from 1win.
Yeah, they're slightly unlucky with the respawn timer of Roche because it pretty much is going to be alive once the Dawnbreaker is ready. It's also on the Radiant side, so 1win a bit awkward for them to get there. But they do it fairly fast. I wonder if they're going to try and force this one, especially if you can get another pickoff. That's when GG might be unable to stop this unless they have buybacks on the hero that dies.
Kushi has a Bloodthorn, and Sweden Strong is going to have a Bloodthorn as well. Just imagine the amount of damage. The mischance, the evasion coming from the Solar Guardian is no longer relevant. And Sweden Strong finds himself an Enchantress who has the Boots of the Bearing, so doesn't care much about this. Wukong's Command taken out from the tree. Swap out of his Wukong's Command, and they tank the Sharpshooter as well, so that's going to allow Sweden to run himself away. Now looking towards this poor Vengeful Spirit, will take her down with ease, looking towards her illusion as well. Swap with the shield, allowing him to live a little bit longer. Gleipnir to slow them down, but not enough to stop them from killing Duratri's illusion, who this scary event just hasn't been doing much in the fights.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, that swap to cancel support Monkey King's Wukong's did bite him in the ass pretty hard. Like, because if he actually had the swap there for himself, that is a totally different fight. Maybe you can buy back the Dawnbreaker there and take a fight. Now 1win, not only find that pickoff, but they get Roshan on top of it. This game flipped over its head now.
Yeah, twice or a couple of times we've had a switch around in momentum. First it was Gaimin Gladiators, then 1win, then Gaimin Gladiators again, and now 1win in full control one more time. That Range Rax in the mid lane, it's really not going to be making that much of a difference. Mid lane is the easiest one to defend in terms of outpushing the waves, especially when you're stronger. So that's not going to be an issue whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly. Like, GG, they already have a pretty mediocre draft at pushing. So the fact that one range barrack falls doesn't really change the momentum of this game at all here for 1win. That's another Tormentor for them, so it's going to be the last shard for Kira. Not exactly the best one, I guess, this game, but you know, it's fine.
I guess there's always a way to utilize it properly,
is nice, right? You have Armor Corrosion, so just placing them there, slowing them down a little bit. It's gonna be okay.
Yep. The Dawnbreaker is level 20, so the Solar Guardian radius is going to be insane next time. When I saw the Aghanim Scepter, I thought, okay, Gaimin Gladiators are never gonna die, but I've been loving how 1win have been playing around it.
I think it's just, you know, GG's draft is very similar to the other game they played. It just doesn't scale as much as 1win, but in all of the games of the tournament today, it felt like the team that was trying to gear a little bit towards the late game a bit more just couldn't ever get there. And I think 1win played better, and GG, they made mistakes they were not making in the other one. So at this stage, like, healing just doesn't scale as much as damage, right? It's just the way Dota is built up. And when you have two Bloodthorns, the eggs on Dawnbreaker just doesn't make that much of a difference. Okay, they're gonna go her from Kushi.
Well, he does have an Aegis, so even if you kill him, he's still gonna be around. Boundless Strike, Solar Guardian forward. You're gonna use that spell to bring him down. Cloud trying to get himself away from that huge radius will be able to do so. Gleipnir as well with the Shackle Shot. Only connects onto one hero. Nice force that to not make it two. Wukong's Man, Gale Force bringing them in as well. And well, that Van is not gonna be running away whatsoever. Uses the swap and tries to save the illusion. His ace is being taken down. Chira is the one who gets a double. Sweden Strong playing around his Wukong's Man as they're trying to get the Venge Illusion, will be able and successful at it in the end. It's still a 2-for-2, 3-for-2 if you count the Aegis. Nice DP out. Quinn is so keeping them in this game. He gets the backline kill of the mid lane hero, and he DPs away.
Yeah, he's 14-1 in this game, and I don't even mind the fight that GG took. Like, I think taking the fight outside of the base was definitely the right idea there. They just didn't have a lot of buybacks, and it's a hard CK. Right now, he has 4.2k HP. Just took a little bit too long to get that kill. And 1win eventually was just able to kind of out-sustain what GG has. Yeah, this game, you know, I think it was a decent fight taken by GG. At the end of the day, the Aegis doesn't even get them barracks. But I don't know if this game drags along, if GG actually stands a better chance.
I'm not sure, especially now. Now is the time when CK has his Blink Dagger, and he's actually gonna get the Arcane Blink. That's a pretty interesting one. It got changed. I don't even want to say nerfed because the cooldown was nerfed, but the amount of HP that you get once you blink has been buffed. So pretty interesting change to the Blink Dagger, which I don't... For a CK, I don't think it makes much of a difference.
Yeah, the HP is awful for CK. I think if they actually buff the mana as well, then it would be awesome for CK, because even with Bloodthorn, a lot of the times it feels like this hero still has mana problems. So if it were just regenerating mana, 250 mana per blink, that would have definitely been a pretty big buff for heroes like him. With that said, I'm trying to think, like, how can you scale here for GG in a way that
Hoodwink.
The fights look better? I guess, yeah, I guess it is the Hoodwink. Already has a Crystallis. Maybe you just go Rapier, right? Just get... He also has an Ancient Guardian, so... For base defense, with like Rapier, Ancient Guardian, and a crit, that might be the way to switch the tides in the next engagements.
I don't know if the Rapier is still needed. Are we in that territory where Gaming Gladiators are not going to win without it? Isn't like Daedalus maybe going to be good enough for now?
I don't know. He's a little bit under-leveled. I mean, it's fine. Like, the Daedalus is not bad, but the way it stands right now, I don't expect one win to... I feel like the gold lead is gonna keep increasing. Like GG, they're just forced to play together as one win. They have more out of the map, and they will fight here.
Leipnir. There's the Crimson Guard as well. Gale Force doesn't stop the Celestial Hammer from the other side. It did find the Venge, but the Bushwhack amazing again. Tofu 4 step away, and the Venge is still alive. Finally will be brought down, but still has the illusion to play with. Not for long. They want to kill that illusion. Will be using the swap right in the middle of one win's heroes. Nobody else from Gaming Gladiators wants to be a part of this one. Didn't even use the Solar Guardian.
Yeah, I think that's the play. Like, just keep pushing the waves. One win. They have decent high ground, but now that you lost your Venge with no buyback, all you can pray for is to keep creating pressure. Maybe drag this until you have other timings. AC now completed on Quinn. That's actually pretty big. Like, especially when the Venge is alive, the physical damage of Quinn can't be underestimated, even if it's more of a mixed type build that he ended up choosing.
So Void Spirit has a Kaya. What's it gonna be? Is it gonna be Kayasha or Sanjin Kaya?
I think I prefer Kayasha, honestly. Yeah, there you go. I think the cast point reduction is huge on a hero like Void Spirit, especially for Dissimulate.
Yep, the Dissimulate is already pretty quick, but it's pretty much gonna be like a Rubik casting Dissimulate.
Yeah, on this the heroes that don't rely on sustain, it feels like Kaya Sanj is really bad now. Like if you're playing Leshrac, if you're playing Timber, I feel like Kaya Sanj still has its value, but on Void Spirit, I would actually either have even a Sanjin Yasha is maybe better than a Kaya Sanj just for the status resistance, but they will small.
Yep.
No Roshan in sight. This is a weird one. I'm not sure what the plan is.
I think the idea is get vision on the bottom part of the map, because there's a chance that Roche will respawn there, get something on this, maybe on the lane, and then try to punish one win who are gonna be in a smoke. So they're gonna be doing the punishing. There's the, the Bloodthorn, so they do get the swap. However, this wasn't the best hero to start on. Duracho, however, puts himself in a pretty uncomfortable position. Leipnir is used on both sides. Finally, Duracho is the first one to fall. Still has his illusion to play with. He's trying to run away. Focus fire, not gonna be allowing it. Resonant Pulse still bringing in some hurt and fade here to one win. Buyback from Sweden Strong. He wants to rejoin in on the fight. Quinn, a little bit too strong for Chira Jr. He's really continuing to ramp into damage. Think about going in. Decides with the Dissimulate. It's time to run away. You're already lost 2 of your cores. And Celery, the one who it all started on, still gonna be the wall that separates the two.
It feels like Duracho accepted he's not the carry this really high. Oh, wait a second. That is a dead Celery. If they get it like the Roche spawn time, this could be a death sentence for GG. How fast is it going to be?
Did you jinx them? Is it gonna be like 5 seconds, Bowie? Nah,
okay.
It's fine.
Alright, it's gonna be fine for GG. But yeah, I mean, Duracho always going for these like support swaps, just trying to find the backlines. but he's not really lasting too long. I guess they are like, okay, Quinn, you're actually the carry. I'm gonna get vision. I'm gonna create chaos. I'm gonna try and do the best I can so that you find the squishy heroes. And honestly, for Quinn, the hero you really want to kill is the Witch Doctor, and he's been doing a good job at that. Just always finding either Respect or Sweet and Strong.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Respect is still sporting a Roshan's banner. That's so interesting. Quinn goes in. They're trying to kill the CK 4-step away from the Bushwhack. Sharpshooter won't connect, but it does leave Respect all on his lonesome. Goes for the Voodoo Switcheroo. There will be an Ether Remnant waiting for him, and the Simulate damage with the right clicks more than enough for Quinn to get his 16th kill. He is just playing out of his mind.
Dude, it is crazy how well he's playing. I mean, at the end of the day, they did last pick his hero, so it's a great Void Spirit game, but it's honestly really impressive. I think it's been a while. You know, Quinn was always like a really good player, but it's been a while since I've seen him ball out this hard. So it looks like the boot camp definitely helped GG here. They're gonna buy back the Witch Doctor? Roche is not up, but I guess they are scared.
Oh, but you don't want to lose that one. If one win gets the Roche, they might be able with this lead to end the game and get themselves into the playoffs immediately after 2 best-of-1s. This is not a game that you want to lose.
Alright, so there is no vision from both sides, but you do have a Monkey King, that hero, so good at acquiring vision.
Look at that, wants to swap into the Ether Remnant.
Oh, okay. That's a cute one, but he's not in range anymore.
Nope. They stopped with their genius plan that I got super excited about.
Yeah, I guess if you swap the Timber, that's not really the hero you want to swap in the first place. But oh, look at that. It's a Timeless Relic, Side of Ice Timber. He has so much damage.
They found the backline. Solar Guardian gonna be used. 1 win, focusing on Dyrachyo. He's still surviving and has his illusion to play with. Ace will be coming here with Mukushi being super low. He's gonna use his ulti, but it doesn't matter. The illusions die immediately and he will follow them into the grave. 100 seconds on the silence. Goes for the buyback. Shira trying to finish off Ace, who goes to the side with a Celestial Hammer. Dyrachyo with his illusion still doing so much. Has the buyback. If he wants to rejoin the fight instantly, will do exactly that. Gale Force. It is protecting their teammates a little bit, but the Bushwhack will be amazing. Another 4-staff. Mukushi just came back to the world of the living and he cannot die. Once again, it is a 4 versus 5 fight with the Timber Saw super low. The impetus is don't care about your armor. Dyrachyo is the one who gets him down. And finally, we see so much impact from this Vengeful Spirit as Respect inside of the Glimmer Cave is gonna try to defend himself. 4 steps, they can't find him, but the Ether Remnant blindly will be able to take him in and finish him off as well. 3 heroes without buyback on 1 win. Roche is up, an easy grab for Gaming Gladiators, and once again, the game switch is in their favor.
I don't remember the last time I've seen a player solo carry a game of Dota like this. Like, a lot of people, like, anyone that actually knows a little bit about Dota will say that it feels like individual skill plays a much smaller role in competitive Dota than it ever played. But Quinn, like, he solo killed a CK, like a gigantic CK. Still the most farmed hero in the game. I am very impressed by how well he played that fight. Like, the Manta was on cooldown, so he silenced the CK twice with his Resonant Pulse. It took so long for him to ult that when he did, his illusions were all very low HP. And he just literally solo killed him. Incredibly impressive performance by Quinn, and with these Aegis, I mean, the game's still overall winnable for both sides. But this is a banger. This is so back and forth. I'm kind of sad it's a BO1, considering how nice of a match we're having.
Yeah, Vengeful Spirit also. The thing that changed that fight compared to the other ones is that the Venge had the butterfly, right? And it really changed how much damage he's gonna take from the CK. Sure, there was always evasion from the Dawnbreaker, but sometimes Bloodthorns come into play. They killed Sweden strong at the start, and then he removed the Bloodthorn with the Manta, and suddenly you just cannot go through all of the evasion. The Vengeful Spirit survives for a long period of time. Her illusion as well buys back, and then ultimately you win the fight.
True, but at the end of the day, I thought a 1 win was gonna win the fight because they realized what GG was doing. They wrapped around it. They dropped a ward, but GG instantly dewards it, and I think the gem that 1 win had dropped, so they couldn't take away the vision in that cliff in the Radiant Big Jungle. So GG just had for the entire fight vision advantage, and it made that really hard. Even if the CK buyback, it was quite tough. And I mean, speaking of that CK buyback, if he dies, this could spell GG for the Gladiators.
Do you think Venge goes for the Vengeance Aura talent on level 25? If he does, imagine all of their heroes are right clickers, really.
I think, it's fine. I still feel like the swap's better. Like, when you look, like, you're taking more than half of swap cooldown. Instead of, like, I guess you're increasing... You are increasing by more than 50% as well, but... I don't think you need the damage. I guess that's where I'm trying to get at. I feel like the swap is better. We'll see, though. We'll see. They do have a lot of universal heroes.
Yeah, look at the Venge. The Venge has like 500 damage. That's before getting next to the base. Yeah, he got the damage. Let's go. Let's go. You see, Bowie, if there was ever a game to get the damage one, is this one. So, you have to stay committed to Ice Frog and showing that his talents and facets, that he actually did a good job balancing them out. Sweden Strong pops the BKB. Gonna be going through the trees. And TP out. Bushwhack. Tofu. Not gonna make an attempt.
Yeah, that Venge is right-clicking for casual 500 damage right now.
Easy.
That's without
KB
the
as well.
Guardian buff. Close to the Ancient.
Huge. Definitely huge. They have the Aegis Cheese. Who got the Aghanim Scepter on GG? That's something we haven't discussed. Should have been the third rush, right?
Yeah, I think the Venge sold her eggs and ate the Roshan.
Ate the one. Exactly. Okay, you're right. And the push is on with the level 25 Venge. Look at what she's doing to the Raxes.
Middle barracks are under attack.
I wonder what the plan is here, because the Wind Ranger is pushing top. It really feels like right now they don't want to defend this at all. So what are you really waiting for?
They're sending in the illusions from the Manta. He got lucky with the spawn, but one of the illusions is going to be taken. Now flying because of Aviana's feather, still alive. There it is. Rax is down. Let's refresh it.
Okay, Kira Jr. steals the Wisdom Rune on the other side. Maybe he's looking for the Dawnbreaker, like trying to find the backlines before the Dawn initiate, but he doesn't really get it. He has to TP back to the base.
Yeah, you have to fight this. At this point, you lose another lane of Rax and you're probably going to be losing the game. So one win are in a smoke. Let's see. What can you do? There's literally 3 lives on Jiracho. They're just gonna attempt to go forward, have the Hex Gale Force, not allowing him to leave, and they'll get rid of the Aegis super fast. Also, mid 4-step, so he didn't get too far away. Meanwhile, coming forward onto the Monkey King, Wukong's man gonna use his level 25 Solar Guardian in the midst of it. Jiracho taking so much damage with Trout, trying to finish him off, pops the BKB, but the Solar Guardian still goes the stun through that one. Swap being used, Natural Spirit still alive, and nobody is dead. Not just yet with Quinn, wanting to change that one, dissimulate to run himself out, doesn't want to chase on respect.
How did no one die in that fight?
Jiracho died
alive,
once.
but that's worse for one win because they are out of cooldowns. No Phantasm, no Death Ward, no Wukongs. GG can just right-click the Verts.
Ooh, that Jackal shot was so close to connecting. Jirachi almost made the mistake of his life. It would have been a disaster, but lucky for him, he was just a little bit too slow to get behind Ace.
Well, doesn't matter. Another set of barracks. Golden lead is small, but it feels like GG, they are one team fight away from taking this one. CK buyback still on cooldown for a minute. I'm surprised One Win is forcing this with cooldowns not really being ready and buybacks on cooldown, but yeah, they're not gonna find anyone. I mean, they will chill.
Look at that ward in their triangle. It's gonna give the opportunity for Gaimin Gladiators to end the game right now if they're not careful. Double scan was used. They're coming forward. The One Win, they need to bail. This is the time where you just need to get out. And I can understand why they came out of their base. You need to control at least some part of the map outside your base if you want to be winning. But they couldn't hold the triangle.
Yeah, they really couldn't. And that was a sneaky one. Very hard to find as they get a shack onto Celery.
Yeah, Nullifier as well, and yeah, they can't kill him through the Untouchable, through the Solar Guardian.
Holy moly!
They can't touch him. Quinn in the backline is using the simulator to run away. There will be a shackle shot again. Look at Chira just bumping in all of those arrows, but doesn't matter. On the other side, he already lost his carry who doesn't have a buyback. And I don't know even if he has gold once he comes back. Really strong. He's out of the Wukong and has a ton of armor. Not enough to survive the right clicks of Gaimin Gladiators. Two of the supports will buy back as the CK does not have his.
He will have it in 1 second.
Okay,
like, they didn't want to take that fight. It was clear they didn't want it because the cooldown of the CK buyback was not ready, but they got baited so hard by the Enchanters, and now they're going to get baited by this Timber.
Ooh, who's baiting who here? Another swap. Cloud standing his ground. There's the buyback. The CK joining in on the fray, using the Manta, trying to pull them in. They lost the Venge, still has the Illusion Nullifier being used. That was from the high ground, doing so much. He bought back just before he died. A huge last time. This is what won them the fight. Buyback from Cloud as well. Wants to be a part of it, but he's so deep. Boundless Strike and the Hex is not going to help him. Quinn, he still cannot catch this Void Spirit. He's making so much problems, so many problems for 1-win in fights.
Boy, that was really good from GG, just baiting 1-win again and again and again. Gotta give it to GG. They were the better team. I think this was not at all an easy game to turn around, and the other swap. Here we go.
And they did it. Yeah, he doesn't have a buyback 4 steps. They're trying to save their CK without him. The game is definitely lost. He has the Mantle to get himself out of the Gladiator, but you already lost 2 of your heroes who don't have buybacks. Did they just throw the game? Jirachi loses his illusion without killing Swedish Rock, who finally dies to the Acorn shot, which is going to be his dieback as well. Solar Guardian to protect the Enchantress. So much of this game, they haven't been able to kill him with the Starbreaker Ace. He's gonna demolish the Quinn, of course, doing the majority of the damage in the backline, still beyond godlike, carrying his team to victory, and Gaimin Gladiators are already in the playoffs.
Right, as everyone predicted, but maybe not in the way we expected for this to go. I think 1-win, they put up a really good show. They had a decent draft. I think they played their fights well. A lot of great wraparounds. I was very impressed with the way they were smoking around the hero GG wanted to posture and always finding the backlines. But Quinn played out of his mind. I feel like if he plays 5% worse than he did, they lose that game. He was their rock. He was their anchor. And I think he was, 65% of the reason they won this game. Very impressed by Quinn. And yeah, this was a delight to cast.
He has more kills than everybody on his team combined. So it just goes to show what this guy... Of course, KDA is not a showing of skill. That's what people with low KDA will tell you. Quinn will tell you differently with 19, 1, and 13, Bowie. That was one for the Aegis. But I still want to talk about 1-win. I mean, that was an awesome performance for them. Turning the game around twice against a team like Gaimin Gladiators is no small feat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this game was kind of a roller coaster. GG, once again, kind of getting ahead with their laning stage. But I think they had good smokes. They had good plays. The biggest problem was that GG, they played the fights really well. I think that's when they had the advantage. And I guess the panel can break that down later a little bit if you don't want to talk about this anymore. But the fights were so hard for 1-win to take. Once the CK started being bursted, started being focused, they just lacked damage on the side of 1-win.
Yeah, the thing is that this is finally a game that is worth analyzing. So, we're going to get on the plane, travel to Australia, and see what our boys have to say about this one.
Yeah, the lads are going to have to work for their paycheck this time around, having to go through 50-odd minutes of Dota 2 and try and break it all down, because that was an actual banger of a best of one that we had there between GG and 1-win. It's a really, really good showing from a team like 1-win, and I mean, off the back of that as well, Aries, this is the reason why you look at a team like GG and the things that they've been able to do on LAN, this is where it really comes to fruition. They have their star player in Quinn, puts the team in the backpack, and gets it done here in a best of one.
Absolute monster. What was that? What actually is that performance? I mean, I was just... Some of the team fights, I was just watching Quinn. You don't have to watch anyone else, just seeing what he was doing, who he was targeting, going for the supports, killing the most important heroes. And in some fights, he was solo killing the Chaos Knight as well. I mean, it was just that was a stellar performance.
Yeah, it really did feel like it was one of those performances where you look at your mid laner, and this is the reason why they give him a lot of these last pick heroes right there. When you go into a draft like this, you want this guy to have a good game, and this is what happens when you put him in a position where he kind of has to be that carry, right? We were talking about it a little bit when we were off air in a little group chat about who really needs to be the carry for them. And even in the draft, we talked about it, right? Like, what was the Quinn hero that needed to carry for them? And he put his hand up with the Void Spirit and he delivered.
Sorry, I'm just looking back at all of these highlights, and I wonder how many of them we're going to see, because 2 power runes right now, and Quinn on the left side says Quinn bottled or Quinn activated this power rune. It's already happened with the regen, it happened with the shield rune, I think he had 3 different amp damage runes. This isn't to take anything away from his gameplay, but he had at least, I would say, 90% of the runes that game, and it was really goes to show how much impact it had. I think a bit of props need to be given over to Tofu as well, especially late on into that game. He was dealing a crap ton of damage to that Chaos Knight, just with the Glipnir having that extra layer of lockdown, forcing him to use the Phantasm or the Manta just a little bit earlier. It was a crazy, crazy good game by him, and even once it got super later on, you had the breaks as well against the Timbersaw that was just going in a little bit too deep.
Yeah, it was just definitely one of those games where it felt like that everyone in Gaimin Gladiators really had to pull out the aces in their sleeves and really kind of get to work and prove to why these guys are such a strong team when it comes to the global scale of Dota. And Ares looking across the board at 1 win as well, they were so close to being able to close out this game, right? There was multiple times where we were expecting this game to be finished. The Chaos Knight was really just starting to take over the game, but Quinn said no. And to put themselves in that position for a young team like 1 win has got to give them a lot of confidence going into the final best of 3 at the end of the today, right?
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt. And I feel like a big thing in this game in particular, like, we just look at like what the supports were able to do with scaling, and maybe this is something like 1 win can prioritize in their latest series, but this is one of the critiques about the Witch Doctor, is that like you were supposed to kind of win or at least do better in the lane, and in the end, I mean, Ace was like top net worth, so you pick this Witch Doctor, you don't really shut down Ace, and then we are able to compare like the Witch Doctor to the Enchantress, and the Enchantress has like 4 utility support like aura items, and then the Witch Doctor just has like a 4-staff and an Aghanim Shard. So, and then, I mean, Denok just brought up before about what the Hoodwink was able to do as well. So, you know, yeah, you definitely got to feel nice about how you were able to compete versus Gladiators, but maybe you are going to look towards some of your supports that can help try and scale into the late game and be a bit more of a threat than what the Witch Doctor is.
Just on the point with the Witch Doctor, I just want to touch on something really quick, Fluke. I have a bit of trivia for you, actually, because you're not in the lobby right now, so you're not going to be able to check this like Ares would. When did Witch Doctor put a second point into Voodoo Restoration after going the Voodoo Festoration facet? Have a guess.
Level 13 or 14, I want to say.
21. Level 21. He was just focused on stats the entire time. And I feel like, I don't know if it would have changed things, but if you're first picking a Witch Doctor and you're going this Voodoo Festoration, do you not want to use that a little bit more effectively, right? If the plan was always to go, a little bit more down the stun route or a little bit more down the Death Ward, because that's a way for Witch Doctor to scale, right? Imagine if you had that splitting Death Ward super early on into the piece, maybe, going up against a few of these heroes, it's going to be very, very effective to be able to, have that similar level of impact to your Salaries or your Tofus.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of circles back to what Ares was just saying, right? Where it's like you go into these games and then you learn quite a lot about, potentially having some more of these scaling supports, and maybe they can learn quite a lot about the supports they want to play and how they want to play around them going forward, instead of just kind of, I don't want to say bullheadedly just walking in and picking a Witch Doctor, right? Because sometimes that can happen when it comes to these meta heroes. So it's definitely something that 1 win can learn from moving forward into this next series. But I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, they had to work really, really hard for this, and I think going into the next couple of days as well, Ares, they've got themselves this extra day off now, and they can sit back and they can learn quite a lot from this game themselves, and really come back and be a very, very scary force in the next couple of days.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they've already shown like a couple of interesting strategies, right? Like the game 1, or the first series, I should say, was the classic, just the Gaimin Gladiators like end the game incredibly early on, 15 minutes. I mean, we've seen in the past, like, of course, Duraccio played Brood, so this isn't anything too crazy, but going back to an old strategy. And this one where, again, Duraccio is on a bit more of like a tempo controlling carry in the sense of Avenge, where, yes, you need a little bit of time towards a Scepter, but you're not that ultimate hard win condition like we see some other carry plays be. So they have some interesting ideas at the moment. We'll see if they're going to be able to cook anything else up in the playoffs. But yeah, like you said, they got a day break, so we get to watch some of the other teams be able to battle it out.
Yeah, exactly. There's only one spot left. So, Dan Organez, before I let you guys go in towards the casting spot, I want to hear you guys predict who you think is going to be this final spot. Dan, we'll start with you.
I think it could still be one win.
Okay. Aries, you feeling the same? I say goodbye to the familiar faces and I say hello to the beautiful faces of Harry and Bowie. Lads, welcome to the desk. It's been a wonderful start to the day. We had a 15-minute game, we had a 30-minute game, and then we had a 50-minute game. And now we get ourselves in towards the latter stages of the first day of Group A, where we're able to figure out who goes home and who goes forward. So Harry, we'll start with you, mate. How have you enjoyed the game so far?
Well, I've enjoyed them quite a lot, especially the last one. I think that was a good note to end the casting day, get into the panel day as well. But if the trend continues, this game should be 110 minutes. So I'm looking forward to that for sure.
Yeah, I'm definitely locked in for 110 minutes. Boy, mate, it's been a good day for Dota all in all, especially, you know, you being an analyst as well, being able to see the extra special stuff that Gaimin Gladiators has been able to throw our way. How have you been enjoying this brand new patch as well?
I mean, I've been loving it. I think they're starting to, fix some of those complaints that we have about facets, about heroes being a bit overtuned. You know, lots of nerfs. I think that's kind of how I have to deal with big changes like 736 was. But generally speaking, you know, it was fun. I think we're getting to see a couple different heroes. The Dawnbreaker was pretty entertaining. I think Void Spirit is getting more popular. In the past, it felt like it was just a Puck counter. Whenever Puck showed up, Void Spirit would show up. I really like Void Spirit as a hero, and I love that it's finding its way here into the meta.
Yeah, especially in the hands of somebody like Quinn as well, right? Like being able to see a spirit specialist be able to play a hero like Void Spirit, it's always an exciting prospect. But let's start switching our brains towards this next series here. It is going to be another elimination series between PSG Quest as well as VP. Both of these two teams fortunately did lose their first best of ones, and now it is one best of one away from elimination, or even a bit of redemption in a best of three up against one win. So, Harry, going into this, obviously PSG Quest, it was a 15-minute stomp up against Gaimin Gladiators. Probably not their best performance that they wanted to put forward in a series like this. But how do you kind of turn around an evening like that when it's only 15 minutes, so you can't really glean all too much information from it?
It depends on the type of mentality you have inside of the team. Considering that they had 2 games to reset, I think that should not generally be a problem. I think the problem lies in the fact that you're playing versus an Eastern European team. Eastern European teams are generally known for being very good at the laning stage, so they might be able to pick up on the momentum that Gaimin Gladiators got versus PSG Quest, and that is in general what scares me for Quest in this game.
And I guess, like, on the other side of the coin then, Bowie, as well, when we're looking at VP, Harry already said that, we're expecting these guys to have a very strong laning phase. Do you kind of try and take a leaf out of the book of Gaimin Gladiators, or is it a little bit too hard to try and emulate something that they did in that first series to take down a team like PSG Quest?
Yeah, I think you probably shouldn't try to copy that much. I feel like, yes, the loss PSG had was a little bit demoralizing, but you can always tell yourself it was a BO1. I think BO1s happen. Like, it's very common sometimes for BO3 series where, one team stumps the other in game 1, the other stumps the other in game 2, and then you have a close BO3. Maybe that could have been a totally different series if we had more games. So I don't think PSG should really be that worried about it. They scream every day. I'm sure they got a lot of stomps. They got stomped a lot, and at the end of the day, it's not the stomps that make you better, but it's how you actually improve and learn from them. So hopefully they figured out exactly what it is that GG is doing to get so many wins. But yeah, I think PSG, the laning stage seems to be very important. I mean, maybe even more than it used to be. So I do want them to try and match the aggression that VP might put out, but you don't have to totally change your playstyle for that.
And in general, you asked, we talked a little bit about the morale of PSG Quest. Also, Virtus.pro could have a morale issue, not from this tournament, but from the qualifiers that they have lost lately, right? Because this team last year, it was definite that after the big dogs of Eastern Europe, they were the next big thing. And then one win comes up this year and just smacks everybody, them included. So I think Virtus.pro probably don't feel too good about themselves in general. So this might be a redemption arc for them in this tournament, and those can be quite rough.
Yeah, and Especially when, we're already touching on the fact that, when we were coming into the top of the broadcast and Danog was saying that VP felt like they were on the downswing as well. And if this is, a quick, they lose their first best of one, they lose their second best of one, and they're already out of this tournament, then that could be a big snowball effect moving forward. But looks like, Bowie, already we're diving directly into this first draft here. PSG Quest opening up with the Dark Serum. We're going to have the response with the Brood as well as the Techies here from VP.
Oh yeah, that Brood Mother that did get banned in the last games that we were casting. Very curious to see who's gonna play it, because I mean, this is a very versatile hero. Besides support, you can pretty much play it in any position. Brood also feels like one of those heroes where both facets are actually viable. We saw Diracho switching it up in the first series that he played, even though for carry Brood, you usually take the other one. Brood, like out of nowhere, seems to be first pick material now.
I just don't want to see it as a carry this game. I see Spirit Breaker, I see Darkseer, and that's not the lane that the Brood wants to be in. Juking through the trees is impossible. These heroes hunt him quite a lot. You don't want to be playing versus the two of them. I like the Ember pick though, because you can at least dodge the charge. You don't care much about the Enchantress. But the Pudge, is that going to be a carry Pudge? I kind of doubt it here.
They do have 24 on VP, so it would be weird to let's pick their support. Yep. I'm assuming it's going to be their pause 5 with a range carry, right? Because then it means Broodmother is going to be offline with attackies.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. That's fine. I want to see aggression on the safe lane of Virtus.pro, because that's how you deal with these two. Level 1, you need to pressure the Spirit Breaker and the Darkseer. If you don't do that, they get to level 3 and they're just gonna overdie to use the glyph once it comes up and kill you over and over again. So I really would want a lot of aggression. If let's say it is a carry Pudge, then something like a CM to go with him, something that's really gonna make that lane a living hell for the Darkseer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just love the Breaker response to Broodmother. I feel like that is one of the best heroes to stop what the hero wants to do. Because, these days, basically what Brood does is you get webs on both sides of the Twin Gates, and you just keep on pushing the side lanes over and over again. A lot of heroes actually struggle against that, but Spirit Breaker definitely one of the best, especially with Puck on top of it. So the catch is covered for PSG. They might be lacking damage, so hopefully the carry they're going to choose will solve that issue for them.
And I guess the question is, moving forward a little bit here as well, is what kind of carry do they want to try and go for, and about whether or not, if this Pudge goes from a support to a core, about whether or not that eliminates a few more of these options for them. Because as you said, Bowie, PSG, they do need quite a lot of damage, especially if we start getting towards these middle stages of the game with this Pudge as a core. Like Harry, we've seen these Pudges have, 4,000 or 5,000 health and have, all this armor built up, and it's very, very hard for them to try and cut through the big HP pools of that. Is there anything that's kind of standing out for you for VP here, Harry, that you feel like they can kind of round out this draft with?
Oh, it's hard now when I see this Puck, because you are missing either a 1 or a position 5 unless you're playing a 1 Brood, which I wouldn't like, and then maybe an offlaner or a 4 or something along those lines. Either way, with one hero, you need to solve the mobility of the Puck problem, because you have nothing versus it. And Bowie mentioned that PSG Quest could have damage issues, but they also might not have them, right? If the Darkseer has a very good lane, with the Iron Shell, Puck goes in deep, the Spirit Breaker goes in deep, you might just have enough to finish off these heroes, because Virtus.pro heroes aren't really all that tanky if you do manage to get on top of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slippery slope, right? If you don't convincingly win the laning stage, then like minute 15, minute 20, the Darkseer really doesn't offer that much. Spirit Breaker can be underleveled, but I get what you mean. It really depends on how the lanes are going to shape up, and so far, the safe lane on VP is really what we don't really understand what they're going to do. They actually been Enigma here, so they feel like they could be going for like either... I guess carry Brood in that case, or support Enigma?
Carry Brood with Enigma offlane with the 4 Pudge. I guess that makes sense as well. I mean, any kind of range offlaner like a Visage would lane well with the Pudge. The problem is Flare's hook no longer gives you extra speed on the projectile, and I think it's going to be much easier for people to dodge on that hook, especially the max range ones.
So a lot of these melee dominating carries have been banned out here by Virtus.pro. They get rid of the Ursa, they get rid of the Troll Warlord and the CK as well. They're going to go for Revenge here. So PSG Quest, but it seems like they're kind of taking a leaf out of the Gaimin Gladiators book, and they're just going all out speed, and they want this first 15 minutes to be an absolute hell for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, interesting choice. I mean, I like the combo with the swap and breaking the coil, but I don't necessarily think it gives them damage. I would love to see carry pledge here, and then you pick something that either brings you damage or brings you tankiness. Because I don't know. I feel like obviously carry venge can scale really hard, but in a game where you don't stomp like GG did, I've seen tons of carry venges just falling flat and not looking very impressive. So very curious to see how Virtus.pro is going to try and, I guess, finish out this draft.
They have to do it now because the reserve time is down the dumpster, so it's in 5 seconds that we're gonna have to see, and it's an Underlord. Not really a hero that helps you deal with the puck all that much. It helps you deal with the Spirit Breaker, but in my mind, you already had enough to use against it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not the biggest fan of the Virtus.pro lineup.
I honestly like it, actually. I like it. I think Underlord literally counters Venge Aura. It makes everyone super tanky. You have Root against Puck. I would love to see an Atos here paired with the Pit of the Underlord. I actually like what VP has. I think this is going to be a banger, especially this Kiritish Brood. I feel like this hero is still underrated, even though it like every time it just kind of stomps the game as a carry.
I like that point about the Underlord, because if you get the pipe in this game, PSG Quest could lack damage, and then in long fights, Puck can still die.
Yeah, and I mean, if you have this support Pudge as well, he gets a few of these flesh heap stacks early on. You can start building in towards things like the Crimson Guard, what have you, to try and mitigate a little bit more of that damage. And then your Brood at that point, if there's no damage going into her, then she can kind of have free reign of these fights. So before we chuck it over to the Australian lads for a cast this time around, Harry, are you in the VP basket? Are you in the PSG basket? Who do you feel like is going to win this game?
Well, my prediction for the game for our production was Virtus.pro, but I think I'm gonna change my mind. I'm okay with their draft, but I like what Quest have a little bit more.
Yeah, I was baiting Harry the whole time.
Like
he goes for VP. I was baiting him. I'm going Quest. He doesn't. I hate Underlord. This is gonna be an easy Quest victory.
All right, easy Quest victory. I'm excited to see how this goes. I really do enjoy seeing a lot of these teams with their backs up against the wall. It's a best of one. They threw out a draft. Let's see where it lands. Let's see where it lands with our two handsome Australian lads. It is once again Danok and Aries.
What we need is hopefully the confidence for these boys are going to be at an all-time high, because they're going to need it as well. Your elimination series, VP up against PSG Quest. Then we heard what the panel had to say. How you feel about this one in particular, though?
I don't know what the hell's going on with these drafts, I'll be totally honest, right? Just picks going here, there, everywhere, a Pudge coming out of nowhere, still sticking with the Brood even against one of the biggest counters in my eyes with the Spirit Breaker Darkseer combination. I'm interested to see how it's all going to come down. Also, we get the classic combination of the Puck and the Venge together, so guaranteed way to be able to snap some of those Dream Coils.
Yes, indeed. As potential first blood, there's a very interesting position from Virtus.pro. One person's going to step out of the trees. DeCarlos had enough distance to escape the little trap that VP had set up. Squadix? I think he just slide stole it as well. I kind of looked away for a second. I thought he was away from the rune, and I believe he did slide steal the bounty, so it will be a 2 for 2.
So I wonder what the justification is with this Pudge, right? Like, do they feel like it's just good as a support? Do they feel like, as the panel was saying, they're lacking a bit of damage? Do they feel like they need a hook as an answer to the Enchantress in the lane, just to be able to get rid of that creep? Or could there have potentially been better options? Well, that's never good.
How'd you type that, bro?
Exactly. How did you type that? Not something's not adding up right now, Kiritich. What's going on?
It's alright. He's what is this new mind games? They're not like he can control it with his brain. Is somehow connected.
No, they're just preemptively making excuses, bro. So it's like when you're feeding, it's like, oh, sorry, my little brother wanted to play a little bit.
It's funny when you pause and one person says one reason, another person says a completely other reason. And it's like, we're called out. It's like, oh, what is the actual reason, huh? The classic bottom lane we're going to see. This is still one thing, you're not going to get it in a ladder patch, but this is still the big advantage that you have with Dire. Is just the fact that the Radiant lane, the creeps meet so close to the tower, so you can body block it, and you don't have that ability with Radiant's off lane, which does make it feel a little bit nicer for Dire to play. We're going to see we'll be pushed pretty much right next to the tier 1 tower, which is so important for someone like a Darkseid. We've mentioned a couple of times today that this hero can really struggle in the early couple of waves.
Yeah, you need your level 3, and then that's really where you start to come into your strengths. To be honest, though, VP could have just done a bit of body block themselves, right, of the Dire wave to be able to make sure that didn't happen. Maybe they're even just going to be satisfied hitting their level 2 a little bit before quests, and maybe they look to go for an attempt. You know, level 2 on techies is pretty strong. Nothing
How about some
from if you wanted to pull the wave? It's not like they have a super reliable stun to be able to stop him.
How about some of these other lanes, though? Mid in particular, we haven't seen the Ember puck in a while, and even I don't think I actually casted a puck game in South America with the new change to like the fast and just the hero overall. So how do we feel like the Ember's going to play? Because previously it has been pretty nice for the Ember in the lane.
We were talking about it, you know, you and I over the years, especially when it was the Phase Boots Orb of Corrosion build on the Ember Spirit. It absolutely crushes this low armor hero like the puck. And I was like, well, Orb of Corrosion doesn't really build up from Blightstone anymore, but might be able to just get a casual Blightstone, and that's exactly what Squad X has coming out to him now on the Courier. It's also got the double impact sleight of fist facet, so you're just going to be able to put even more pressure in onto this this puck, and he's already built himself up a nice little bit of a net worth lead at the moment on Squad X, and to me this did feel a little, I don't want to say desperate, but they really just wanted Noob to be comfortable on one of these heroes. Puck is his most played, actually up top, and Tara's getting a little bit of the business, but he should be okay, tanky boy. But do you agree? Do you feel like they just really wanted Noob to feel comfortable? Because I feel like, not even just in this series, like in the past few weeks of tournaments, it feels like if he doesn't have a good game, Quest doesn't have a good game.
Sure. I mean, that can definitely be a very big thing. You know, if he's that tempo controller for Quest in particular. I do feel like overall it's a pretty good puck game. It's just like, are you going to be able to get out of the lane without taking too heavy of a hit? Like, can your farm stabilize? And because how are you going to be able to deal with the puck as the game goes on? You know, sure, maybe there's like Atos or a Ruders, yeah, hook. Tara's going to be able to pull back to Carlos. Looks like the missile should be able to cover the enchanters from getting back to the tower, but they're going to cliff up the waves, so VP will continue to play up in the face of Quest. They're kind of splitting their damage, though. Notice is charging down tier 2000, meanwhile Tara's just sticking onto Carlos, and yeah, you can run in circles, but it's not around trees, and Mataris is going to stay on you, and now tier 2000, he'll take a point-blank hook as well, and not only do you get 2 kills, but Daniel, more important, this is about 2 full waves that the Vengeful Spirit is not farming bottom lane as well, but the action will continue. F and G is going to take out the Iron Shell. Now Kiritich, he'll try with the man fight, but these are 2 heroes with the shells. I don't know if the Brood can do it, and yeah, not to be. Kiritich has to step back to the tower, so at least you will able to get a kill down bottom for PSG Quest.
It's a big victory up top, though. I really liked what Bowie said in the panel as well about Underlord's item build. I think Atos is the one to be able to go this time around. You just need an extra bit of control for that puck. Still, again, not having a great time in the lane. You just need that extra little bit of a layer of lockdown for it. But yeah, what a great way to be able to start up on that top side, right? And I think there was a little bit of a change to the tower aggro radius for when you're right-clicking, and I thought Antares did it perfectly. Like, he was a little closer to the tower than you used to have to be, but was still able to get a couple of right-clicks off without actually aggroing the tower onto him.
Is a little bit sad the Flaze Hook got nerfed? Like the projectile speed?
Fast boy. Yeah, a little bit sad. I mean, it was so strong, and I feel like it's one of those changes, I think, that the Frog just did, because he's like, look, this might not be busted for pro play, but everyone picks pretty much in pubs, and we have to make it a little bit weaker, because people are going to play him regardless.
Alright, so he was doing it was one for the community, honestly.
Exactly.
Top lane again. Gonna run a T2000. Looks like he'll be either the creep or the hero you get, but probably miss both of them.
Splits the middle. He's playing bowling right now.
Good start. VP, 2 kills, Daz a net worth lead, off to a pretty good time. Again, your bottom is where we saw that kill previously from PSG Quest. We'll see if they're going to be able to continue. Importantly, like this Dark series, having a really good time and one of Malik's best heroes, and really see how they're going to try and utilize the early shell and how active Omar wants to get on the Spirit Breaker too.
Wonder if they're actually going to get aggressive onto the Broodmother right now, because with that Observer Ward, they see FNG moving towards the mid lane to be able to help out with this power rune. Of course, anytime you've got a Park or a Spirit lane, very important to make sure that those aren't going to the enemy, as Squad X is getting a lot of attention, actually.
Noob's got coil. Let's see if they're going to have the damage throughout the coil control, and with the bash as well, they're going to be able to bring him down. It looks like Antares is now in some danger. I mean, FNG comes over, but what is the tech he's going to be able to do to provide assistance to the Pudge? Another bash, and a
Still
big
a
double
regen.
kill for Noob. I mean, that is huge. We were seeing the lane be pretty heavily favored for the Ember Spirit, but now Noob gets a nice injection of gold for the Park.
Also, look at what he did to the lane equilibrium as well. He pulled it underneath the tower, so just like what happened up top, they were able to equalize that one a little bit. And instantly, Omar is just able to continue that pressure across the map, moving right in onto Kiritich. Got the vacuum available, but without the Ion Shell onto the Spirit Breaker as well, I don't think they want to continue to commit there. Oh, that's a big one.
That is a very big one. How did he get there?
Good question. No Fiend's Gate yet.
TP's on. I don't know. Okay, Squad X. Well done. Bottom lane. Again, another attempt onto Kiritich this time. Kiritich is actually going to start to bite back now because Antares with the hook. Very nicely done. Unfortunately, FNG has to come down bottom. Level 5 on the techie, so pretty high level here.
This is well, they've got their Wisdom Rune. Malik's just going to go get the one for Quest, so he'll be very, very happy about that. Well, I guess the Darkseer isn't necessarily the one that you want to be claiming this, right? Yes, it's important for Malik to be scaling, but I'd have to say it's pretty important as well for SB to be the one that gets a lot of that experience, and I actually think it went over to the Enchantress at the time.
See where the SP is going to look to try and charge. Maybe there's another attempt to be had mid lane. You've got coil back up for Noob. I don't know if they need a +1 here to go for the kill, though.
Yeah. Lack in damage, again. Like, this is the thing that we've been talking about. Rune's bottom, and yeah, lots of protection to be able to make sure that that does not cost them. But up top, they are just going to continue pushing, right? This is one of the advantages of having a very good start. You see there, creep instantly deleted by Antares just with the hook. So not necessarily the strongest pushing lineup prior to, you know, the Broodmother getting seriously active, and she only just hit level 6, and you're almost going to be able to claim a tower pretty much for free.
It doesn't look like PSG Quest are looking to defend it. I do believe they scouted the ward placement. Omar's even going to try and TP him with the shell given over to him, but notice his beefy is putting himself first.
Missed hook.
And they want to avoid the Underlord and try go for an easy target. F&G will be the decision. They're actually going to bring the Rift. Who's coming through the portal? Looks like it's going to be Kiritich here with the Broodmother. Now they need some extra heroes on PSG Quest to combat this Noob. Lands the coil onto 2, but again, the damage is just not there. There's 5 heroes from Virtus.pro, and no one will go down. Antares survives on a slither of hell.
Oh, another thing that actually, hold on. Getting a little bit of attention onto him, yeah. Oof, just able to get away. Had the illusion rune anyway, to be able to help himself out. Look how much damage Ember Spirit's able to chunk just with a simple sleight of fist, again, because of that double impact. Only just noticed, by the way, that the Underlord has the Demon's Reach, so the cleave, right? So he's going to be scaling as well. He didn't go the Necrobook unit for the Twin Gate, so it just means that all that damage, all that way to be able to push out lanes is going to come so much quicker.
Why did it get nerfed? I'm so confused. I swear it was useless. I was
The Demon's Reach?
No, the necro like damage on the other facet.
It's a lot of units. You got like 8 or 10 when you ended up using it. You had to like continue staying on the other side of the portal, but I thought it was quite nice.
I feel like at least 80% of fights I've seen, it just farms creeps and doesn't hit like enemies. I don't know. Maybe you've just seen games where it's actually killing heroes, but I feel like games I've seen, I don't know, it just likes the farm.
It's one of those ones where it's like, it doesn't necessarily do a ton in fights, but it's like, you join a fight, you win it, and...
Any TPs?
No need.
Not needed.
Yeah, you win a few fights, and then you use the boys to help you push into another objective, right? Actually not opting to go for that Atos build either on Notice, just going full Aurabot. Honestly, kind of understandable, right? Like, you've got a Broodmother to be able to play with, so you just want to buff up those Spiderlings as much as possible.
Like, another thing as well, we've spoken a lot about the lack of damage on PSG quests, and
yep.
If you just go, like, sure, Atos maybe helps a little bit with your control and getting pickoffs, but you can also just go Mechanism and walk down towers, right? And force fights and do it that way instead. So Tier 1's gone, you can go top next, you're even going to be able to kill Tier 2000, FNG, setting up onto the bench for Spirit. They're going to be able to find the carry inside the jungle. Virtus.pro are, I mean, they are guns a-blazing here in this best of one. They have definitely been able to make amends from that previous series.
Yeah, I feel like they just made smart decisions with their draft, right? They identified, all right, well, they're lacking in damage. What's someone that can really punish that? This was a late Underlord pick, right? Last pick of the overall draft, I believe. And they were just like, well, this is going to be able to solve all of our issues. We've already won the mid lane without having the pick to be able to counter the Puck. They picked Puck into the Ember Spirit. You got to remember that. So, you know, this is one of the advantages of having a team that perhaps is a little bit more flexible with their draft choices. Going into a Mage Slayer as well on Squad X. So you've got that plus a pipe coming through eventually. Most of the damage on Quest is magic. So this is going to be really, really hard for them to kill anything once it gets to that point.
Yeah, they were starting to sit up bottom. PSG Quest going to be able to respect them. They'll look to play accordingly. I see that though. Not charging. Do they want to take the fight down bottom though on PSG Quest? Because you are down Avenge and we've seen the lack of damage be a really big issue. They're going to try. Core's going to be onto 2. They're going to be able to have the wall this time as well, but the Broodmother taking all the damage, but Kiritich hasn't died just yet. Surely you're going to get the kill onto Kiritich, right? No way, Kiritich slides out of danger, and now he's going to be able to turn to burst down Melik as well as PSG Quest kill no one.
Man, they waited so long as well. Again, the advantage of fighting under your tower. It's that little bit of extra armor. It's that little bit of extra regen. And at the very end, you just get a mech coming through. I thought Notice was really, really late with his TP, to be honest, but it just wasn't needed. All of this damage is from, like, one source. And, yeah, like you mentioned, the one hero that's, you know, meant to be your carry, meant to be the one carrying this one for you in TA 2000, he was nowhere near. And this is, again, one of the downsides of playing this hero, is that you need to give him a solid 20-odd minutes. He's actually farming reasonably okay to be able to get into decent Ags timing, but the issue is that VP's heroes are crushing him in terms of their farming efficiency. Like, they're having an amazing game.
Dude, look at the vision as well. Oh, you have 6 wards currently down. Some must be expiring pretty shortly, but the vision game at the moment for Virtus.pro is incredible, and I mean, this is going to be a lot of the experience from FNG too. We saw that previous pickup in the far north of the map here onto Tier 2000. They've already got some really cool wards set up as well to set up for, like, all you need is a techies and maybe someone else nearby, and then you can just portal in, and that's going to be a dead venge. So Tier 2000 is going to have a really difficult time with farming on the map.
Omar's trying to, well, obviously
as well with the Orchid, they got it. They got that Silence into the Dismember, and what was supposed to be a pretty decent game here for the Puck is proving not to be the case. You cannot have a lot of deaths when you are this far behind. They're even going to be able to keep their own Wisdom Rune up as well and also snipe Omar. And I don't know, Danok, this might be back-to-back games where PSG Quest just get blown out of the water.
Yeah, it's really starting to worry me, the lack of cohesion coming through from the team as a whole, right? Like, I feel like this Darkseer is having a pretty decent game, right? But there's just no one to be able to play with. Again, if you're going to go this Aura build, you need others that are going to be able to pick up the slack, at least until you're able to get into your Blink Dagger, your Aghanim Scepter, like all this sort of stuff. And Nuke's just dying again. He just got back. He just TP'd in.
Awkward for the Parkers. Alright, they're going to try and take the fight. Ember? Control for a second, but it's not long enough, and now Antares. Yeah, okay. I mean, you'll get the kill on the Pudge. It'll take you a while, and
you'll get the kill on the Pudge
again.
You'll get the kill on the Pudge
again. Someone slips by. with a slither of health. And how frustrating is this got to be? I mean, this is... Oh my god. You couldn't kill the Brood down bottom. You can't kill the Pudge now. The mech at the last second. It looked like he had like 30 health left on Antares. This game's not going to get any better as well.
No, it's looking really rough. Puck nowhere near the next item for their item progression. Obviously needing to get into that Blink Dagger, but again, like you just got to play with the combos that you have, right? Dream Coil into swap underneath a tower. That's a combo. You know, guaranteed stun onto someone, into, you know, a little bit of damage. Maybe a lucky bash coming through from the Spirit Breaker. He's miles away from the Shadow Blade that I was saying he was needing. You can have all the sustain in the world, but if you're not actually dealing damage the other way...
your carry, and your carry's just gone. Okay.
Yeah. Big weak point in this this quest draft overall, right? Like, it just feels like they don't have answers to anything for this stage. And I don't even know if it's going to get a ton better later on, right? Like, you've gone a carry-ish Underlord, who is still going auras, that is still going to be able to cleave like an absolute beast. Ember Spirit, he's almost into a BKB, just about 1.5 items away. You're walking across the entire map. You're taking every tower that you see fit. You haven't lost a single tower. Do I need to go on?
Man, PSG Quest fans, I want you to keep going on. But...
I'm one of them. I predicted them to win this, so... This was before the draft, though. And, yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of holes in this draft that are going to take quite some time to be fixed. You need to somehow delay this map out, and you've got one of the better heroes in the Underlord that just is able to TP wherever the hell he wants.
Yeah, so I don't know. It feels like we're potentially looking at some... what was brought up before, where coil into the swap, and then maybe you're going to be able to blow that person up because they're going to be away from, like, the mechanism and away from the heal. Malik. Alright, we'll see. I mean, you're making the attempt on the top lane with the Underlord, and you're going to be able to get the kill. Importantly, Malik also scurries away of the potential threat that was looming on him with the Virtus.pro dive under the tower. So that's really important. You, of course, get the kill into the Underlord, and it doesn't look like... Okay, maybe they will lose that tower down bottom, so this is the first step for PSG Quest.
It's really unfortunate that you ended up getting it onto Carlos, though. He was the one that stole away that mega kill streak. If it was Noob instead, if you're able to get into that Blink Dagger really, really quickly, maybe you can do that again. You know, Dream Coil, not the longest cooldown. Even the Spirit Breaker, to be honest, I would have been totally fine with Omar to get it. So, honestly, the worst option for them ended up getting it, but, you know, it's something. You'll take everything that you can get.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Again, this is what you need to do, right? Noob just needs to continue to try and be as cheeky as possible. Force defensive rotations to come through from Virtus.pro. Might be... Oh, they're looking to maybe make a smoke happen. Tier 2000 just has enough gold for his Ags.
No. Oh no, he's going to run to the shop and buy it. Alright, at least he gets it. Is that kind of in a bit of an awkward position? Is someone going to get caught? Squad X, does he go for the random slide? He did, but went, I think, to the wrong side instead, so...
They're just playing under their vision, but now they know they have to get the hell out. Like, this is literally going to be a game of cat and mouse for the next... Honestly, 10 minutes, I wouldn't be surprised, and VP, they don't need to go chasing anyone. Roshan, he's going to stay put, at least for the next 2 minutes, up on the top side of the map, so... May as well just look to try and claim this one, and again, Omar, I want to see him going deeper. I want to see him, you know, going for these charges. What did he buy recently? He had... like 2,000 gold, and now he's got 1,000.
I don't know then. I'm not sure.
Did he buy a shard? And it's just on the...
You sure he had 2k? He's pretty... He only has 20 losses.
He had like 1,700 or something like that.
Well, unfortunately that gold's missing, so... well, yep, feels bad indeed. Alright, so we got Aegis onto Kirichic's Broodmother. Noob actually went Blink, so let us see. Maybe that's just going to give, again, the avenue Blink into Coil, into the swap. But you do not have this defensive yours to be able to address the Orchid, or well, I guess address the Bloodthorn now.
I wonder if they're going to go for this really quick rotation. Yep, smoke up, all playing together. Just trying to bait someone into this mid lane. Noticed, not the worst option, but he's got a lot of items.
Oh, they didn't get the break. You're not killing him now. It's too close to the tower.
Oh, they got it.
See, notice. Okay, he will go down. Are you going to be able to get down and cut your losses? And Towers slides the past, so we'll be able to drag back Melik. The Darkseer will be the casualty of war by the looks of it, and Kiritich will not be able to catch up to anyone else.
Well, just be careful. Oof, just able to get the charge off before he gets the Bloodthorn onto him. Yes, that's right, I said Bloodthorn. It's 19 minutes, and Kiritich is playing with 12.5k net worth, a Bloodthorn, and an Aegis for the next 4 minutes, building into a BKB, so there's pretty much nothing that's going to be able to stop him. But I mean, the net worth lead isn't growing. It's staying at 10k. You were able to get a kill onto a core. Yes, it cost your position 3 in response, but with the assist gold, you've also got the pipe now finished up for Malik. So it's just these little things, right? You are losing your Tormentor, which does not feel that good, especially for Old Mate Spiritbreaker. He would have loved to be able to claim that one for free.
We've already seen the lack of damage now, and Tara's has the Agnum Shard to potentially save someone with the Dismember.
Yep, going to Blink next, so I wonder if they are going to just use this as a farming Aegis, or if they're just going to continue to push their advantage, right? Because I really wouldn't be against either strategy. You know, it seems like they just want to claim the Tormentors while they can. Notice ends up getting one for free, sure, why not? They would have actually loved for FNG to get that. The Dispel would have been really nice against the Darkseer, against the Spiritbreaker. Seems like they just feel like they can go. Why not? There is danger fighting next to the base though, right? Coil, swap.
Oh, jump in. They're going to try and swap the Broodmother and target her. Like you said, she's got the Aegis. So yeah, you'll kill the first life. It's a pretty decent wall, creating some illusions, but are you going to have the spells to kill the Broodmother a second time? Another swap to 2000 puts her in a prime position to get the Brood and PC quest. They are showcasing. They are not out of this game just yet. 10,000 deficit does not mean that much for them. They're still going to try and take the fight, charging into Squad X. We've seen what this Ember Spirit's able to do. See what the BKB's available for Squad X. Not much that he has to be concerned about.
You lost your Venge. You got to get out.
Carlos, can they get out though? Chains connects onto 2. Noob's going to try and cancel him. They got the silence to prevent some of the spell casting. To Carlos will be able to step out of danger. Picks up the gem and lives to tell the tale.
So I mean, 2 for 2. You get another kill streak. Goes on to Malik this time, so what's he looking to build into? Greaves. Yeah, I mean, makes a lot of sense, right? Going up against Bloodthorn, the root coming from the Underlord, the root coming from the Ember Spirit. Makes a lot of sense, but it's all for him, right? So, again, I just need to see them find some other way to be able to find that big wombo combo that they've been waiting for. And with that fight, Omar, he's level 12 and has his Shadow Blade. So, going to be looking to, again, be more annoying, drag the game out even further. Win probability is actually back at around 30% for Quest, so could have been a whole lot worse, and it was, just a matter of, what, 5 minutes ago. They're slowly dragging it back.
I've still got to say, I'm a big... We've seen the potential a couple times now for this coil into swap. And it really feels like you are actually going to have the damage to kill the Brood. Maybe it might be a bit different now with BKB. Because you might be able to pop BKB and then the Insatiable Hunger and get enough life still off. Maybe the answer will be the Blink Dagger as well for Antares' Pudge. But I'm really liking what I'm seeing, at least with how them being able to use these two spells together.
Yeah. It's what they need to do, right? Like, it's very predictable, is why I was kind of in two minds as to, well, do they go now or do they just wait out this Aegis, right? Because you see what can happen if the right sort of fight is set up for Quest, and like we've been saying, if Antares has the Blink, that just doesn't happen, right? Like, you're able to actually just blink in, dismember him, pop the meat shield, and walk away. They've got a lot of small instances of damage coming through from Ion Shell, from the Witchblade, like all that sort of stuff. Pudge is going to be able to shrug off most of it.
Get ourselves back on the way, but DC Quest are starting to do some good things across the map to be able to put themselves still in a position to... I mean, yes, it's still 10,000 deficit, but it was looking like this could be another blowout game, but there still is something that they're going to need to try and combat and avoid the timing on Virtus.pro. This BKB onto Kiritich, I mean, because they're walking down mid. This T2 tower looks like it will go for free. They're hunting Notice.
They should see that on the creep wave.
He's baiting, though.
Yeah, he is. Seems like they're just delaying. Sorry, I saw Omar charge through about 30 spiders. Oh. The best feeling.
Dude?
Okay. It's actually very isolated right now on Kiritich. And he'll walk past a ward very, very shortly, maybe. No, he's just going to stay under the cover of his own. So again, I don't think they hate this all that much on Quest, right? It's going to allow them to get into that next item. So now you've got the Greaves, now you've got the Shadow Blade, you are working towards a Manta style on TA2000, is level 15, not the worst, just a little bit of that extra, I would assume, minus armor coming through for himself.
Gonna start the clump around top as well from PC Quest. Unfortunately, they're gonna have to take a fight into the amplified damage now that Squad X has to play with.
Or they're trying to bait a fight around this area. There were just 3 mines dropped down there by FNG. They want their vision to be the place that this is looking to make happen. But again, I really don't think there's a reason for Quest to get too aggressive, right? Just let the Spirit Breaker do the work. Let this Ion Shell on the Warpine Raider be the one to shove out the lanes. Even, you know, Tier 2000, he's, what, 250 gold away from his Manta style? Let them do the work. You know, force them to actually have to come into your base. Maybe it's going to be like a Hail Mary hook from Antares that ends up connecting onto the puck into a silence, but even then, Noob has the Yule Scepter, so, you know, might be able to prolong his life for long enough to be able to get a swap save, for example.
Noticed. Even putting the pit
the
down.
boys are
Omar
coming.
is doing some crazy stuff. I'm just trying to be annoying. Looks like they're fine. I mean, this is a lot of time getting wasted. Squad X, guess is incorrect. Antares potentially with the hook.
Nice Delta split.
Also off the mark. Yes, exactly right. Great Delta split. And again, this game is continuing to be stalled.
And the longer it goes, the slowly, the win probability just starts to creep a little bit more Quest's way, because they were incredibly weak, you know, 10 minutes ago. Now, because of a couple of good team fights, because of maybe a little bit of a preemptive push in onto the high ground, they feel like they could fight.
They'd love to be able to force the BKB. That will not happen, though. Antares,
Good
and the
position.
instant use of the gate as well.
Look at the lines. Look at all that Noob is saying. Shove the lanes, boys. We know that they all rotated in. We know where Pudge is. And we just need to try and just force, again, them to defend. Who are they going to find out, though, Omar? They even... You pop the glyph to be able to keep the wave alive. Sure. You hear him laughing as well. He was laughing to his own team at that point. Just trying to find him on the back lines. Maybe... I mean... Do they need to just buy another gem and give it over to Squad X? I kind of feel like it. He needs to be the one to catch this this Spirit Breaker.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Well, the Gladman would definitely help with that, but... How worried are you starting to get for VP? Like, is there a consideration of forcing high ground?
I still see damage issues, to be perfectly honest. I mean, maybe... What's Puck going for? Octarine into eventually a Parasma. Like, it's okay, but I just think that by that point you're going to be forced to defend, and yeah, VP doesn't seem like they want to delay this game too much longer.
Dire's top tower.
Swap potentially coming through.
Oh, onto FNG.
This is a bit of a bait here.
No one is there ready to capitalize on that swap opportunity. And now it's just going to die second time. This Venge illusion is
the
gone,
hell?
so... Oh, okay. Honestly, are you okay at that? Like, yes, okay, it's a carry Venge, but you stall out the push, and I don't know if that's enough. I don't, because you get the T1 tower mid, the lanes are completely shoved out. Maybe he's like, okay, it could be worth it.
I mean, you
Is it
always
cope? I
look
don't
on the
know.
bright side. It's a little bit of cope, but you know what? The thing that gets to me is it could have been made so much better by just having literally anyone there, right? Even if Ducalis is there, he four-staffs him back into like a Nature's Attendance, right? And maybe he lives, but just because he went for that play on his own, in what situation is a Techie's going to be hitting high ground solo with a creep wave? Very, very rare. So he had to know that there were people around, and very out of character for TA2000. I really rate him as like a top tier carry.
So you don't think it was planned? I thought it was planned.
I think it's just when you give cores the guarantee of a second life, they do stupid things. So we've seen it with Wraith King. We see it now with Venge. We've seen it with Aegises in the past.
Oh, Antares got him. Oh, well done. Really cool read. Waiting nearby with the Yule Scepter to be able to cancel the Bulldoze, and then notice was able to come through, and That's a nice little pick off, because this game will continue to get frustrating. Like, Spirit Breaker has gotten to the stage where you can just split the map, and I mean, we're seeing everyone do that as well on PC Quest. Are they thinking about Noticed?
Yeah, they know he doesn't have a Fiend's Gate, and how are the boys supposed to connect to him? That has to take a full
He's got
6
Pipe and
seconds.
Greaves, really? I don't know. He's gonna activate the pipe. They're gonna be able to break the coil.
He's actually too far away to do damage.
Nah, you're not getting him now. Like you said, too far away. And now they're committed. T2000's in the middle. And Radiant, they are responding. They're gonna come down to the outpost. Wall's gonna get laid onto the deck.
Nice
it's
wall.
a pretty nice vacuum, but
Brood's
it's just
doing
not
damage.
enough. Now with everyone here on Virtus.pro, we are seeing the damage issues come into play. Squad X uncontested once again with his Ember Spirit. Can just dance everywhere inside the team fight. Remnants to the left and right. There is no escaping for PC Quest.
I almost wonder if they were willing to commit to that team fight. Omar had buyback. Like, sure, it's going to delay your BKB and doesn't feel good, but it's just another one of those mechanical errors, unfortunately, for PSG Quest that came through. TA2000 ended up swapping himself inside of the Underlord's pit, and then he was too far away to actually do any right-clicks onto him. It was the decent idea, but just maybe not the communications there about the pit.
Really wondered what the next item is going to be for Noob. He's gone down the Octarine route, so a little bit more of the spell cast heavy. And it looks like Parasma is queued up now for him, so will help out with the damage issues.
It will. Scythe just feels like it does answer a lot of their issues, though, right? It's going to force them to go into a Linken's. It means you've got an extra little bit of catch for the Ember Spirit. It means, you know, you're able to get the Broodmother before she's able to pop the BKB. It's a lot of stuff that it actually does provide, but again, low damage. This is what's going to happen, and they're right on the mark to be able to get this free Tormentor for themselves as well, right when it respawned. Kiricic still doesn't have his shard, and that's a big reason why, you know, people value this Brood as a position 1. Still won't get it. It's going to go to Squad X, but that Broodmother has a few more power spikes still to come, and she is already a menace.
Aggressive smoke off PC Quest. Seen them making a little bit more proactive plays recently. Now going to make an attempt once again on Notice. Bomb had the sound cue, but
they're right next to the tier 2 tower, though. I don't know if you can go for this sort of dive. And they're going to walk over the Twin Gate as well. Over the proximity mine. So they know. Gets taken away and you end up losing the Roshan as a result. I don't think you can stop them doing Tormentor, so at least they're finally going to get something for free. Maybe even a little bit of damage into this tower, just using the Mantra Illusions. Okay. What's up?
I forgot the banner, but he went back to get it. Let's see, do we feel like they can high ground? Because what's going to happen, right, is you're going to probably put the Brood on the high ground, you'll coil swap and potentially kill first life. Do we feel like that matters in the end? If you commit too heavily for the first life, you don't have spells, can VP just stick around and win the fight? Or is it actually important, the fact that PC Quest will be able to blow up that first life and it's not going to be an issue with the spells being on cooldown?
I'm also just considering, like, how slowly can you siege? Can you literally just send Spiderlings up there and, like, pipe them just to make sure that Puck isn't able to clear them all out instantly? I'm not sure if you can have that luxury just yet. I mean, is it even reaching the territory for... I know it's not a standard Underlord item, but do you go into, like, a Manta on the Underlord or something like that and let those boys do the work?
Cool. Octarine looks like queued up at the moment to the potential Shivas. We'll see if Quest actually want to try and force a fight. They got a really nice rune here with the Arcane for Noob. So Arcane with that Octarine that he's had for a little bit of time, he's getting pretty close to the Parasma. So there actually may be an opportunity for them to take a fight.
How long has that just got? 3.5 minutes. Yeah. Kiricic is going for a Skadi for himself as well, though. Is that good this game? I don't know if that's good this game. I mean, you might be thinking it's good against Venge, but Venge has got the melee facet, right?
I don't know if I like this.
No, doesn't really help your damage. Like, I would have liked to Scythe on Brood as well. You know, we mentioned that Noob is being a little bit difficult to be able to lock down. Imagine if you get him, like, yours is his defensive tool at the moment, right? If he doesn't have that, pretty easy to be able to take him down, honestly.
Again, top lane and Tara's well done. Continuing to see the Pudge. I mean, he's the only threat so far for the Spirit Breaker with this Blink yours. But regardless of how many times Omar dies doing this, it is still a job well done. This game, I mean, yes, it's 12,000. It's not growing, which is the most important thing.
With an Aegis, it's not growing. That is pretty huge. And again, win probability. Oh, okay, with that death, it actually spiked back up. That's how important the Spirit Breaker is. As soon as he's in the grave, they're like, well, no, they can't push lanes. Now it's going to be a whole lot more challenging. Look at Noob's level, by the way. Like, he is top level on this puck after he got smashed in lane.
Just to bring it up real quick as well, Underlord actually went Scythe. So, again, he had the Octarine queued up and just completely changed.
Good.
And Skadi is now completed. So maybe they're going to try and force an issue. You got just under 2 minutes here with the Aegis to work with. Still, the lane's a really big issue. Bottom shoved in. Looks like top, they've been able to address the puck. So everyone is back in base from PC Quest. So this is your opportunity now, VP, if they want to get something done.
FNG is literally just putting mines in the mid lane to keep it pushed. Like, he's just like, you will not. No more shoving of this lane, please.
They're going to smoke to the puck. Let's see. Almost has Lincoln's complete. They're going to send the Courier there.
Oh, he's going to get sniped. Oh. I'm just seeing him make big plays around the Brood.
They're coming out. Tier 2000 is going to run into Squad X. Stun will connect. An aggressive jump in.
Instant value out of that Lincoln's, by the way.
Now with the gate towards the backline, it's going to block off the escape avenue. They are stuck here. Another pit as well, holding them into place. FNG is going to try and jump to the low ground as Kiritich getting the damage output onto Takalis. Finally, they're going to be able to get the kill. But it's just the 5 for PSG Quest, though. They look incredibly hesitant. Omar hasn't charged in just yet. Noob is continuing to play the outskirts. And once again, Antara is continuing to be an issue for the Spirit Breaker.
I mean, he stood in the creep wave. That's how they found him out, and Taurus was there with the extra range coming from the Aether Lens and the Eye of the Vizier to be able to get that Yules off onto him. Pretty big death, considering he didn't join into that fight at all previously, and the Dream Coil wasn't necessarily used to dish out a ton of damage. It was more just holding back the rest of the team.
Aegis is out soon. They could go for a play. And Coil's up in 5 seconds as well. They're going to be really careful how long they stick around.
They have not glyphed this tower as well. So it's just going to go down for free. And on nobody.
Okay. Got to keep in mind, how are you going to go for the swap with the Lincolns too? And you've got the hook from Antares. Onto 3. Great location there from Notice. Swap's actually going to be used defensively. Noob trying to disrupt the backline with the silence will stop the spell casting. Omar will not continue with the charge once again. They got to watch out for the hook. And Torres, it's another one. T2000's illusion now is stuck outside the base. And he will not make it back in for this fight. They got the silence into the Hex. Another hook as well. And Torres, 3 out of 3 hooks in this potential last team fight, sets up for the blast of Virtus.pro. About to knock PSG Quest out of the one-win series. This is going to be back-to-back seasons that they will be eliminated in the group stages.
Yeah, they did their best to be able to delay this one out, but just Antares is going absolutely bonkers. Nearly lands another hook there onto Ducalis, but the work is done from him. Even just happy to blink on in and get that big dismember off.
Took him a while, but they got there in the end. Virtus.pro will get the best one to send them to a decider. And importantly, they get a rematch as well versus one win. This time it's going to be a best of 3. It's unfortunate, PSG Quest. I mean, this must be so frustrating though. I mean, with what we saw happen, they lost the qualifiers, right? You're 2-1 against Tundra. Just narrowly miss out on TI. That must be devastating. Then you go into this tournament hoping to pick up the confidence, and then you get first rounded. You just get first rounded. Your first game looked not good versus Gladiators. This game, a little bit better, but still not that great.
No, definitely not. And I feel like, I mean, this was a good day for Antares, for starters. I thought he played pretty amazing on the Pudge to be able to set up a lot of that early action. Even, you know, just the coordination that he was able to get together with Notice, right? To be able to stop Omar from shoving those lanes and eventually just closing the game out with a couple of clutch hooks. Only 2 deaths on the Pudge, and even had that response to the semi-answer that Quest had with the lockdown onto one. Blink in, dismember defensively, and it was all good. So, got to say goodbye to Quest, but Virtus.pro, this is very well deserved, and I'm keen to see how in a best of 3 they're able to respond to what one win did to them previously.
Yeah, right. That's the big thing. Instead of a best of 1, it's a best of 3. So maybe they're going to be able to make some adaptations, and they definitely look better in this game in particular. So let's see. Firstly, of course, let's see what the panel has to say as well about our third series of the day.
Yeah, thank you once again, boys. PSG Quest, unfortunately for them, will bow out of the 1-win Dota 2 series for summer. In consecutive series in a row, they are unfortunately not the victors. And Harry, this time around, they definitely had a little bit more to show this time around in this game. But again, I think their biggest problem is these early couple of minutes for them. Sometimes they just kind of get run over, and it's kind of putting themselves behind the 8 ball to start off a lot of these games.
And we did touch upon it even before the game, that Virtus.pro might just do really well in lanes, and they did. I was surprised that PSG Quest were able to hold on for as long as they did, because with the lineup of Virtus.pro, you should have been able to end the game. But I guess, the team fight of the Darkseer, all of those things really do come in handy when people are trying to break the high ground relatively early on in the game.
Yeah, it really did feel like there was multiple times that could have happened, and Bo, now that we're looking at the way that VP were able to kind of put on this good laning phase kind of show, and then turn that into a little bit of a mid to late game win, it gives them a lot of confidence going into this rematch, right?
Yeah, I think it does, and it's honestly very surprising, because even though VP did well in the lanes, I wouldn't say necessarily that their heroes are lane dominators, right? Underlord, Pudge support, they are like okay heroes, but I really feel like VP should be pretty proud of how they did in the lanes, because PSG, they are a team that went so far in all of these qualifiers for Europe, so they are a top tier team. They had results to show for it. Yes, they didn't qualify, but they were second place multiple times in those qualifiers, and the fact that VP just smacks them in the face with these types of heroes, it really makes game 2 a bit gruesome here for Quest. I hope they can find a draft that works for them. I don't really think patch played that much of a role, right? The patch didn't really change the game that much, but maybe just an update for them. I don't know.
I don't know. Still, VP for me didn't look that clean. I have to say, even though they crushed the laning stage, and this is usually the strength of Eastern European teams, I don't know if this is the level of gameplay they were looking at. Because looking at this game, I was constantly thinking, do these teams have a chance to win versus 1 win in a best of 3? And the conclusion that I'm coming to is that 1 win might have maybe not an easy time, but definitely coming in as the favorites to whomever have won. And in this case, it's VP.
Yeah, and that was the question I was going to ask you, Boeg, heading into the final best of 3 today, as we have a quick look at the stats coming in here from both these two teams, is do we feel like that Virtus.pro have put the right foot forward to be able to challenge a team like 1win, who were ever so close to being able to take down a team like Gaimin Gladiators, who had to kind of basically pull everything out to win that best of 1?
Yeah, I would say so. I think 1win, even though they lost their game, it was such a different, it was a super close game. I think they were an inch from really beating Gaimin Gladiators. And you could see that, their showing was more of a team showing than an individual performance. I think, it's nice when we get to see Quinn looking that good, but to me, it's always more reassuring when a team wins a game as a team rather by individual performance, and that's why I agree with Harry that 1win is probably the favorites for the next series.
Yeah, I definitely feel like in a full best of 3 that a team like 1win is going to really be able to put a good foot forward. But Harry, going into that final best of 3, VP, they showed some weird stuff with the Pudge support. I feel like it's probably going to be a little bit more conventional, right, going into that last best of 3, maybe giving a little bit more respect to 1win.
Yeah, well, I have seen a couple of, especially teams from Eastern Europe, pick up an early Pudge because it has been shown that they can play it on a lot of positions. Position 1, position 4. I've even seen a mid lane and an off lane Pudge. The only thing I haven't seen is a position 5 Pudge. So in general, I think it's a flexible pick that could actually come out.
We might be able to see it a little bit more because we've got a full best of 3 to round out the first day here of the 1-win Dota 2 series of summer. We're going to say goodbye to Harry. He's going to go back into the casting chair. We're going to have DK Truman who's going to come here on the desk as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick break. Outside of this, we're going to have 1-win versus Virtus.pro. Welcome back, gamers. One win, Dota series summer is well underway for day number 1 and Group A as well, because we've only got one and best of 3 to decide that final slot going in towards the playoffs. Gaimin Gladiators already waiting in that playoff bracket for Group B to finish and Group A to finish as well. And we've got DK Truman. Hey, mate, how you going? It's been a long day that we've had lots of different faces throughout the entirety of today. Bowie, I'll get to you in a second, but DK, it's been a long day for Group A. How have you been enjoying the matches so far?
I mean, it's kind of the expected teams where you expected them, especially after what an opener there was today. But yeah, this is kind of the biggest match, the grudge match. One win playing up against VP, because one win managed to make it towards TI, and VP manages to go to Riyadh Masters. So it's kind of which team is the better one. And these are always nice scuffles to see where the teams are at, because of course we all saw what happened with VP, and they kind of got crashed previously in the qualifiers for the international, and they definitely need to show that they're here to play. We also saw that announcement, of course, from VP itself, which is scary for a team that qualifies for Riyadh, and then their org is like, okay.
Very, very, very interesting that they've had so far here for Virtus.pro. But Bowie, going into this final series here, it's full best of 3. These guys are able to show a little bit of extra flair and try and show that they are definitely the top dogs when it comes to Eastern Europe. But I mean, one win on the other side of things, we already touched on it, going into this series before the break. The game they had against Gaimin Gladiators is really going to give them a lot of confidence going into this final series, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think they played very well. Not only individually, I think their draft was also quite good. Pretty good smokes. I really like the way they move around their smokes, and they try to, show a hero, wrap around, bait people. I was very impressed with their map movements. Whereas for VP, very lane dominating team. I think they clearly have what it takes. As DK Truman was saying, they qualified to Riyadh. Eastern Europe in general is just a bloodbath when it comes to all of these qualifiers, to be honest. I think both teams have a decent shot, but so far, I think, at least today, one win is showing to be a bit more consistent.
Yeah, and DK, we touched on it at the top of the broadcast, where today is kind of one of those days where you don't really have time to switch back on. It's all about, are you good today? And that's all it is for a lot of these groups, right? And unfortunately for today, it seems like that one win are just a step, even maybe a step and a half ahead of what VP have been today.
I mean, it's also they've been looking pretty good, without a doubt. But one win's been on the up for quite some time now. It's also new patch came. I don't think the patch was like that decimating for some heroes, except for probably Dark Willow, but that one was well deserved. But we also get to see stuff like Broodmother coming back, and those surprise picks, the entire Pudge that we saw. That's something that they have in the back pocket. And when the patch is this fresh, it's kind of try and pick which heroes are capable of being played. And, VP did show some ingenuity in that regard, which I'm hopefully going to see in this upcoming game as well.
Yeah, and especially when we get into full best of 3s as well, that's when we really start to see those internal metas. And we've already seen it today. It feels like Group A have their own meta when it comes to, this Venge carry. We've seen the Broodmother carry as well. We've been seeing a little bit of this Pudge floating around, a little bit more of the techies as well from the Eastern European teams. So I'm sure in this best of 3, that's when we're going to start getting a little bit more of the refinement, I would say, of this Group A meta that we've had so far throughout today, right?
Yeah, I was very impressed by how much Venge is getting play, considering the hero got nerfed. It felt like in the B patch, Venge was being picked by a couple of teams, but not that much, and it was mostly played as an off lane. It would sometimes show as a carry. It feels like despite the nerfs, they're still like believing on this hero, and I guess I was impressed. Like it's not a guess. Just watching Diracho, he was 2-9 at some point in that series against One Win, and eventually when you get Manta, it feels like the hero can actually bounce back and farm a bit faster. You just shove the waves, you deal with that. The butterfly timing is insane. So yeah, there's definitely like a lot of new heroes that I think are resurging, and it's going to be interesting to see how this draft's going to develop. The Broodmother is one that you said, but I think both Venge as well as which one did we? I think Batrider is a hero we didn't really get to watch, but in Western Europe, it's definitely making waves.
Yep. And we've got our draft up on the screen so far. You know, DK, we're looking at some pretty straightforward stuff. I don't think we've really seen too many of these bans change. Obviously, One Win of the team that is banning a lot more of this Broodmother, but everything else seems pretty stock standard.
Yeah, there's some like the Witch Doctor got nerfed, but it's such a minimal nerf that doesn't really count. I actually expected the hero to get completely destroyed because I think it's still a little bit too insane. But there's still some other heroes that are very strong currently. Obviously, you're playing against Intera, so you want to get rid of the Rubik, first of all. He is one of the best Rubik players at the moment. And yeah, considering they also want to pick the Weaver themselves, having that countermeasure there removed is also a big plus. Weaver, you know, flexible until the very end, though in both support and core roles, very deadly.
Yeah, I mean, looking here, feels like Willow is like, in general, it felt like either Weaver or Willow were always the first pick and ban. But with Willow being nerfed, I wonder what the response is going to be here against Weaver. There's definitely a couple of really strong heroes, but what did VP first phase Brood a lot of the times, but it is banned.
Do we see the resurgence of maybe things like the Hoodwink as well? You know, when Danog and Ares were on the panel a little bit earlier on today, they were talking about these heroes that are kind of in that like 1.5 echelon where they're not strong enough to be first phase bans, but they're still very, very good to be able to be first phase picked here. DK, do you think, you know, some of those mid tier kind of supports will get their resurgence once again?
I think for like One Win, for instance, they love playing the Marcy, which is not a first phase ban hero, but still like. We've seen the support carry Marcy's go completely bananas. I think that's a good pick for One Win. Can play as support, can play as core wherever needed. Hoodwink has been creeping up again. I think in the big patch got nerfed like kind of too heavily, but still a very capable hero. And if you are very sneaky, as Interis tends to be, you'll be able to definitely get the max output, because damage-wise, it's still an insane hero. We saw Tofu earlier today as well play on it and just demolished with Gleipnir plus Chrysalis, which obviously in your pubs is grief, but here it's good.
I mean, if Tofu does it, it's definitely not going to be a grief, right? Like, if you're playing in a game like that and Tofu says, I've got these damage items, you go, yes, sir, you definitely do. And, I mean, we're even, you know, seeing it in a lot of those late-game team fights when Hoodwink can start to scale and she can get very, very scary. So it's kind of interesting. You know, DK, you said, you know, the Marcy combination. That was something that we saw them earlier on today where they got their Marcy as well as the Darkseer. So it's kind of interesting to me that they ban out the Darkseer themselves. Seems like they really wanted to try and prioritize that Weaver a little bit more, right?
Weaver is just always solid to have. It's a spirit vessel builder in case it's a support. It's hard to kill because as a core you would have to one pump it. It gets normally like it's a Lincoln Sphere builder as well, so it counters a significant amount of counters to it with its innate build. And yeah, as support, it's just annoying to always have sentries and dust all over the place, which no one likes playing against those pesky Invis heroes. Luckily enough, Ricky is still terrible, so that's a big plus for us.
Very interesting that they take away the Underlord here. I don't think this hero is usually a second phase ban type hero, but they love playing Naga, Morphling, and CK for One Win. So I'm assuming they are prepping up for one of those three heroes for the carry position. Yeah, sure, the Weaver is flexing, but I think you usually wouldn't ban this hero unless you want to play something of that sort. Maybe even the Venge.
Okay.
It's kind of
some of these. Yeah.
it's kind of hard to play Weaver at this point because you on VP you already have 2 Gleipnir heroes. So even if you like Shikuchi around in Invis, they throw a Gleipnir there, you're gonna get caught, forced to time lapse to try and get away. You die at that stage. So having 2 Gleipnir heroes, possible Gleipnir heroes on Virtus.pro side makes it really hard to play core Weaver in this game.
Storm second phase, huh? That is very different from what we were seeing. Like Storm went from literally first phase ban every game to kind of ignored. I'm surprised they go for this here, especially with Nyx still in the pool. I've seen some Storms really struggle in the B patch when Nyx was picked. I guess they feel like no one wants to play Nyx 5, so if the Hoodwink being picked, there's a low chance Virtus.pro goes for it.
Okay. I mean, a few of his items got nerfed in the most recent letter patch as well, so maybe it just really feels like that one win can have this better spirit matchup in the mid lane and really start to get that snowball going. Just going to go for the Clockwork as the response in the second phase as well. So it seems like both teams kind of, to me, you know, looking at this DK, like when I look at the heroes that one win have picked up, it seems like they kind of had an idea about how they wanted to play going into this series already, and they're kind of just putting that on the table, whereas Virtus.pros feel like they may have a very similar idea themselves about how they want to play in this first game, and then maybe the rest of the best of 3 is where we see a lot of these reactionary picks come out.
Yeah, the Storm pick is also obviously his items got nerfed and the hero got nerfed. Like the Galvanized nerf is just pretty massive, and even like the Static Remnant nerf was pretty huge. Which, as Bowie said, is kind of surprising that they go for it. Obviously, against Ember, it can have a pretty good matchup, but a good Ember can also outplay a Storm pretty nicely. You get him rooted, he dies fairly quickly. The Clockwork I am happy to see, because even though Clockwork did get nerfed, the nerfs are only its laning stage, where yes, he was just kind of busted. The cogs were ridiculously OP in the early laning stages, just got a slight nerf, but it's still one of the strongest supports in this batch.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of heroes here that I was not expecting. Skyref Mage, a lot of emphasis here on the Storm. You're going to have 2 ways of killing him in the mid game, the Orchid of the CK and just Skyref Mage roaming. So it's a really hard Storm game. But also Clock into Ember is, you know, I know Clock's still a good hero, but I do feel like they already have a lot of answers here. The CK doesn't really care about Clock at all. Ember really doesn't care. It's just only the supports that might struggle against it.
And even Hoodwink can get out of there pretty easily with Sharpshooter.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's definitely good. Like, you're probably not going to go Gleipnir this game. I would say 4-staff seems... at least one of the sports needs to get 4-staff, otherwise you're going to get bounced all over the place. So in that regard, it is a nice pick because it does delay any like Gleipnir rushes, most likely on the Hoodwink.
Mm-hmm. Oof. And okay,
look at how elusive they are on that one win lineup. My God, they got like every hero's got like a big mobility tool.
So looking at the recent games, it doesn't seem like they played on the off lane. So it's going to be a carry Lycan.
Ooh,
I'm actually curious. What is the highest win rate? Okay, still pack leader. I you know, you never know. They might go Cyclone, go Spirit Wolves, but
no. Please don't.
I was going to say into the Sky Mage. I feel like you're definitely griefing yourself if you don't just go pack leader here and just throw the summons at the Sky Mage and say you deal with that, buddy.
Yeah,
these supports are kind of terrible against all this rush. Like Storm zips in, gets a kill, zips out. Definitely Lincoln's gonna be required for Storm, or at least the Yules, because otherwise, if he gets rooted once, he dies. If he gets stunned once, he dies. If he gets silenced once, he dies. But the Lycan doesn't have that same fear because it just goes for full stats and rushes you down, unless you go for creeps, which with the Helm of the Overload, which is more likely going to be the case. And then these supports are squishy as hell and won't be able to survive.
Looking at the games here, it actually, they haven't played offlane Lycan for a while, but Cloud loves the hero. It's his 3rd most played hero. So pretty much going to be an offlane, which then I think assumes that Weaver's going to be carried. They don't have 24, so they're probably going to pick a +4 or +5 for 1 win. Even though I like this Lycan and I understand that it's like a really strong hero dispatch, the matchup against CK is really bad. And also playing against the Weaver, against a Skyrift Mage, kind of forces you into maybe early BKB or Manta. I have my doubts. I still feel like VP is in a better spot, especially considering they have 24 pick.
Yeah, I would concur. That's why Virtus.pro as well, they're removing the heroes that are good against the CK for obvious reasons. Probably that Lycan off lane. Weaver against CK, I've seen plenty of games recently that at one point that were like 4 games in a row. That was just Weaver against CK every single time. Most of the time I think Weaver won, but there's just like that one power spike for CK. Once he gets to the point of like heart and such, that it's really hard to kill. So I'm just hoping for 1 win that they can add something strong to kill off the CK. Maybe, Sven, Lycan bites him, stuff like that. You go completely berserk through every team fight. Maybe the Tiny safe lane once again.
It is banned, right, Tiny?
Yeah, first phase.
Oh, yeah, first phase.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're going to go for the Sven or if they feel like there's a support that can maybe change things enough. Oh.
That still doesn't tell us
I still
everything.
don't know. Yeah, I like this. I really like this.
Do we feel like this is maybe leading a little bit more towards Sweden Strong playing this Monkey King then for 1 win? Because he has had such a strong performance on the Monkey King in the past.
I would say so.
Probably, but doesn't have.
Yeah, basically. They don't really have any reserve time, so Virtus.pro, they have to instantly pick here.
Okay.
Huh.
That was going to be the final question to you guys was I feel like Virtus.pro needs something to start a fight for them. And we saw a little earlier on today that they put this in the hands of F&G. So I doubt that's going to be the same this time around. But yeah.
I mean, it's not a fight starter. It's a counter-initiate kind of hero, especially in this kind of game. You got CK, you got Ember. Those are just like the front line the entire time, trying to drag the enemies in, and then boom, black hole. 1 plus is they only have 1 BKB Pierce interrupt with hook shot. For the rest, it's like black hole should pretty much always be a very favorable tool. The downside is 1 win's so elusive with the hero. You got Snip, you got Lycan with the shapeshift, Weaver scooching around. Getting a multiple hero black hole is impressive if you manages to make it work, because they're never going to be sticking together.
Yeah.
All right, DK,
not only
before we go
that,
to the casters, one word. One word, boys. Who do we predict? DK, we'll start with you first. Sorry, Bowie.
I'm going to go VP on this one. I think, VP.
I'm going
All right,
1
Bowie,
win.
what about you, man?
To me, this is I think this Enigma is cooked.
Enigma is cooked. All right, let's see if that's how it goes out here. Bowie's gone 1 win. DK's gone for VP. Let's see where this is going to go. It is a full best of 3, ladies and gentlemen, as well. Winner goes forward into the players bracket. Fortunately for Lizard, they go home. It is going to be Aries and Hairy Freak taking us through this whole series.
Thank you, brother. Yes, here we go. We are ready for our best of 3. Hopefully we get a bit more of a convincing series as well here as well, Harry. I mean, this is going to be the exciting thing with these 2 teams going at it. We've seen previously, of course, they just played against each other in that best of 1. So we'll see if it's going to be a bit of a different outcome now with the full 3-game series, hopefully.
I don't think it's gonna be different, not gonna lie. I kind of agree with Bowie here. I think Monkey King was actually a really good pick because it lanes relatively okay versus an Enigma in general. You can close the gap, you can kill her, you can deal with the Eidolons as well. So in general, I think it's going to be very hard for Virtus.pro to play this game. It's not going to be as hard. Yeah. It's not going to be as hard as it was when they really didn't have anything to play with, when they had all of that team fight never to start it off. Now they can actually start fights. They have somebody to make plays with, but your off lane is not going to win, your mid lane is not going to win, and your safe lane might win. it doesn't have to, right? So I'm thinking Virtus.pro, considering they have been inconsistent in the mid-game performance, that if they don't win the laning stage, and I don't think they will, that they're going to be in trouble.
Okay. Well, I have some questions. I'll hold that though, because it does look like we're getting a potential smoke fight from 1win. F&G might need to bound this. He's got a couple of heroes nearby though. Looks like no further action is actually going to break out, so no kills. A couple of bounties going to be traded. Looks like potential 2 for 2. Notice doesn't want to go for the other one. So if you feel like Virtus.pro are going to struggle in the lanes, like who do we need to... Who's going to help them recover them for them to go into this early game with at least it being somewhat even if you feel like the lanes are going to be favored for 1win?
So here's the idea. I think the best approach is to make sure that the playmaker of 1win doesn't have a good time, and that's the Storm Spirit. He might win the lane versus the Ember Spirit melee matchup versus a Storm. Usually the Storm wins versus the Ember, but you have really good supports to rotate to the mid lane from both sides. But in general, if you get maybe a point or two in the chains with the Ember Spirit early on, you rotate the supports. You make sure that the Storm has a bad time, chains into Ancient Seal, can pretty easily kill him, then that could be the lane at which you pull all the hate of 1win towards there. You kill the Storm a couple of times, you get the advantage, and you stop the aggression from 1win, and you have a hero to be aggressive or at least annoying on your side. So I would focus around the mid lane. You know, once the nighttime comes, first power runes, that's when the supports are going to be putting a lot of emphasis there.
Okay. And if the lanes don't go as well as what you're expecting, if the early game looks pretty even, how do we feel like VP are going to be able to compete versus 1win? Do we feel like then it's a completely different story?
Yeah, it is different because you do have ways to make plays, right? Because both of your supports are killers. They are easily killed, but they're also killers, right? And you have a lot of heroes to combine them with. So even when a support and a core, no matter which combination of the two are missing from the map, it is going to be a lot of pressure on 1win if they are not able to start the fights of their own. So that's where Virtus.pro could find their strength. Get the ball rolling a bit, and whenever your supports plus one core is missing off the map, it is going to be a red flag for 1win.
Let's see, so far no real big winners. I mean, Lycan is struggling a little bit down bottom, 7 last hits only. Does seem like maybe top lane Respect might be in some trouble as well. Cog's going to try and block them away. And Kushi still hasn't actually leveled up the Jingu Mastery, so not really providing too much threat onto Notice. It looks like Respect will give up first blood, and there will be no return.
Interesting that he doesn't have a point in Jingu's. I guess versus the Enigma, you don't want it, but on level 2, this was a really good opportunity to kind of run over this Enigma if you had the Jingu stacks, but he went with the safer approach and the Clockwork got caught. So far so good for Virtus.pro.
Yep. Able to hold the equilibrium, which is the most important thing at this top lane as well. Notice going to keep these 3 creeps alive. So it'll be very difficult now for the Monkey King to play bottom lane, sweet and strong. The dance inside the tree line tries to chuck up the bugs. It will actually miss onto FNG. Probably going to have a battle for the Lotus. Sweet and Strong's not really going to be able to contest this. Looks like Cloud still gets it, though.
He saw Heritage didn't have mana. That's the reason that he could do whatever the hell he wants, right? Is level 2 CK. You've seen the Reality Rift. You've seen the Chaos Bolt. A crit cannot surprise you in that scenario, so you know that you're relatively safe on the Weaver. That's why he was so cocky, even though he didn't have Shikuchi for like 4 or 5 seconds.
Does look like Cloud's going to be going down the Helm Dom build as well. I really have not been seeing any Lycans, and I know there's been some murmurs about like Helm Dom and Helm of the Overlord being kind of back with some of the changes, and importantly like with the experience top lane and Tyra's. Looks like this time, oh my god, he actually got denied. Well
by
done.
Kobolds out of all of them, right? The ones that actually can't kill you, they have 10 damage. Nicely done.
Respect's like, he wants to kill him. Okay, never mind, he's stacking. I thought he was going to pull it. No, so he's going to stack. Double out. Obviously, a pull coming up in a couple of seconds, but yeah, intrigued on what the item build's going to be overall from Cloud. I know, this Helm Dom and Overlord's been getting buffed, so excited to see how much work that's able to put output.
Actions on both side lanes.
Yeah, I mean, Kiritich, the action, he's going to go down as a result of it. One more right-click FNG, nice bushwhack. Very well done. Kiritich Jesus, dude, almost playing on a knife's edge here.
Why did he do it? He had 2 stick charges, but no cooldown on it. So I could understand that that approach if he was baiting in the Weaver, but without the stick charges, that could have gone so much worse.
Are you... I'm just looking at top. I'm a bit surprised the Monkey King's going like this, but again, I feel like it's probably because of the creep equilibrium with, again, Notice has got the lane right back to his tower.
When I saw no Jingu mastery on the Monkey King at the start, I assumed that he was not going to be getting it at all, because now it shows that you're going to be focusing on farming. At some point, you're going to leave the lane to Clockwork or maybe a Weaver rotates just to get the experience, and you go into the jungle with this kind of build. Right now, the idea is kill the Eidolons, shove out the waves, and then go and farm as much as you can.
Okay. Well, then we'll see what Notice is really going to be able to do with a pretty good game on the Enigma. It does look like the drums is going to be the item of choice, so potentially the boys can look to group up pretty early on with the Enigma and try and get value out of this item. They are actually going to TP in Sweden strong. Weaver looking to vacate away from the bottom lane, so they'll leave Cloud alone, but they want to try and slow down this Noticed Enigma.
He should be a target right now. He's in a really good position on the Enigma. Understand something is up. They cannot really bully Cloud any longer on the bottom lane. That is a big thing for one win, right? If you can get the hate on the top lane, that means that people are not going to be rallying around the mid lane, which is something that you want. You want your Storm Spirit protected.
Got him. Sweden Strong's able to scout him out. Munkushi can fly over the top. He's got actually a good look to TP. Notice. Whoa. Nice read. Respect almost got the kick of the Cogs. Was under half a second away, and now inside the river, Chira Jr. Okay, he's going to be able to zip away. Doesn't get that far, but it will not matter with the chain still being on cooldown.
Yeah, 2 really cool TPs, one in the mid lane, one in the top lane. Both of the cores survive. I mean, Noticed in his positioning and reading of this top lane has been top-notch this game, really. It's the reason that he's dead even with the Monkey King. There were a couple of moments, that one included, where he easily could have lost his life for a couple of Eidolons and just not had the net worth and the experience that he currently has.
Well, they're all coming. You're not taping out of this one this time, Notice.
Nope.
So they should be able to get the kill. Maybe they can protect him with some extra TPs, and Squad X is going to be the pivotal reason to keep him alive and able to run that inside the Cogs. Squad X, he's got an Arcane Rune as well. Another round of the Slight. Respect will go down. Looks like Sweden Strong's able to step out. He snuck the Wisdom Rune as well, so at least you got that.
FNG did as well. FNG stole the Wisdom Rune too, so it's not a win for one win in general. If FNG dies, it's an even trade. Yeah, I think Wolves are hungry.
Use the blood grenade. Okay.
You said it in such a sad way. Okay, use the blood grenade, please. Yeah, but I guess the wolves are faster anyways, so he's gone.
Yeah, it's actually such a miserable way to die. Top lane again. Looks like Antares this time. So we're really starting to see the pressure ramp up in this lane. I mean, even with the Monkey King not having any Jingu, wanting to try and continue to play around with Munkushi as best as I can, because like you said, Cloud, he doesn't really need anyone with him.
Very smart. Get the hate away from the storm. But the hate is at the storm now.
Right.
Pretty good. Another rune goes to the Ember Spirit. Usually the Spirit starts ramping up at the second, third power rune. That's where they become super strong. That Illusion rune would have been amazing for the Storm to not be afraid of the chains and actually go deep for a kill. But unfortunately for him, it's going to be the Ember getting it, who is not going to be too happy about the rune that he got.
Yeah, unfortunately definitely not the greatest one, but we'll see what he's going to be able to do still. Trying to play with FNG. 2 points Acorn, 2 points Bushwhack. Top lane they go. They do have drums online for Notice. They're going to run into Respect. So a free kill into the Clockwork. Some vital experience as well for the supports. Really, these level 6s are going to be important for their burst potential and pick off across the map.
This Clockwork is very underfarmed, and really when you look at Virtus.pro, their supports in general are gonna get destroyed by the Clockwork if he finds the engagements. But with him being level 3 and them both, you know, almost level 5, Hoodwink already level 5, it is gonna be a big difference. And Storm caught as well. He's fine.
Yeah, we'll see. That's really something to keep our attention on, is how much of a factor is the supports level is going to be in this game in particular, because we're seeing the offlaners are starting to put some pressure on their lanes. Cloud in particular has the Helm and the Dominator. So do you feel like Virtus.pro should consider about defending this bottom tower, or do they just sack it and go for the trade top?
It's safer to go for the trade, but also when they're missing off the map, you can see how the Lycan is scared, so he's the one that's changing the pace of the game. And I actually like this. This can actually catch Virtus.pro off guard.
Lane, actually, that's where the action's going to be. Antares with the zip over the top. Jira Jr. wanting to deal with the support, and man, almost has the damage for Squad X as well. He's going to be able to snag the rune. One more remnant as well to be able to get out of danger, but Cloud with this first use of the shapeshift, getting some value. Looks like he's going to be able to get some damage into the tower as well.
Too huge, I think, with the Ember being alive and spamming. Actually, I spoke too soon. The Lycan and his push are just insane. I underestimated it. Enigma is coming.
Oh, well done.
Yep.
Cuts the tree. Is it going to matter in the end, though? But the Enigma stepping in. Notice he's got the black hole. Are they going to need it? Notice tries to get closer to Chira Jr., but Storm's at least going to be able to step away, so there won't be the black hole threat onto the mid laner, but of course you do kill Cloud, so sticking around for a little bit too long and not respecting the respawns and the potential TP from Noticed.
That was a beautiful way of staying away from the black hole by the storm. If he came just one step forward, he would have been caught, especially with 0 mana. But he understood his limits. He understood just how much he can help the Lycan, and he did everything he could. At some point, you have to give up on your buddy if it's going to risk your own life.
Now they're the ones that's actually going to be sieging and not even popping the drum. So catapult, eidolons, this tower is going to go down at an incredibly fast rate, and this could be one thing that maybe OneWin look back on and kind of kick themselves a little bit. This is a big opening where you had the advantage to potentially get this bottom tower and trade the top one. You go for the fight mid. Yes, you get a kill, but now you don't open up the map with that first attempt from Cloud. And now Virtus.pro, they're free to make a move. Squad X, he's going to smoke aggressively. Chains will connect. They're going to have the sharpshooter with the burst potential. This will be a kill onto Cloud's Lycan. It might take a little bit of time. He's pretty tanky by the looks of it. Cloud tries to activate the shapeshift. Surely he's going to die, right? Cloud, how is this man alive once again? Squad X now. I'm going to zip over the top. Kira Jr. is out of mana, but it doesn't matter. Kira just comes late to the fight, but what is the Chaos Knight going to do? Tries to TP out, but Kira Jr. has enough mana with a Vortex at the last second, and I'm in Virtus.pro. 4 heroes, they don't even get anyone.
It's insane. They just started lacking damage at some point. This is the Skywrath Mage not being level 6. The Skywrath Mage was level 6. You get the kill super fast, but he wasn't. And what the Weaver did there, Swedish Strong completely ignored the Ember Spirit and went for the supports. This is the power of the Weaver. He's a support as well, and he murdered the backline. The second that the backline was dead, it was obvious that the fight was over, and then it was just, are VP gonna get a consolation prize in the Lycan or not? And they don't even get that in the end.
They don't, and alright, well, now look what they get off the back of that. I was saying, like, maybe OneWin, we're not too happy with what happened previously with the mid tower going down, but 2,000 net worth lead. Cloud is really close to having the Helm of the Overlord as well. You know, they will fight back on Virtus.pro and get the T1 tower top, but mid lane we're going to see the action continue, and the Storm combining with Respect. Respect's going to take the full damage out of the Mystic Flash. There will be a turn, and especially with the black hole there, they're going to have Squad X coming in from over the top, and with the chains, it's not going to matter in the end. Like you said, no mana to be able to escape, so that is continuing to delay the Orchid and continuing to shut down some of the galvanized stacks here for the Storm Spirit.
Overdive for OneWin. I'm surprised. I mean, I'm excited that OneWin, even when they're overdiving, they're really utilizing the most out of their heroes. I don't know if you were paying attention, but the Clockwork, he used his last ditch of HP to tank the sharpshooter to make sure that the Storm doesn't take that damage. In the end, it didn't matter. He still went down, but in some other circumstance, that kind of a play can save the Storm's life.
Yeah, it's still those things like where you just don't give up your life for free and you still try and do whatever you can to have some, you know, who knows, next time maybe there's going to be an occasion. It's just doing all the right things, even when, you know, it's not possible. It just gets you in a really good habit, and then it means you're always going to do it then.
I'm loving what Noticed is doing. He's going for a Crimson Guard versus the Lycan versus the Weaver. Even the Storm and the Monkey King, they do a lot of right-click damage, so it's really going to keep these very, very squishy supports alive. I think it's a necessity, and I really like he went this route. Virtus.pro could easily go for like 3 versus 5 when they have that, make the fights longer, and not really be afraid of their supports just being murdered by a Weaver in the backlines.
Dude, this item looks really strong with the changes that we saw with the with it depending on the health and then the 2.5% on top of that. I really was impressed with a lot of the Crimson Guards that I was seeing in the South American qualifiers. So kind of just waiting for the meta to go back to the auras, because I feel like some of those heroes, again, like we were bringing up before, like the Helm of the Overlord builders are looking pretty decent as well at the moment.
So Skywrath Mage has a maxed out Ancient Seal, pretty standard versus Storm, but maybe we usually see a concussive shot at least 2 points. He really does hate the Storm, and this is great because you have a good amount of magical damage, and they know where the Storm is. Chira is in trouble.
He's got a nice ward that actually might give him vision to escape once the smoke is popped. He's going to go through the portal. Chuck it! The smoke pop enters! Oh.
Not even close. Not even close, Ares. Chira is fine. I'm so surprised he didn't TP out. That was pretty ballsy. Yeah, unreal.
Yeah, I would say the greed pays off. He's on the opposite side of the map. He's going to be able to combine with the other heroes. His farm will continue. Also, you got Battle Fury now for Munkushi as well, so he's going to be able to continue to ramp up his farm. And game is looking even. So something you were bringing up earlier is you felt like your Virtus.pro, one thing for them is you were concerned on how their lanes were going to fare. But we've got an even game, so it seems like we should have a lot of fighting breaking out the mid game. This could be one of those fights.
Pretty solid. One thing One Win has the advantage in is split pushing without much commitment, and with that they can open up possibilities.
They've got
for
the
them.
Orchid reveal. They're going to try for the attempt, but with the Crimson Guard, it's going to mitigate a lot of the damage. They'll just run straight into the Black Hole as well, and there's no counter. Notice holds 2 down. Meanwhile, over to the right side, Squadex as well with a double damage rune. I mean, Respect is just gone from the screen in a heartbeat, and that was a fight really without Kiritich as well.
That's very weird. I mean, he was there, he used the Wukong's man, but the second he saw the Black Hole, he just ran away. The idea was we have an Orchid, they're not going to expect this, but they didn't utilize their ability that I talked about a second ago. Split push the waves, make the enemies show, and then go for a play like this. They went blindly into the enemies with the mid-tier 1 still being alive for Virtus.pro. That was just One Win being impatient.
And again, I kind of want to go back. Like, is there a team that is on a bit of a timer this game? Like, is there one you feel like, I should say, scales better into the late game? Because we are very even at this stage. So is one team happier with a slower paced game compared to the other?
Very hard to say, because you have a BKB piercing Black Hole cancel on One Win. Not the easiest one to make, but still the hookshot can be quite useful. And both of the sides, both of the lineups have some merit to it. I don't actually think so. Maybe Virtus.pro, it's a little bit harder for them to push, but they have the spoke potential, and Black Hole in the late game, of course, is going to make your team at least have some chances of victory. So I would say that there isn't a clear victor in the later portions of the game. It comes down to who gets the momentum, who forces the enemies to go for earlier game items, who can be more greedy, and stuff like that can, in lineups like this, actually decide which team is gonna be doing better in the later portions of the game. Of course, team fight execution is important as well.
Sure. Okay. Well, I'm happy with at least what you're saying there. It seems like we're gonna have a very exciting late game. How things are shaping up.
For sure. One side would want to start off by bursting one of your heroes down. The other side, One Win, would like to poke, get out, bait you in a big Wukong's command. It's gonna be a very interesting one. I'm so surprised Munkushi isn't going for a Gleipnir. I would be okay with it if the Weaver was getting one, but without it, you don't really have great ways to keep people inside of the Wukong's command. You're gonna rely solely on the clockwork, and that is a lot of a very hard thing to do, right? A lot of problems for a little clockwork to solve.
Yeah. Maybe we can see Chirigo Scepter at some stage this game, but this is not a Storm Spirit that is snowballing. In fact, I mean, he's only got 4 Galvanized stack. I believe he just hit level 12, so before I did see he was on 1. And this Orchid for him that we see sometimes is a response when Storm Spirit is playing versus other Spirit heroes to just play very active, high tempo and try and control the map. But yeah, this Orchid has really gotten you nothing. And now we're going to have to see, like, it's going to be a BKB next for him. But this is a Storm they picked very early on, and Cherry's not having the game that they were hoping.
Definitely not. Sweden strong without his ulti. Does manage to escape in time. One win, they just didn't utilize every part of their lineup, and now they're paying the price at the moment for it. With Kiritic having the Orchid, he is a problem for most of these heroes on one win. The only one I see that has a way to deal with it is the Clockwork at the moment, and Lycan will have a Manta soon.
Yeah, what are our thoughts about the Manta on Cloud? Again, I've really not been seeing Lycan, so is this kind of this natural second item you've been seeing lately?
I think, considering that you're playing versus an Ember Spirit, versus an Ancient Seal and an Orchid plus Malefice, that Manta is just a naturally good item for the game, rather than really being a awesome item on the Lycan. It's solid, but in general, you don't get much from movement speed items, so you try to avoid those.
Okay. Or maybe the stats is another thing with the Universal, so we'll see if that also adds up. He's got AC queued up. And maybe some, if he wants to transition to right click afterwards, or we'll see what the call is going to actually be for the Lycan. But pace is kind of slowed down. Like 1,000 net worth lead, both sides seem pretty content with finding farm. You know, again, you've got this Lycan top net worth. Munkushi's had some time to be able to work with the Battle Fury. This is going to be a Scepter as his second item. So do we feel like one side is actually maybe looking to try and force a fight around Roshan, potentially VP now with clumping up down bottom?
VP are, in a way that they are itemizing, showing that they want to build up momentum right now, right? Because Battle Fury Aghanim Scepter, that's not a fighting build, but a Drums and a Crimson Guard most definitely is, right? Then, you know, the Helm of the Overlord, really not a fighting build. If you look at Virtus.pro, all of their heroes are ready for battle at the moment. And this is forcing Drosh versus a Clock lineup. Just goes to show how much emphasis they put into being the stronger lineup at this exact moment.
Respect. Oh, kind of nice timing with the Glimmer. He's going to be able to dodge the chains. So, and he's going to be able to escape as well. This Roche is taking... Oh, they got... What? They got him? I mean, Squad X using the slide to close the distance so he could use him from afar. Really nicely done. Squad X is so goddamn comfortable on the Ember Spirit. And Respect, of course, will make him waste as much time as possible, but this will be a kill nonetheless. But again, the amount of time it took for Virtus.pro to get that Roshan, the Weaver saw the Wisdom Rune up top, the T1 Tower went down mid lane. It looks like they might even try and snipe the Torment, although they are coming back on VP.
Okay, that would be crazy if one win tried to go for the Tormentor. Maybe if a Lycan himself, while his team is doing something else on the map, can go for it, just like he took his own Tormentor. But sending the Monkey King there to be low and just die would be a problem, especially now with the Enigma having the blink. It's literally suicide.
See if he can start to play a little bit more aggressive once this Tormentor gets claimed. Kiritic just level 15. Manta, hopefully he can get the Tormentor, and he can. So Shard's going to go over towards Antares.
The double Arcane Bolt nowadays. Shield of the Scion is a facet, so you get like, I guess half your Ags. If you're a core, if you're support, you really don't care much about the Shard, but if you're a core, that would be pretty amazing. Still, gonna be doing a significant amount of damage in the fights for sure.
Would you like to see VP starting to bring their forces towards the top side of the map and pressure this tier 2 tower with the Aegis advantage?
Yes, the problem lies in the bottom lane that it's constantly shoved in. In your versus a Lycan, he just needs to send those units and the tower will fall. So you need to think about how you're going to control these lanes if you are Virtus.pro. By making sure that some of your heroes are missing off the map, that might actually scare one win into not, at least not with their heroes shoving out the ways. But in general, one win are doing a very good job in controlling the map in such a way that Virtus.pro are having a hard time pushing this tower.
That's not even bottom. I mean, Sweating Strong is even just cutting this top wave as well, aggressive. It looks like Squad X almost able to get him, but yeah, very, very frustrating. This is Weaver. And we saw earlier today, I know PSG Quest didn't win that game, but man, they were really trying to drag that out for as long as they possibly could. And one winner doing a great job to stall the ages.
For sure. And Sweden Strong at this point, he's working towards that Gleipnir that we talked about. So this Weaver is going to scale. He's the one that got the shard from the Tormentor as well. So it is not going to be an easy hero to deal with. Him cutting the waves, him having such high net worth. It is going to turn into a problem at some point for Virtus.pro. And I really want to see somebody on 1win start making a nullifier now. Because there's going to be 4 staffs, ghost scepters, everything of that sort on the side of Virtus.pro. And Taurus already has one. He understands how he survives. So I'm super surprised that Lycan wants an AC. Like, screw an AC. Just make sure that these supports go down.
Finally, it does look like Virtus.pro are going to be able to enter the enemy side of the map. Again, it's going to come at like this top tower is now. Sweden Strong is even going to right click it. Mid is shoved in, so they'll at least be able to get a tier 2 tower. Kiritich or the illusion spam will be able to bring that down. They are also just, I mean, respect this is some crazy stuff for the Clockwork to be doing this. I mean, what? No way he gets out. But he's got TP, it's going to be difficult. FNG, they've got the Watcher, so yeah. Atos is going to make sure he holds the Bushwhack. We'll use it now, because the Enigma should be there pretty shortly to cancel the TP. And, I mean, he's making it work for him, man. Dude, this is impressive. This has taken a goddamn long time for them to get the kill.
They'll get him. He's going to have another Glimmer.
Dude!
Is he killing FNG?
Glimmers. Kill him! What's going on? Dude, how big is this one shot? Oh my god. He must be laughing. Alright, now Sweden. Alright, you can't lose another one. And it looks like you might. So Sweden Strong. Dude, this one's like, alright, your bottom, you feel pretty good. You're making space, and then he dies and he looks on the map and he sees his other support dying, and he's like, come on, guys, look at the space I was making.
Yeah, and if it's Sweden Strong though, yeah, dude, we're making a space versus a solo hoodwink and Enigma that was TPing in, and Sweden Strong was being hunted by 3 different heroes. So you know, hopefully Respect will understand, because poor Sweden Strong, he really got actually the real hate went towards him.
Now this is a bigger kill.
If they can get
Attempt
it.
onto the Lycan, but yeah, but they are severely lacking the damage.
Last time when they fought him here and got him close to death, but not enough, it went really badly for them. So I like that they gave up on that chase.
That was just 5 minutes pretty much completely wasted there for Virtus.pro. All they got was a tier 2 tower down bottom, maybe support kill. But 1win have done an exceptional job to be able to delay that advantage. And now you've got BKB on Mankushi. You are probably ready to fight.
Yeah, they have 2 BKBs. One the Storm, one on the Monkey King. So you're definitely ready, especially when the Lycan has the AC. I still don't like that you don't have the chance of killing a Skywrath Mage before he uses his spells. That is a problem. Until you have a Nullifier, Virtus.pro supports are relatively safe. Sweden Strong, not so much.
Do you agree with the read they have on this game, though, that they can't take these fights?
Not really. Especially with them controlling the mid lane and at least one side lane quite well. I think they could have gotten the kills. But a couple of times going for a fight did bite them. Noticed. Oh, is he gonna find the Storm?
He might. And he's got Blink. Judy's not zipping away. What's going on? Is FNG gonna be able to get him? He canceled, but he's out of mana! And I think the Bushwhack would have missed as well. What's going on?
He got him!
I'm so confused. He doesn't want a Black Hole. He might now, but he's got no one nearby. Hopefully the Eidolons are going to be enough. Does he even need it?
No,
is he worried someone's going to cancel it? I guess he doesn't need the Black Hole. He's out of mana. Oh, this is... He's going to get right-clicked down by an Enigma. What is going on?
He's juking around the trees. Okay, no, you're not getting out. He actually killed the Eidolons to make sure that the damage and the vision weren't there.
Dude.
They got the Ember. That's not a kill.
Alright. I thought he cancelled his TP. It was the Maleficus that cancelled it. Okay. That makes a bit more sense now. I'm like, wait, hang on. Why is he fighting? Cancel his TP?
That was weird. When you have 0 mana on the Storm, it actually makes no sense. It's agreed. You could have BKB TP'd out, and then at least if they're killing you, it's with the Black Hole. It probably wouldn't have happened, as Notice was kind of far away. But greed is not always good. That's what people should learn.
No, VP with
Dire's middle tower has
the
fallen.
weird skirmishes we've had across the map. Finally, they've got the lanes in a position. Must be very frustrating for them, but finally they're in a spot where they can look to go. I don't know if the 1-win ward scouted out this smoke. Like, there were some pings. They backed up and they're actually going to counter smoke themselves.
Munkushi is level 20. This guy is so farmed. But you know what? The CK is more farmed than the Monkey King, and that is what's actually scary.
And Tara's smoke pops.
He's fine.
Cloud's going to try and charge up the sharpshooter. Respect. Hookshot snipes towards the backline, but Respect is in some danger. Curative going to send the illusions. Meanwhile, Notice over the right side. It's a BKB Black Hole, but there's no follow-up damage. Hero Jr. soaks up the whole duration, and no one will be able to assist with the damage that they were lacking. Now, Chira, he has nothing to fear with the BKB still for him to work with. Virtus.pro, it's an all-out retreat. Are they going to be able to escape? Curative just sees an angle to turn, finds the opportunity to blow up the Weaver. Weaver will tick out to the Orc, and now with the jump in aggressively, Munkushi activates the BKB. He's going to be able to stand his ground. Curative still in fighting shit, but the Phantasm back up. Chira's gone. The Storm Spirit won't be here for the team fight. Number the Monkey King is surrounded. Gets a lot of health back thanks to the life steal. They might be able to do it. Curative is in some danger. Squad X trying to do whatever he can. Another round of the Slight. Is he going to be able to escape though with the Remnant on cooldown? Munkushi trying to catch up to him. One more damage. Squad X actually turns back. Curative with the aggressive jump in. They got him. Curative will secure the kill. Now turns the Weaver as well. A double kill for the Chaos Knight. And in the end, Virtus.pro actually able to come out on top in that team fight. The Black Hole in the end didn't look the greatest, but it did not matter. VP, a huge fight for them.
The CK's silence on the Monkey King won them that fight. He was lifting his arms for a boundless strike, had the Jingu stacks. If that connects onto the wave and onto the hero, you get full HP, you get the kill, and you run everybody down. But he gets silenced right as he's lifting his arms, and they win the fight. But this is just a showing you shouldn't fight the CK with all of his illusions without your Wukong's command. You just don't have the armor to make it happen. So I'm very surprised that they even tried 1-win. They got a couple of buybacks. We were bought back, used the ulti, came back into a fight. It just wasn't enough, even though the start of that fight was perfect. What did they do? They went for the Enigma. They baited a Black Hole, and the rest of the team were kind of separated by the cogs. Plus, the Enigma had the bug from the Weaver all of the time on him, so his armor was non-existent when the Black Hole ended, and they could just run him down easily. So 1-win started it perfectly, but they just couldn't end it.
VP looking to strike back, an aggressive smoke. Entering to 1-win's triangle. Monkey's gonna TP to the outpost. Munkushi
Jumped out.
somehow is able to get away. He's got the BKB. Super, but the drag back's gonna be there. He'll try and protect himself. The Cogs actually blocks him in the Cogs. No way, Munkushi's still gonna be able to slip out of danger. But now they'll just turn to Cloud and said, Cloud is stuck. Finds an avenue to escape down to the low ground, and now Chira Jr. I mean, he used almost all his mana, chained into the Suns. He's got the BKB to cover him momentarily. This is a fight, so they're going to try and take. They'll kill the Enigma. No threat of the Black Hole. They're going to try and catch up to the Ember Spirit as well. If they got the control, Squad X, he might be able to turn it around. Squad X is going to be able to catch up to Squad X. Kills him. Oh, the Ember Spirit knows his limits perfectly, but the Boundless Strike will shut down the escape of the TP. And in the end, 1-win this time, they will be the ones that come out on top on these crazy skirmishes.
Still debatable, right? Because you lost the 2 cores and you lost Respect as well, who did buy back. So in general, it's still a relatively equal fight. With Black Hole not being used, it makes it maybe even a slight win for Virtus.pro. 1-win, what they have to do now is shove out all of the waves. You cannot allow Virtus.pro to control the map. The problem is your main hero that's gonna do it safely, the Lycan, is dead. So 1-win, I wouldn't want to be in their skin right now.
Did Munkushi snipe a gem, or was it?
There was a gem on the Ember. The gem was on the Ember, so when they killed him at the end there, they picked it up.
Can they force this Roche? I mean, Kiritich just gonna run it. Kiritich doesn't really have to care about anything.
But he should care. He's inside of the Wukong's
Maybe now
command.
with the Wukongs, no control. That was something you were bringing up earlier. Could be an issue for one win, and this is a big ability on cooldown now.
We have to bail. You've lost the Roche.
What, Chirjun coming through the... Okay, it's gonna be alright. But he's actually
goes
gonna
in.
zip in aggressively. They want to take the team fight. Notice, can he get the black hole off? Chiro Jr. zips over to the right side. Now the BKB importantly is wasted for Notice. So he's not going to have the greatest opportunity for the black hole, but the clockwork is not going to be there as well. So a 4v5, one win. Smokin actually looking to try and re-enter.
They don't have vision of the wolves. How can you be so careless?
They're going to try and just brute force their way into the middle. Roche is not even falling to loop. The silence!
Beautiful.
They stopped the black hole. What a timing! No black hole to potentially turn the team fight. But now you got bigger issues. Munkushi on
Roche
this
is
Monkey
bashing
King is
everyone.
almost going down, but the Sweden strong support Weaver along with Cloud are just ripping up the supports. And they might be able to go for Roche, or they want the heroes instead. FNG. The Hoodwink is getting chased down. Looks like he should be able to stall this out. Kiritich is maybe eyeing up some turn potential with the Bloodthorn, but regardless, they are happy. They can go back, claim Roche. It's on the other side of the map, and I mean, they're coming, but they'll be too late on Virtus.pro. It's just two heroes, and they should be able to get it before they get there.
Oh man, the Storm Spirit won that fight. He did 350 damage, but he won that fight. First, he forced out the BKB of the Enigma for a BKB of his own. And then once the Enigma jumped into Black Hole, the Monkey King and the Storm literally win the fight. Maybe even the game at that point. He gets the last little bit of mana to use the Orchid, sacrificing his life, saving the Monkey King, and ultimately winning the fight. That was beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, very well done. Yeah, isn't having the most stellar performance for 6 and 9 for the Storm Spirit, but you're still seeing that he's able to have impact regardless this game. He does have the Scepter queued up as well, so something we would bring up a little bit earlier. And maybe that Vortex could help out with some of the control inside the Wukong's command, and he's about to get the level 20 talent as well.
One galvanized axe, you know.
Yeah, far out.
Storm Spirits used to feel really bad with one Bloodstone stack, and then they took it away. Then they felt bad because they took it away. But this is worse, to be honest. It's better not to have it than have one stack. You could have had like 15, 20 and just be zipping around doing whatever you want. Now he's gonna turn into a zip-in Aghanim Scepter. But as you mentioned, he's still kind of... well, he's holding his own weight.
Yep. Shield Rune's going to start to play pretty aggressively as well. They are under a Radiant Observe Ward. We'll see if Virtus.pro want to try and force the fight in this area.
Tower is under attack.
Leibniz Ember. So that's another thing that's going to force out the Storm Spirit to pop his BKB. And that's actually quite huge, right? Because he wants to use it to be annoying to the Enigma. Now it's going to be a little bit tougher, especially if you get initiated on.
Yeah, there's a lot of really big things getting picked up at the moment. I don't know if we're going to have time to discuss them.
Lycan has a nullifier. That's the most important one in my mind, and even the Weaver is going for it. If you ask me, the nullifier should have been bought even before the AC, because it would have secured that the supports of Virtus.pro would be food for the Lycan, which they should have been from the start.
We have seen that last team fight we saw in particular, with how difficult it was for the supports to play, and now you're saying it's going to be even more difficult. So you've got some other big ones coming. I mean, importantly, a talent though from Munkushi. Extra Wukong's command ring.
Yep.
So just more control inside the team fight. Squad X. Reveal for a second.
It just
Also
cannot burst
scout
him
out
anyways.
Tara's. There's a galvanized stack for Chiro.
Let's go. Doubling his galvanized stacks.
Okay, 884 gold. Why not? Just for a kill onto a support. Kiritich is in danger. Or is he? Maybe he's not in danger. Wukong's getting laid down. The team is coming. Notice is ready with the black hole, waiting for the opportunities, waiting to see them group up. Are they going to be able to do so, though? There's the jump in the middle, but the push-up respect instantly cancels the black hole. And now without this big ultimate, what can you do? You've lost your Chaos Knight. Squad X is still creating a lot of chaos, but this is a Monkey King with the Aegis, and it feels like they're kind of lucky with not losing more.
The individual skill of this game, especially from one win, has been off the charts. It is insane. They might have overdove a couple of times on both Virtus.pro and OneWin, giving opportunities to their opponents. But in terms of spell usage, in terms of circling around their opponents, canceling the black hole there, the hookshot was ready. I discussed it with Bowie. The way that you have to hookshot is that it has to connect directly onto the Enigma. If it's an AoE stun, it won't go through BKB. And he just finds it the exact second that Notice uses his black hole. He's just there supporting his scores all the way.
Oh, we got some... There's going to be a lot of damage for Cloud now. He's got the Ancient Guardian as well. Plus 50 for him. Close to 25. Still getting close to the Hex. Does look like this Aegis OneWin aren't going to be able to get value out of it though. So will expire in about 50 seconds. Bottom lane, Squad X. From now.
Sweden Strong is very, very hard to kill, even though he's not as farmed as he was earlier on in the game comparatively to everyone else. With the Ascetics cap, killing him is next to impossible before he uses his ulti. And there's another Gleipnir now on the Hoodwink. This Storm is gonna have such a bad time. He has a 6-second BKB, he needs to utilize it with his Axe.
Speaking of the Storm, you're gonna pop BKB? Whoa! Oh my god.
That's for cowards. Yeah, Ares. He has a greater healing Lotus, so he used the G's in the previous fight after the black hole, and now he wants to bait the enemies with the greater healing Lotus. Not as strong, but definitely pretty powerful.
Okay, playing the limits. Cheers are right there. And yeah, there we go. With that, Aegis has expired. And we are back to farming by the looks of it. So Kiritich once again, like we saw previously with the Chaos Knights, getting 6 slotted wood with the Arcane Blink for him. Fluctuating with the top net worth between him and Munkushu as a butterfly queued up as well.
Tower is under attack.
I like that. You are versus a CK. You need some evasion. In general, yeah, he has the Bloodthorn, but you remove it with the BKB. Also, one thing that we didn't discuss that I found out in this game, if they use a Yules on you and your BKB is up, I thought that if your BKB expires during the Yules duration, you get lifted up into the air, that you get purged. But it doesn't actually work. The purge only starts when you use it. So there was one fight, or a couple of fights, where the Monkey King gets Jingu stacks with his BKB. They lift him up into the air. His BKB expires. He gets lifted up, but it doesn't get purged, and I think it caught Virtus.pro off guard a couple of times.
Ah yes, some weird Dota mechanics. There's too many to learn. Yeah, I feel like every day there's just one new one that pops up that I didn't know about.
Insane, you know, with watching 5 to 10 games a day and then even playing, and then you don't know everything in the game. Yeah. Plus you've played, I mean, I've played for more than 20 years, I think, so it's definitely fun.
And there's new stuff that comes out, you talents and facets and Aghanim shards and new abilities and innate abilities and new heroes, Ringmaster Wen. There's a bunch of new crap that comes out that you gotta then learn as well.
They're trying to make the game more noob friendly here in an unconventional way,
yeah,
right?
100%.
No, you know why? Because they're like, okay, we're gonna make the old players feel like new players as well, and then everybody's on the same ground. So I like that approach. It is very unconventional, but it's I don't even think it's working still. It's fun.
Definitely an interesting way to take the game, but yeah, for us we get some exciting stuff, and we're seeing some of those facets come into play in this game, some of the previous games that we've been covering as well. So I don't know, it's good stuff.
Sure, for sure. I mean, the Ember Spirit, speaking of his facets, he got level 25 with the double impact. He is gonna be doing so much damage with the Gleipnir. He's actually going for a Hex. You know, his build mostly reminds me, if he went for the other facet, I would like for him to have something that's going to be utilizing this double impact, to be honest.
Whoa, what are you thinking then?
Crit. Okay. Let's say.
Kind of seems like both sides are feeling like there's some control issues though. We've seen some hexes queued up overall. Looks like Cloud has got his hex. I thought there was another one. Yeah, Chira Juniors has a hex queued up as well.
The CK is level 25 as well. He went for the 10% Chaos Strike chance. And I think I like this talent in general more because the idea of the CK is to burst somebody down. If you make sure that you crit 50% of your right clicks, it is huge. Antares? He used to be there.
And a freebie now. Delaying the inevitable,
I guess. I'm very surprised.
Curitage. The DD, I think, was maybe trying to go for a kill into Sweden strong, but I was starting to see one win come over, so I was concerned that he was going to maybe get baited for the kill on the Weaver.
It's time to save for buybacks for the next Roche fight. That's the idea. It is going to be nighttime, so a little bit of an advantage for one win in terms of them having the outpost to TP to. Nice.
Another pickoff. Galvanized stacks up to 5. Let's go.
Yeah, we're doing him dirty. We are doing him dirty. Really. Poor guy. This is one of the least amount I've seen. And the thing is, he didn't even die all that much. He just died in weird situations where he
6 times still up.
It's 45 minutes. Not bad.
Oh, well, you always had some team fights where the value's been out of the Orchid. Now, he's had the Scepter for a while, so we'll see what he's going to be able to do with the Scepter. They are setting up for Roshan. Is up and didn't put a... I mean, you got the Rocket Flare to scout, I suppose. I was going to say didn't put a Remnant in, but it's not going to matter, so... Let us see. I mean, maybe you can force them back, because with the illusions down bottom, this will be a lot of tower damage if they don't want to try and take the fight, but do you really want to give Roche for free?
I was looking at the talent of the Lycan. He went into the Howl reduces total attack damage. That's 40% less damage that Virtus.pro are going to be doing. And they're going to be playing into Aegis Cheese plus Aghanim Scepter. Who gets the Ags? I guess the Lycan. Yeah, it's time to bite the Monkey King. So a Man Monkey Wolf. A pretty strong thing.
Lane Squad X just able to escape away from the boundless strike. So T3 does go down bottom. Range barracks almost falling as well. But yes, importantly, one win able to get all components of the Ages. They did indeed eat the Scepter, so Cloud has that. And yeah, Cheese on Chira, Ages onto the Monkey King. So 3,000 net worth lead, and we haven't seen a fight in a while, but I mean, this is giving time for F and G to be able to farm up the Daedalus. We've seen what the Hoodwink is able to do with these items, so Glide need Daedalus for him. But the big issue is, like, are you going to be able to stay alive to utilize the damage? Because these heroes on one would have been eating the supports alive.
I want to see, does the Monkey King lose his attack range when he gets wolf bitten? Because he is a melee hero, but he has 300 range. So if he does, then wolf bite is not going to be as strong on him as you would want.
It's like one will be able to control this vital position up on the high ground. It's a powerful location for them to be able to control top and mid. Look to try and force a fight on their own accord.
But look at CK Illusions. They already pushed out the mid lane. They pushed in the bottom lane as well. So one win. They might not have such a clear approach to a push as they would want.
And Kushi just trying to force the issue. Might be able to blow up the first life, which could be pretty huge. Squad X tries to go in with the Remnant.
I really like the no hesitation from Virtus.pro. Just use the Mystic Flare, and it's actually really, really low cooldown. 20 seconds. Like, who cares? You can literally spam your ulti, and it takes away 70% of the HP of the Monkey, who has quite a lot of it.
Is this... Surely this is not going to be another Ages where a fight doesn't happen. Like,
I mean, you can
let's
hope.
call them.
You can hope if you want to, but it's looking that way. Enigma has a refresher. You have to really tread lightly if you're one win. You make a mistake and you can very easily die, lose all of your advantage. But look at what the CK Illusions are doing. They already got the range racks. It's time for one win to just admit that they have to go back.
They're going to lose their full set here. Alright, never mind. But they saw the storms through at bottom, so maybe they can force the issue. Looks like they're still a little bit hesitant about just charging up the high ground.
Enigma went for the island damage.
Don't get baited. He got baited. The hell with the Overload creep. And they're still going to try and take the fight with the Force Staff out of the danger of the Mystic Flare.
The Weaver has a Force Staff and he's going to be getting a pike. He has money for it if he wants to use it, but at this point in the game, 50 minutes in, you need to save for buyback, which is something that the Hoodwink didn't do. So FNG, not only did he die, but he died in a situation where the enemies have Aegis and he has no way to rejoin his team.
How are you going to be able to defend it with Wukong's layered down? Now Cloud's going to be in as well. They're a little bit hesitant about going for the buildings because Kiritich with the jump over the top. Look at the damage with a Chaos Knight. Cloud is just gone. Oh my god, this hero late game. No one survives to the damage output from the Chaos Knight.
I just want to see how much armor. He has 47 armor on the Lycan. Did that look like a 47 armor hero to you? It looked like he was in minus, marked by the Slardar. That was that is insane what the CK just did to him.
Yeah, wow, goddamn. I mean, what are you going to be able to do to deal with him now? I mean, it feels like every single time this Chaos Knight is going to be able to find the opportunity to be able to blow one hero up 4-0.
And you know what the problem is? He's not the only one that deals a massive amount of damage. Midnight Pulse late game, double Sleight of Fist. Both of the supports do massive amounts of damage with their ultis, and the Hoodwink has a Daedalus as well. So there isn't a single hero in Virtus.pro who doesn't contribute to a massive amount of damage. Surviving on one win is the biggest hurdle they're gonna have to go through in this game if they want to win.
I run into Respect. Notice with the Blink, unfortunately, still on cooldown, so Respect's going to be able to jet back and TP out over the cliff.
And there's your answer, Ares. The Aegis expired. Was there a fight that happened? Not really.
Not really. Just a measly kill. Munkushi's beelining it to FNG, but that is not happening. Are they going to go for Munkushi? Hex just completed on Squad X. Really aggressive now.
The amount of mobility Munkushi has. Imagine when an Ember Spirit cannot catch you. Not even close.
Surely we don't wait till next Ages. But
why do you think so? I mean, Virtus.pro won a fight because they have the double black hole, but one win are not too eager to go for an engagement at all.
They are not. Playing this one scared, passively and cautious. One win.
Refresher on Monkey King.
Alright.
That's a game changer. And one win have double hexes. So in general, at the moment, they should have a better itemization for late game fights. The problem is that there's so much burst and teamfight potential on Virtus.pro just naturally that makes it a problem for you. So one win has to be the one starting off the fight. And sure, you have the Clockwork, but it's not the easiest thing to do because Virtus.pro are pretty good at initiating themselves.
They're going to try and force a fight, but Kiritich has a DD for half duration left. This is a scary time to try and take this engagement. It looks like Radiant will back on up to try and play further down to the south of their triangle. They have a high ground ward, so ready to take a fight on their own accord, but they have vision. But we'll have a quick pause. So 52 minutes in. 5,000 up with lead. Game's incredibly even. I mean, it's only a 53% probability advantage for Virtus.pro at the moment. And this is a much different game than what we saw earlier today, right? We've got to keep in mind these two teams, they have already played in that opening match. It was a best of one. And one win really wasn't as dominant as the Gladiators versus PSG Quest game, but one win, they did body Virtus.pro. That was a 33-minute victory. I think it was like 25-9 kill count, but this game is very different.
Yeah, completely different. You know, also in the Eastern European TI qualifiers, one win didn't drop a single game to Virtus.pro in that qualifier, so they have really been crushing them lately. And Virtus.pro, if they get one victory, that could give them the momentum necessary to to win this series. They definitely need it. They lose game 1. I'm having a very, very hard time seeing them winning this series. Also, Ares, are you ready for your PC to die, for everybody's PC to die? Because the CK is approaching his Aghanim Scepter, and that's gonna be a huge deal. A big counter to the Aghanim Scepter of the Storm Spirit. The second you start pulling people, he just pops it, cancels it out, makes sure that those heroes aren't stunned, and then the turnaround will be insane.
It's funny you say that, because actually mid-game I've been playing with my video settings, because I'm getting like 30 frames. I'm trying to fix it.
Yep, so get ready for 15. Not yet though.
Radiant's bottom tower
They are
is under
very close to VP's base, and look at the wrap around. This angle from Virtus.pro might catch them off guard. Kira Jr. up on the high ground. FNG's going to reveal himself for a second. Meanwhile, Kira Jr. had an opportunity to try and jump the Scarlet Mage. Hex is there. There's the first controls. They're going to be getting followed. Kira Jr. pops the cheese. Looks to stand his ground. Where is the Enigma? Notice trying to find an opportunity with the Black Hole, but the Wukong's gone up in time and respect. He's there for the hook shot. Inside the Wukong, there's just no opportunity for the second Black Hole. Curate's going to try and TP out, but they cancelled it. Last second. Stops him at the buzzer. And importantly, this Ember has no buyback.
That's a huge deal. They do have one more Black Hole, and there's no Wukong's command, so one would need to take it this easily. If they wait for 60 seconds, they're going to be fine.
See just the respect. They're all not sieging. Even Cloud's not running up.
Radiant's bottom barracks.
Even Munkushi is not as well, just waiting as a tree.
He understands his weakness. He doesn't want to get caught, and then buyback from the CK blows him up. But OneWin are pretty cautiously approaching the side. Like the second they see the CK buyback, it's time to go back. The Roche is up. It's on the dire side, so it's gonna be an Aghanim Scepter again for them. Do they? Who do they give it to? Maybe just to the Weaver this time around.
All right, well, game is completely blown wide open now off the back of that fight, and really eyes need to continue to be noticing. Kiritich is the big one for me. I mean, we didn't see the Black Hole in that well, we didn't see it have value, and then Kiritich wasn't able to showcase the damage output from the Chaos Knight, so we need to see things be a little bit differently. But unfortunately, VP, they're going to be playing with a pretty large deficit now.
Yep. And this is, we're coming to the fact you asked something in the mid game, which was who has the better late game, and it was Virtus.pro that was itemizing to win this early. So when late game came, OneWin had more hexes, they have more force staffs, they're not lacking those core items because they itemized so that they could win in the later portions of it. And really it has been showing in these fights, because the only reason they won that previous fight is because they really won it as hard as they did, is because they kept the Ember locked down for such a long period of time. And when you look at their heroes, their lockdown is pretty sad, but with right items, it can go well. And they actually gave the Aghanim Scepter to the Clockwork. I guess shoving out the waves, especially when you took a lane of racks, and having extra vision, is really gonna help you to find the openings to end the game.
Definitely is an argument to be had for the Weaver getting it, potentially for the another save versus the Black Hole, because it's really up to respect. But I think I really like Clockwork Scepter, honestly, with the map hack, radar, UAV, whatever you want to call it, and like you said, also the wave shot potential, which you already have in abundance with like the Weaver and the Lycan.
King is freaking level 30, 57 minutes into the game. Just goes to show how much Munkushi has been getting this. And I think Munkushi is one of those carries that is very, very greedy, but I think I've never seen him, now I'm gonna jinx him, just throw the game when he's given so much space. And in this game, he has been given the same amount.
Don't say that. Don't speak too soon. They're gonna give him the wolf bite. Let's see, again, there's always this potential just to run up and use the Wukongs. Has it been instant silence? Oh yeah, did you see that was a bit awkward?
So he does lose the attack range. If you hover over it, he loses 150 of his attack range. That's kind of annoying if you're a Monkey King player.
Is he in trouble? Do you just black hole him? Do you say screw it?
I would. The thing is, get your guys closer so that the clockwork cannot cancel it.
Yeah, but with the positioning, you can use the Storm Spirit to block the hook, potentially unnoticed. You might not even need it. I mean, he's hexed for a while, and Kiritich is ready to jump in. This Storm is in a lot of danger. There is a big possibility here for Virtus.pro to actually be able to blow up this Storm Spirit. I mean, this is still about 2/3 left on the hex.
Yeah, and this time around he doesn't have the cheese. The cheese is on the clockwork. It is still dangerous because you're versus a Monkey King, right? So you're gonna be running in onto him. He's gonna jump on this tree and use the Wukong's command.
But they go straight away. There's the jump in, black hole. We didn't really need it in the end, but it's not gonna matter. They get the kill. And now what's the call on one win? Do you want to escape? Do you want to go back in? You got the numbers deficit, but you still want to take the team fight. Cloud, drag back, Reality Rift to the damage output. Cloud repositions out of the low gun. Mukushi is going to be able to give them a location where they can fight around this Wukong command. Firm control of the high gun, but that was Refresher Orb can treat it. Now Kiritich jumps over as well. They're going to completely avoid the Wukongs and just make sure they take a fight on their own location where they don't have to worry about the advantage on one win. And now with this on cooldown, there is nothing Munkushi can do to take the team fight. And this game, it is not over just yet. VP, they will still stick around. And whether it was a bit of an unfortunate crash mistake or just even the misclick with the zip-in from Storm Spirit, that gave them a big opportunity from Virtus.pro. And now this Aegis advantage is completely wasted.
I think you got your answer finally why OneWin were so hesitant to go high ground, even with the second, third Aegis, and now with the fourth one. They went for it and it went catastrophically for them. Sure, Storm zipping in probably isn't the best way to start things off, but in general, it is very hard for OneWin to push. That's why I was surprised that they gave the Aghanim Scepter to the Clockwork, because giving it to a Weaver makes sure that your Monkey King can come over to the Raxus, place a couple of his Aghanim Scepter statues, attack it a couple of times, and if push comes to shove, you do have the time lapse to save him.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was saying I think there's definitely some value with the Weaver Scepter, so... we'll see. We'll see if it's going to bite them in the back here. I mean, we'll get our game underway. We're getting some lovely replays as we are waiting. But see, we are good to go. Not too long of a pause. And I mean, importantly, it's going to be 90 seconds without the Monkey King. So you can walk it down on Virtus.pro. There's an Arcane Rune inside the river that they may also be able to get as well.
You use your double black hole. So if you would just push one lane, it's probably not good enough. It's ideal if you can shove out all of the waves while pushing a little bit through the mid lane with 2 or 3 of your heroes, and that's exactly what they're doing, right? You need to make sure that once the enemies come back, even if they buy back, that you can catch them close to their base, that you can capitalize on that fight, not just straight up go for the Raxes.
What are the loot? Oh my god. What am I looking at?
Aghanim Scepter CK, and he got a little bit lucky there with the Manta and the Phantasm. Plus he has the Arcane Rune, so he's gonna be able to get lucky in a couple of seconds again. Did you see the Clockwork talent level 25?
No, but I see it now. Okay.
Debuff immunity when he's inside of the cogs. See, it would be cool if you get like a basher having the Aghanim Scepter and then he has debuff immunity inside of the cogs and he just starts bashing somebody to death.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah, sure, let's see. Screw the Yule Scepter, right? Who needs a Wind Waker?
Yeah, that's for cowards. That makes sense. But Hoodwink got the Hex. So the ultra late game items for Virtus.pro are coming out as well. And you know what? On day 1, we're getting tier 5 items.
Okay. Yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to impact them or not. Mirror Shield, not too bad for Cloud. Any others we have at the moment? We can speak about it a little bit. Looks like we're going to get a bit of a break.
Pirate Hat. The Skyreth Mage got a Pirate Hat. Okay, so he is so greedy for bounty runes that he is willing to throw away, we don't know which item, but some of it for sure. And Kiritich got a giant string. Okay, this guy was already a problem. He has 222 strength. That's gonna be so much damage. And also, it's gonna be looking scary. Look at the size of those illusions.
And even just the movement speed is another thing. The mobility, but it's the fact like he doesn't have boots. So now it wasn't an issue previously with locking onto targets, but because you're 6-slot, it feels really nice having a neutral item that can help you be a bit more mobile without boots.
He did have the ninja gear, so you know it's kinda close, but yeah, he understands. That's why you are staying with the Manta. I mean, it's a great item in general, but you need some movement speed items when you don't have the boots, because in the late game, sure, you want to get rid of them, but in general, they are also very useful as well.
Swedish Strong's item is so funny. I mean, you see the Weaver and compare it to the Hoodwink. Like, it's Hex, Daedalus, Gleipnir on the Hoodwink, and then your Weaver has a BKB, Gleipnir, Daedalus, Hurricane Pike. Like, they're just both trying to do whatever they can to scale.
Two murderers. I'm surprised the Weaver didn't go through with his Nullifier approach. I guess when the Lycan got the Nullifier, everybody on the side of Virtus.pro just scratched the idea of Ghost Scepters, Yule Scepters, Force Staffs and such, and then they just gave up on it. It's only the Skyreth Mage really that is under threat of a Nullifier.
Just laughing because I'm seeing F&G just completely like one hit away from Squad X. It was a jungle camp. Squad X is just farming, and then he just comes through and Acorn shots, and it's like, no, my friend, you used to be the position to, but this is my farm now.
I mean, Hoodwink has level 25 with the double Acorn shot. You can definitely do so much in a fight, and you can most definitely farm incredibly fast. He has the Stygian Desolator on the Hoodwink. When a hero that can do AoE damage in a fight has a Stygian Desolator, that is a huge deal, right? It would be awesome on the Ember Spirit as well, but he's still holding his tier 5 token and will go for the Mirror Shield. I guess a little bit more safety is not bad. And then look at one wins items. Three times Force Boots and then 2 Mirror Shields.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely showcases like how they're kind of looking to try and take team fights, potentially kiting is the name of the game for them. Sweden Strong's actually going to run into Antares on a very interesting location across the map. It's blinking below ground, but it's not going to matter. They're still going to be able to catch up to him, which is a big opportunity now. 4v, like, yes, it's a support, but this stage of the game, we see that's 120 seconds without the Sky. So you could definitely continue to play aggressively, potentially force a buyback or maybe a fight with a numbers advantage.
Aghanim Scepter on the Enigma. Okay, that's gonna be even more huge. You make a mistake and you can easily get pulled into the black hole itself. This is... we're getting to that territory when just one misstep from either of the teams can completely destroy them. Also, one thing to point out, Sweden Strong has Force Boots, right? So that means that his movement speed limit is removed, meaning that inside of the Shikuchi he travels at 700 movement speed, which is a huge deal.
Yeah, I'm just watching this dude fly across the map. It's so crazy, actually.
Are you one of those guys that went into the lobby with the new gyro facet and just stacked it up to 1 billion? And then...
I didn't, but it was very fun to watch when at that stage when they were picking it.
Yeah, for sure.
It's playing Chiro?
They want him.
Yeah, they're stalking him. They might be able to get him as well with the black hole. Notice he's not going to mess around. They see him an opportunity to get a free kill. And now the Weaver also just got a... Weaver? Just not respecting them whatsoever. There's a gem, my friend. I mean, they see you.
Yeah. He used his movement speed to get from the other part of the map to the enemies quickly and then die. So, definitely not going to be too happy about his neutral item here, just aiding in his death.
In that respect, they might lose the Clockwork as well if Kiritich is going to be able to catch up. So he will not jetpack along with the Force Boots.
That's a huge deal that they took down the Weaver. I think after this Death of the Storm, you have to understand with the Weaver, you need to have save items. That's why he's going for a Wind Waker, but I think after that, even the Aghanim Scepter. People need to survive the Black Hole. That's how you win this game if you're 1-1.
again, though, this is an opportunity where OneWin, they killed the Sky, who was down for 2 minutes. So that was a 4v5 favoring OneWin, and then your Storm gets Black Hole, then you lose the Weaver as well, and then all of a sudden the advantage you had, it's now a 3v5. And you're under threat of potentially getting mega creeps. I mean, you've got Glyph, I suppose, but you're going to need to try and do something pretty quickly. These buildings are falling.
Look at what the illusions are doing to it. You have to go for a fight. There's no other thing about it.
Shapeshift, but Cloud, this is on cooldown now. He's just going to run up the high ground, try and find an opportunity under the Enigma. He's lacking the damage, though. Notice is okay. They're going to try and escape the Wukong's command. Notice will die with a hookshot respect. Snipes him before he's able to get away. And now Chirrut Jr. is trying to get the vision of everyone else. He will run into the Chaos Knight inside, delaying Mukushi. Everyone comes flying in to give them the damage they are lacking, and Kiritich is gone, and everyone else will follow in suit.
This is very weird that Virtus.pro went for it 10 seconds before the Storm comes back. Because if something like this happens, if a opening presents itself, a Storm from the base will jump and hunt whoever is needed for those extra kills. That's a problem. And also, just before the Roche spawns, Virtus.pro getting impatient at the key point of the game. And this can cost you. This can basically lose you the game. This is now the Aghanim Scepter for a Weaver that we talked about. He's going to have a Wind Waker multiple ways on one hero to just save his buddies inside of the black hole.
A very cool adaptation, right? We haven't seen so far in the fights where it's actually been the Enigma getting jumped. You know, like and so far we've seen like he hasn't been trying to get these perfect black holes. He's just been happy to try and find them onto one person. And you know, if Respect cancel it, hopefully he gets a second one off. But usually in the fights, OneWin have been going for the support heroes, but this time was much different. You're trying to get onto Notice and create as much chaos as they can to impact the Enigma's team fighting prowess.
So everybody's starting to have FPS issues. It's what happens in the late game, especially with a hero with a lot of illusions. And CK, he's become the new PL really right now with the with his Aghanim Scepter, with the Shard, with the innate ability. It's insane how many illusions there are on the map.
Yeah, there's a bunch of crap. There's just so many things that's going on. Frames are just dropping like crazy. Also, just tabbing through and seeing the gold on everyone. Apparently, Moonkushi has 11,000 gold. So, like, what do you even buy at this stage? It's got Moonshard. Like, what do you actually buy?
Start buying Moonshards for your teammates, I guess. Maybe. Okay. Lycan first, not sure. Bots 2 are a good thing to have, especially having maybe even bots 1, considering that you have a Lycan, you actually have units to TP to.
An opportunity where they can be the ones to force some buybacks. Everyone but the Chaos Knight has buyback available in our first game. Good Respect. What is this angle? The clockwork. Second.
Punk's command. That's gonna equalize the racks count on the map. Oh, can he go through backdoor protection? Easy.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
See if they get out now afterwards. What is the call? Of course, you're still able to get the Aegis and have this to work with. And yeah, they will actually pay some respect. So they're gonna back on off. Virtus.pro back alive is all 5, but FNG forced the buyback, and so now there are 2 heroes without buyback on VP.
They're gonna need to smoke on VP, because next time you just wait for another Wukong's command, you do the exact same thing with the Weaver being behind you, and you might be able to get mega creeps. So Virtus.pro need to deal with this somehow. Shoving out the waves is okay, but OneWin are not gonna allow it. They need to play only one lane right now, and it's the mid lane. Nothing else needs to be on the radar.
Yeah, they're able to get the jump. Of course, this is always that X factor with Noticed. How is the Enigma able to find a way into the team fight? You're continuing to swap out the pirate hat for the ninja gear so he can always be in smoke.
So freaking greedy. They literally don't have 2 tier 5 items. This is one of those things that can lose you the game.
Going for it.
Why not?
Kushi just with the jump in, and yeah, I mean, you're going to be playing up against Mega Creeps now, potentially without the Ember Spirit Squad X.
They have a glyph.
Happy with forcing on a BKB over to the other side, though. Swinnerstrong did get blown up. Curated showcasing still. This Chaos Knight, with an opportunity provided, is able to get a hero down from 4-0. That Glyph will protect the Mega Creeps. It looks like VP are probably going to need to discuss how they can start to take team fights out of the base before one win gets set up, because another push, this time without Glyph, you will be playing into Megas.
The same approach is for their fight out of the base as well. Whenever you have a hero that is actually capable of blowing up anybody, you have a very easy way starting the fights going for the plays. Ember Spirit, he starts with the Hex with the Sleight of Fist from far away, and then the CK just goes in and destroys him while the Enigma waits for the opportunity. I think at this point in the game, the Enigma doesn't need to be jumping in with the Black Hole. It is not necessary. Just allow the CK to do his job.
We want to put a time prediction on this one. I feel like we're getting to the stage like we can mess around with some guesses on how long this one goes.
77. No, wait. It's gonna be 110, right? The last one betrayed us, but this one is gonna be 110 because the first couple of games they kind of doubled their time, and this one needs to be 55 times 2, basically.
I see. So it's making up as well, just for that 15-minute game we had in some of the other quick ones.
It was 15, then it was 30, then it was 55, right? Almost double. So this one should be double of that. Of course, the previous game wasn't as long, but that one skipped the pattern.
Okay. Yeah.
You want to give a different prediction, Aries, or are you fine with mine?
Well, we'll see what the Rapier does from F&G. Bit of something, bit of spice here for the Hoodwink.
Just a little bit, you know, having 600 and pretty much 80 damage. So let's say 700 damage on a support. The Acorn Shot is gonna hurt with that Deso.
Mercurial with the aggressive jump in. They're gonna try and just jump everything with a hook shot.
Beautiful.
It'll come out to cancel the Black Hole, and now Mercurial, is he going to be able to stay alive through another round of the Woodcons command? They are just committing 4-0 to deal with the objectives. You've got a buyback on the Enigma. He can still use this Black Hole, but it's not going to matter in the end. You buy back, it's for what? The base is gone now.
Yeah, I think my prediction is not looking too hot right now, but either way, one win, they knew what they needed to do. The Mega Creeps are not a certainty that you win. Really, one lost fight without buybacks, and Virtus.pro can run down the mid lane easily. I mean, even FNG himself might be able to go through backdoor onto the throne if the fight is long enough. And speaking of, you know, rapiers, Monkey King has one as well. So there's now 2 of them in the game. And inside of that Wukong's command, he's gonna be doing so much damage now. One win have something of their own.
How necessary is this Rapier? I
actually don't know, but I think they are one winner seeing that they're lacking the damage to finish people off. So he wants to be able with the Boundless Strike to just make sure that some of these supports loses their lives. And in general, I like it because it's gonna make you not have to commit all that much. As you can see that one win without commitment, they cannot get the kills.
How useless do you think Antares feels this game? I mean, like, any late game Sky, I mean, he did his Mystic Flaring a Mega Creep wave. Like, what am I looking at?
Now, very useless, but before the last lane fell, you actually had something to work with, right? Sleight of Fist changed into a Mystic Flare in those pushes from one win was actually what was doing damage to the Monkey King, right? So, yeah, at this point, he feels like he can't do much until he gets, he's buying a Dagon. Okay, Hex, thank you. Hex is the way you actually start being useful in the game.
So are we just going to see like a Black Hole and then the Chaos Knight just run the illusions forward to tank the hook shot? Because you're going to have to do something. There's a Rapier on the Monkey King.
You have to.
Hip. Oh, they got the jump. Squad X with the Boundless Strike, and they were not expecting the damage output.
Yep. That's the Rapier for you.
Respect. Wait, this is a big pickoff that can actually get the clockwork. Respect's going to be able to make it down to the low ground. Kuritich, BKB, but a little bit unnecessary.
He thought they got him. I mean, Clockwork is a big deal. Every hero is so important at the moment on one win, even the one that is so far behind in net worth, it's still a 30,000 net worth hero. So he brings so much to the table on this Clockwork. And he saw for a second, he thought he had him. So there's, you know, it's the play that you go for. You kind of have to, especially with one of your heroes being dead.
Man, the fact that they can't feel like they can even end this game, or try and at least force the Ember buyback as well, like they are playing this one so safe.
I mean, next Roche is in 10 seconds, so why would you risk it right now? The way that you lose the game is that you die, enemies take Roche, then you have to choose, are we gonna buy back to fight the Roche and risk to lose the game in 2 minutes that should have already been won? Or are we gonna stay in our base, wait for them to come, and then fight versus the Aegis? So in general, I like what One Win are doing. They've been so patient in this game. Why not be patient for another minute and a half or just 2 seconds, because the Roche spawns instantly.
So what do you do with the scepter? Has anyone not? They've all eaten it.
Somebody sell it? Somebody sell it? No, everybody.
You can't, right? Deny it. Come on. What are you doing? You can't leave it.
Here, I got it.
What are you gonna do with it? I'm watching him. What's he gonna do with this?
He's gonna carry it, man. You know.
Does he give it to them?
Yeah, he put
buddy,
it in
you've
his
already
inventory.
eaten it. He's already eaten it. What is he doing?
You know how people say, yo, why would billionaires have 30 cars, 50 cars? Can you sleep in 30 rooms? And can you drive 30 different cars and stuff like that? Well, Storm Spirit, he thinks you can use 2 scepters, even though that's definitely not the case in the world of Dota.
Alright, well, let's see. Maybe this is what this is. It's 6 Roche. We've had this game. So.
It's not his fault. Everybody else is broke here, you know. So Chira is just showing off. That's what he's doing.
Man, this is a crazy style. The CK net worth is just absolutely ridiculous. The last hit count is ridiculous. Strong. That they are. Another jump once again. We saw previously they could blow up the Ember and they'll do it back-to-back fights. He's just gone, dude. And now Munkushi, another round of the Wukongs. What?
Oh, Rapier.
Oh, it's a
on the Weaver,
dude. FNG's gone.
Just look at this Weaver now. He has a shard and the Rapier. He's gonna demolish these illusions and the heroes as well. You literally now got a counter to all of these illusions because Weaver just goes through them twice and he's gonna be doing so much damage to him.
Oh, it's so crazy seeing this, the state of Dota right now where position 4s and 5s like FNG are scaling. Like, scaling like this.
They are trading rapiers. They're not even scaling. This is above that 50,000 net worth lead. Of course, at this point, it doesn't matter much, but it does matter that you have these mega creeps getting into the base. That's really making a difference because one will have inhibition.
Is this wisdom worth it? Like, you're not gonna have Sky. He's not here for. He doesn't have TP for 50 seconds, guys.
I mean, you called him useless.
He didn't even get the Wisdom Rune. He's running back. Notice pop BKB, but he didn't get the blink in. So now you're not gonna have at least double BKB Black Hole.
Yeah, you only have double Black Hole, which isn't all that good. NG.
Jump in, Munkushi. Again, we're just seeing the advantage of the Monkey King. Where's the Black Hole cancel? Where's the damage inside the Black Hole is the better question. And it looks like finally this game should be over. They've got control of the base and one win. On a bit of an anticlimactic ending in the end though, but they're able to just go for the jugular. Wukong command to give them control, and 78 minutes is what they need to get the victory.
I mean, I think one win at like 30 minutes into the game decided we want to make this an anticlimactic game, right? So they were constantly waiting for Roche and then poking, waiting for Roche and poking. And one time when they decided, guys, let's go in, why are we so afraid? It came back to bite them. They lost 2 lanes of rack. So I think this was the right choice. If they had played this safe from the start in every engagement, would have definitely won the game maybe half an hour earlier.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, this is So crazy that again the polar opposite from like our first game of the day with it being 15 minutes and now this game being 78 minutes as well. So one win, this is going to give them a lot of confidence, and for Virtus.pro, we'll see what they're going to be able to do, because this was back and forth. This was a very entertaining game, and then towards the end it gets a little bit messy. Some stuff happens, but Virtus.pro definitely going to be kicking themselves because there are a lot of opportunities for them to be able to take this game. Unfortunately, not to be. So one win now. Keep in mind, guys, this is a decider elimination series as well with the best of 3. So one win, they have a game advantage. Let's see if they're going to be able to come out on top. Of course, first, so we get to hear from our lovely panel, so let's send it back to them.
Yes, thank you, Aries and Harry. That was a long game. A very, very long game when it comes to the standards that we've had throughout the entire today. But eventually, one win were able to get the dub and now put themselves in really good stead to be able to get that qualification all the way to playoffs on the third day of the one win Dota 2 series of summer. DK, oh my God, what a back and forth. Both teams were throwing leads. Both teams were doing some wacky stuff, but eventually rapiers and a whole boatload of damage and focusing some objectives really got the win there for one win.
Yeah, it was obviously there's a lot to talk about after such a long game. I do have to say, like, the highlights for me were Notice's item build. He went for that Crimson Guard the moment that he had the Crimson Guard. They had one big fight. Ember didn't die. Then he throws out a great black hole. That was, first of all, superb. But obviously, if I'm going to give anyone MVP, Clockwork all day, every day. The hook shots to interrupt the black hole. Very huge black holes as well half the time. So great props to him, because without that, they would have definitely lost.
I gotta say that it was not only the hook shots, but the way they were playing around it. Like, there were lots of times where the Monkey King goes in, Storm intentionally jumps with the Monkey King in front of the Enigma, baiting the black hole, but the clock's already waiting for the angle. I think there were like 3 or 4 situations where they intentionally jump the Enigma, giving him the chance to black hole just so they can cancel it. And as you said, I think Notice played, like, his item build was really good. But this game was inherently a bad Enigma game. I'm an Enigma spammer. It's my most played hero of all time, and I was very surprised they went for it, because normally Monkey King is good in the lane against it, but every single hero there's a gap closer. It's such a hard game to get a good black hole afterwards, because like even if they don't cancel it with the refresher, they can just jump you, and you kind of have to play this hide and seek game. But if the Enigma is hiding in the late game, they also don't have really good initiators on the side of VP. It was very entertaining, very cool game, but I think they had better 24 picks than the Enigma.
Yeah, it really did feel like they kind of had a lot of boxes that they had to check when it came to that final pick there for Virtus.pro, and they just wanted to go for the Enigma to try and maybe have some of that team fight insurance. But as we already said, one win, they played perfectly around the black hole, and I think it's gotten to the point now in kind of Dota's history, right, DK, where people have been playing against Enigma for a very, very long time, and I feel like you have to be kind of something special or have a really good Enigma game to see a lot of those big black holes come off, because I think people have just gotten so good at playing around it and dealing with it, and I think one win really put themselves in such a good position to be able to deal with a lot of those black holes every single time they came out. But big shout out to Notice. I think he did a lot of good work, and I think both of these two teams should be really proud with how that first map did go, but unfortunately just didn't work out at the end there for Virtus.pro, right?
Yeah, it was a little bit problematic for them. Getting a good black hole was really rough, considering how mobile the one-win lineup was. And it did not help that, Antares, Skywrath Mage, and it does do a lot of damage. We saw Monkey King almost die to just Mystic Flare multiple times in the late game. But, yeah, his output, his usability in the game kind of turned into towards absolutely nothing. Like, if you had what you previously mentioned, maybe an initiator on their side, you get like a Tiny 4, or you get Tusk 4, something along those lines, or the Clockwork, you steal that one. You at least have someone that can like try to drag the enemies into the fight so that you can get the black hole on top. Because now we had Great Ember, who honestly played a fantastic game, I think he was absolutely insane on the Ember this game, but in the late portions of the game, you get that wolf-bitten Monkey King and two-shots him. At that point, yeah, that's not really trying to drag the enemies in. That's just losing your mid laner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I also
and,
want to
unfortunately,
give a sorry, I just wanted to give a shout out to Mukushi. I think he played such a good Monkey King game. Like, it's not a good matchup against the CK. Somehow in a 70 something minutes, he's 17-2. To me, it's like bonkers how good of a game he had. In the other series they played, he also had a really good score, just a really good performance. So very, very excited to see how he's going to play out. I think he's one of those carries that's kind of new to the scene. We don't really talk much about him, but he played flawlessly this game.
Yeah, he definitely did. And it really did feel like that there was quite a lot of standout performances from a lot of the players that were kind of floating around. So I'm excited to see what they're going to pull out. And I guess quickly before we go to a break here, Bowie, is there anything that's kind of standing out to you for VP going into this game number 2 that you think maybe they can sort out going into this to try and even up the series?
Yeah, I think it's mostly the lack of initiation. They picked unorthodox heroes. Like, they have very, how do you say, glass cannon supports, and I think OneWin just abused that a little bit too much. If you have those types of supports, I think you would need an offlaner that's a bit tankier that can actually kind of posture for you, and I don't think Ember and CK necessarily want to do that job, which kind of just goes back to Enigma being a weird 24 pick for them. So yeah, I think it's mostly a draft issue. Virtus.pro, considering their lineup, I think played well, so hopefully with a better draft we can even go to game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, even as we have a quick look at this head-to-head here, DK, like, it really does feel like that both of these two carry players that we've got for VP as well as OneWin, if one of them has just that extra 5% over the top of the other, it really does feel like that can be a kind of momentum swinger for one or the other, right?
Yeah, it was definitely a bit easier for the Monkey King, considering, they had multiple Wind Wakers. We've at one point got the Aghanim Scepter, you got the Clockwork with the hook shot. They had a lot of saves. It does help that, you're 20k ahead on your team. And it's so easy. Everyone on the side of OneWin could just kill off the Virtus.pro support. So even if they got any, like, save items for the CK, the supports would be dead before they could use them.
It really did feel like that it was kind of like a lot of these insane kind of burst heroes that we've been seeing for both of them so far. And I feel like both of the carry players have been doing a really, really good job. And I think maybe moving forward here, Bowie, before we get into game number 2 draft, maybe if we see a little bit more of these kind of initiating frontliners for some of these carry players, you might be able to see a little bit more. Like, obviously we already talked about it with the fact that this Enigma is more kind of a counter initiator than rather than a fight starter. Do you feel like it's maybe start to fall on maybe the offliners and the fours to try and have a little bit more of that extra initiation, so one team can have a little bit more of that forward momentum rather than having to counter initiate all the time?
Yeah, I think it's okay to counter initiate, but you need that bulky boy, and if you have maybe a primal beast in the mid lane rather than Ember, maybe that could also work. But I think Ember, especially when there's like so much gap close, sights of vises, and control, it's hard for the Ember to do that job, which is why he died so much, even though I think he played pretty well. Yeah, I do feel like VP will find out why they lost this game, but this is the type of game that if you lose mentally, this one can be draining. We kind of talked about those stomps where this maybe affect you because it's too quick, but I think it's so quick that it's easier to reset. It's very mentally draining to play a 76-minute game in a day that has been pretty long already, right? They've been awake for a while now.
Yeah, I was going to say that leads in perfectly into my next question, right? DK, the fact that VP, they kind of had a pretty poor performance, and now they go into this game number 1. It looked like they were willing to fight tooth and nail to try and get this first game under their belts, and now they lose after almost 80 minutes. So it's got to be pretty hard for them to reset into a game number 2, right?
Well, yeah, obviously it's never great. They had a lot of good opportunities as well, but they were kind of outplayed. I think they definitely had multiple chances to win this game. Like a slightly better position on a black hole, for instance, and they could take this game pretty easily. That CK was huge, and it destroyed everything it touched. I just think that communication-wise or coordination-wise, at least on one win, they were a little bit better. They were aware of exactly what they wanted to do. They wanted to bait out all the spells and keep the heroes alive. And I think the biggest problem for them was, for instance, when they wanted to push the top set to get the megas. Roche was about to respawn. Enigma was showing in lane. At that point, they just have to be on Enigma, and then they know there won't be a black hole coming out. Stuff like that, where Enigma slightly shows himself too much, or they don't really grasp what objective they might want to go for at the right time, could be problematic, and was very problematic for them in this game. I think a bit more coordination and they could have taken it.
Yeah, so Bo, it seems like, between both these two teams, they are both relatively new, but it seems like that one win may just have that little bit of extra shine, as we've seen in the last couple of weeks, where they really feel like that they're the ones that are on the rise, and VP are the ones that are unfortunately on a little bit of a downswing. So all those late game kind of decision making problems that VP seem to be having here, one win are the ones that are able to just make that slightly better decision and come out on top, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's really tough. Like, at the end of the day, you can be the best team in the world, but mentally, if you're losing so many of these qualifiers, especially coming from a team that decided not to disband, I think out of all of the teams that got top 6 or less at TI, VP was one of the only, if not the only, that didn't change their roster initially. Obviously, they swapped Sayush for Antares later on, but it probably hurts, right? I can't really put into words how hard it must be to work the entire year, feel like you actually have something with these guys, and at the end of the day not qualifying. But I think they have it. Like, they are really good players. Obviously, patch plays a role and momentum plays a role, but if they can mentally reset, if they can find a good draft, I think VP can take... I think VP even went to the finals in the last one-win tournament that we cast. So I do believe that they're very good, and hopefully they're not going to let this very long game affect them.
And that's going to be the hard test for them, especially going into this game number 2 draft, right, DK, where it feels like they probably got a lot of the good heroes they wanted to. I feel like this CK hero is going to continue to be dominant throughout the entirety of not only this tournament, but I feel like some tournaments to come as well. So it is going to be kind of hard going into that game number 2. And I guess the kind of question is not so much about what draft they can change, more kind of mentally, right? Because it feels like they didn't really have any problems when it came to the draft.
I think draft-wise, they had plenty of chances. Obviously, you could have had a little bit of a easier to execute draft. Last game, it was a lot of hit and run for a one win. They had some options, but because of, for instance, Clockwork, they had to, and the Orchid Rush on Storm, they had to go for the Yule Scepter first. Then afterwards, it became Shiva's Guard. And then came the Gleipnir for Ember. So you were already at your 4th item because he went for Mage Slayer first. You were 4 items in before you got your first control item. Same with the Hoodwink. The Hoodwink just had really a big problem with getting the farm, considering he was position 5. And it took them a little bit too long. If you have, even though it was first phase ban last game, like an Underlord, Centaur, something that can hold the enemies down. If they want to play a hit and run lineup, you can chase them, you can catch them. And Enigma has that, but it's just the cooldown is too long. Black Hole is an amazing spell to hold the enemies down, but if you miss it, it's kind of team fight over.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem with Enigma. Like, you can go the aura items, and he did. He went for Boots of Bearing, got the Crimson Guard, and they're great. But after a point, the only way to scale with Enigma is buying BKB Refresher Octarine. Like, you kind of have to go back to that. And it's in the later stages that you kind of find out that Enigma is just not a good tank, not a good posture hero, not a good... Like, you have to be hiding all the time, especially against that draft. So, yeah, I mean, I don't want to harp on the Enigma anymore, but it was... If they could have ended that game easier or faster, maybe they could have won. I mean, DK did say that they had several moments where they could have possibly won. And, it is what it is. You have timings in drafts, and sometimes you just go past them.
Yeah, it's time to reset. It's draft number 2. We've got brand new stuff in front of us, brand new draft, brand new game. brand new sides as well. They both flipped this time around, and the Witch Dock that is in here. So DK, one win, they're going to start the same, but VP, they're changing it up.
Yeah, Witch Doctor is obviously still one of the strongest supports. The nerf was kind of negligible. I guess laning-wise, it's slightly nerfed. Weaver, of course, again, for one win, it does mean that the hero that immediately springs to mind is you just get the Underlord and you don't really care about the Weaver. But I would assume that one win's going to go for the Underlord ban. Yeah. Because it just counters such an immense amount of possible heroes. For instance, the Lycan that we saw previously, or any other illusion or micro-base hero just despises playing against Underlord, especially this patch with the Aghanim Scepter being so strong.
Mm-hmm. Did want to quickly touch on how strong that is it like the 25 talent, the one where it's like the base of all damage, not base damage from the Howl? That was doing so much work. In those last couple of fights. I remember seeing when FNG had Rapier, he was hitting for like close to 700, and he got Howled, and he was hitting for like 200. And I'm like, that's an insane amount of damage that just gets completely ripped away. So might be something that one win look at here. But boy, we're going to go for a Gyro early on. Is this purely flexibility between both these two heroes, or is this much more like Gyro is locked into the one and the Weaver's going to be much more of a support?
I think it's flexibility. Like you, even in the first game, they first faced the Weaver, but they got the Monkey King later. Both of these heroes could be supports, as far as we know. And the Gyro just dissuades the Enigma that Virtus.pro might try to play again. Honestly, I don't think it's going to be the case, but it is a very good matchup to have against Enigma in lane. And could also be the carry. It feels like one win, they're very comfortable drafting these possible carries early on, and if it's a good game, you keep it. If it's not, they're pretty solid supports. I think Gyro got a bit nerfed, but Weaver still feels amazing as a support. It was a great game from Sweden Strong last time.
Yeah, I would concur. It's they're also two, if they turn into safe laners, heroes that don't really have counters. Gyro's lane output is just too much in terms of damage. With the Flak Cannon in the early levels, for instance, same with Weaver. Once you get the bugs out, anyone really just quickly melts. So I like the fact that even if they're being heavily flexed in this case, both are so incredibly strong. But Virtus.pro, this time they're going to be playing with a little bit more of an aggressive position 4. That I definitely do like. Antares is I personally see him more of a playmaker than a range spellcasting kind of a support player. And with that Vengeful Spirit, it's also going to be the question, what kind of Venge are we going to get to see? We've seen a lot of safe lane Venge in this patch and in this tournament today. It does struggle against CK though. Very, very heavily struggles against CK. So what do you guys think? What do you think, Bowie?
That's why I like the CK pick here, because if it's a clear and easy Underlord 18 for Virtus.pro when you see CK and Weaver, but now you're forced to play Carry Venge, and Carry Venge, as you said, not great against the CK carry. I think it's pretty smart. I also feel like they could go Storm. Like, it was a pretty decent Storm performance. When you look at it, there's really no control, and it kind of goes back to the same thing. They would like to pick Underlord, but I think it's kind of goes at a very heavy price for what the VP lineup wants to do in the first place.
Mid Underlord? The South American classic right there.
True.
That could be some extra special stuff.
Okay.
They have 2 black hole interrupts, even though the Tusk is a slightly tougher one to pull off. So that's a little bit interesting to me, but it still looks like a great Underlord game.
I'm very confused. I don't think this was necessary. Like, you have pretty good heroes against Enigma. You beat Enigma game 1. You have, as you said, lots of black hole counters. It's a good hero. I'm not sure I like the 17 Enigma, to be honest.
And then it's a Leshrac even response again. So I mean, both these two teams throughout the entirety of today they've done some special stuff. So I'm interested to see what the remainder of these last couple of heroes are going to be. So, one win, they've got flexibility across all 4 of their heroes. You can kind of just chuck a number at one of those 4 heroes and it'll stick. Whereas for Virtus.pro, I think they're a little bit more shoehorned into where these heroes are going to go. So maybe that's what One Win are trying to do here, DK, right? Like they're trying to put themselves in a position where they have 5 heroes that they can kind of just choose the lanes they want to have. Whereas Virtus.pro are the ones that are like, okay, we're going to be regimented in what we want to do, and this is how we're going to do it.
Yeah, Virtus.pro have quite an interesting lineup. They have playmaking, they have team fight, they have kind of everything they want. If Walash at one point in the late game manages to get to the Aghanim Scepter point situation, CK is kind of a non-factor. So in that regard, it's great. Obviously, Lesh also has the downside of if CK gets a hold of you, you get one shot, and that's a sadness. But they have the Venge swap, they have the Tusk with the snowball save, and even like the Witch Doctor has his own save. So they have multiple ways of getting out of dire situations, which I think is a big change up compared to last draft, where the supports were kind of useless in that regard. The moment they got sniffed out, they died instantly. This time they have a couple of saves, and I honestly wouldn't surprise me if they just still take the they ban the Underlord if they take the Venge as a safe lane, because the carry is going to be the Lesh. That's going to be the one that's going to do the heavy lifting. I can understand them going for an offlane Venge and still getting a safe laner, but it wouldn't surprise me if they're just going to go play 4 Protect 1 Lesh all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's probably the case. I think I prefer it, not only because as a black hole interrupt, you would much rather have it, Venge playing as a 3 than Venge playing as a 1. But I kind of like what Virtus.pro has here. Just looking at their heroes, they have tempo, but they scale well. The Ags against CK is a really good call out. You have ways to deal with this Enigma. Your supports actually can match the early fights against Weaver and Gyro, and you're not necessarily that reliant on level 6s as well for VP. Against Witch Doctors a little bit, but Tusk definitely is not. It's looking pretty good. They're going to go for Monkey King, so same response. I guess you play Enigma as a support now, but who's your offlane again? Yeah, offlane Weaver? That's a South American one.
Oof. I doubt maybe they'll play offlane CK and still go with the safe lane Gyro.
True. What's your mid hero then? They ban both Ember.
I think that might actually not be the worst choice. Offlane CK for Enigma, and then play the Gyro plus Weaver. Obviously, they're very likely just going to be playing CK safe lane, offlane Enigma, and then the supports, I don't know exactly which is going which lane because they're kind of interchangeable. Ooh.
Oh.
They have very little damage. It's like CK. That's it.
Yeah, and this Scotto, there's a lot of gap close for him.
Yeah, they just don't. They don't really have the easy stuns either, because it's kind of Chaos Bolt and Malefice. That's it.
Yeah. I'm Virtus.pro. I'm going Virtus.pro here. This draft, I think they got it. Like it's a very well-rounded lineup. Lots of timings, a lot of early game. Enigma. I don't understand this Enigma pick. So yeah, I think I'm going VP.
I think Bowie just never understands an Enigma pick as an Enigma player. But yeah, no, I like, honestly, I like VP's draft last game, but I think this one is a lot stronger. The Monkey, if he gets a decent thing, which should be the case, he manages to get that. We saw it last game, Battle Fury, Aghanim Scepter, build up a little bit tanky. If CK doesn't one-shot him, there is no damage output from One Win. They have multiple saves for the Monkey King as well. If you go ultra late game, you're getting a Lesh with an Aghanim Scepter to deal with. It's looking like a lot easier to execute draft for VP because they have everything.
Yeah, it really does feel like they've got quite a lot of answers and quite a lot of ways to play this game. I think that my one question is maybe does this Venge get run over in the safe lane? Because we have seen kind of the hero when she just has to kind of rush this Ag Scepter until she becomes like kind of that scary hero with the 2 lives. But maybe playing as a 3 now, Bowie, we might see Ags into maybe some auras or something like that, if that's the way that they want to play here for Virtus.pro to try and buff up the Monkey King and the Leshrac. But either way, you've already decided to go with VP. DK, you've gone with VP as well. I'm not smart enough to try and decipher this stuff, so hopefully the 2 lads who are smart enough to decipher this stuff will be able to get through it. Is it going to be game 2 all done and dusted for the 1-win Dota series of summer, or whether or not we're going to go to a 3rd game? We have to wait and find out. I'm going to do it with Aries and Harry.
Thank you, brother. Yes, we are ready to go. We've got our 2nd game coming up, and we're going to have to find out who is able to come out on top. Aries, sounds like the panel was pretty decided. They're big fans of the VP draft. How are we feeling about this, though? Do we agree with the panel, or do we think 1-win got it?
I think 1-win actually got it. I agree that the Enigma pick was unnecessary. Not gonna lie, you really didn't have to go for it. It gives you some liability. The problem here is where I disagree with the panel is that I don't see catch for the Coddle here. I literally don't see no catch for the Coddle. Later on in the game, sure, but when it comes to early rotations, which is where this hero shines, they've got nothing for it. He outruns the snowball. It's very hard to shard him. He even outruns the casket, right? He just runs away from it, and it connects when he's already in a safe position. So in general, I think this Coddle will be a big problem. Jira is very well known for his Coddle performance, so I'm sticking to 1-win.
Yeah, I think the Coddle pick is Coddle and Zeus have always been really good ways to address the Leshrac. It's just a quick burst from afar. It's like high physical damage. It can always be an issue with the Lesh, or like really, really high magic burst and from afar as well. So both things has been an issue, and that is what the Coddle provides you. I really like Coddle played with some heroes with stuns though, which they don't particularly have. Like, we can see Chaos Knight get active with like Orchid, but still you're hoping something a little bit earlier, because we do see this hero can be very fast across the map with boots of travel. You don't particularly have supports to be able to combine with, so that is kind of one thing for me with the Coddle, but I also agree. I think this is a pretty good pick.
Yeah, pretty decent one. One thing I do love about VP is how they set up their lanes. I mean, Witch Doctor Monkey King should be really good, and then you have Avenge Tusk. That's nothing to be underestimated. I wanted to see the drinking buddies on the Tusk, but in this game, actually drinking buddies would have been better, because you are usually gonna have one hero to play with, right? Either the Monkey King or the Venge, and having that pull to pull them out of a bad situation, give the extra movement speed, I thought would have been a better facet in general.
So you said top lane's going to be pretty good for the boys on VP. What about bottom though? It sounds like it could be a very aggressive lane between either side.
Hard to argue against the CK. CK always does relatively okay in the lane at least. So I would say bottom lane is a 50-50. It comes down to outplays, who's going to be using their spells better. But top lane, we're seeing that VP have the advantage.
And it's going to continue, especially with First Blood getting picked up in Sweden strong. We're not going to be able to offer some retribution. So Kiritic, we'll see once again, it's going to be the 1-1 build, no points in the Jingu. This time he's going to be able to find First Blood instead of what we saw previously.
One thing that we really do have to think about also in this game is that Monkey King is Kiritic's like top hero. This is the one hero that he got very well known for in his time in Amiga, where he played with Malrine. So this is a hero he was always good at, and that's why we see this big of a difference between a Monkey King Enigma lane, right, rather than what we saw in the previous one. Nkushi is a solid Monkey King, but Kiritic is a little bit higher in that level.
Yep. And the big thing with the previous lane, as I hold that thought, bottom Respect is taking a lot of damage between the Venge and the Tusk. Respect, though, able to just be able to step back towards the tower. But yeah, the big thing with last game with the Enigma was the fact that he constantly held the creep equilibrium at the front of his tower, and we'll see if that will continue to be the case for at least Cloud in this off lane.
I think Noticed has actually been the standout performer for Virtus.pro in general for a very long period of time, so it's not surprising to me that he always keeps a very good position as FNG. He's gonna be fine. The Switch Doctor will do Frustration too strong. Fine. Look at the CS of the Witch Doctor.
Yeah, wow. Feeding Eidolons, apparently.
Yep. That's not something you want to do. I mean, Witch Doctor already has a Gree, so it's not like the guy's gonna be poor. No, this is gonna be a big deal, right? A very early Aghanim shard, let's say, can change a lot in this game versus a Coddle. Coddle is great, but you can still dodge him with the Monkey King, right? And cheer up.
Coddle ate a stun and alright, had a big one.
Yep. As the Fairy Fire as well, so he wasn't going to die. Of course, Coddle is the type of hero that kind of always loses, quote-unquote, the mid lane. He will go to the jungle. So you're giving a free lane to actually 3 cores of Virtus.pro. And we saw what they were able to do versus PSG Quest when the game started off like this. So this is actually quite promising for the Dire side.
Yep. It definitely seems like bottom's going to be the easier lane for him to gank again, just naturally with the Chaos not having a stun. Maybe top lane will be okay, depending on the creep positioning and the Maleficent leveling from Cloud. But importantly, I already like what they're doing for Virtus.pro. They blocked up the camp right next to the jungle from Chiro Jr. He did just get a sentry delivered, so we'll be able to unblock that pretty shortly. But he's going to do their best to try and slow down the Coddle's farm. Bottom lane, Bunkushi. Inside the shard's going to try and look to fight, but this is not a fight you're going to win.
Nope.
2 points tag team, and Notice is now going to look to try and chase Respect down. It will juke over the right side, but
that's a bonus.
The spell's going to be coming up in a couple of seconds. A long-range missile. And this will be a secondary kill for the boys on Virtus.pro. Maybe Respect can try and find the deny. Kind of cute, ducking it in and out, but Notice will come back over, seeing with the shards connecting, and yeah, Respect goes down.
I'm actually surprised that Antares got that right click in that lost him the range towards the gyro just before he got his tag team, so that was a slight misplay, but either way you get 2 kills, you're super happy.
Top lane, maybe the first kill for 1 win, FNG. Go down to the Enigma along with Sweden Strong Weaver. Okay, so nicely done for them.
The lane I thought was gonna go the worst is actually going the best for 1 win. I'm surprised that the Gyro CK lane is struggling this much. I understand the power of minus armor plus tag team, but this is actually the CK really struggling, and we're seeing some lag here. It seems to be servers that are having some issues. Tends to happen when a patch comes out.
How uh-oh, not DDoS attacks. That's no good. Thoughts on this Venge Arcana? I didn't actually bring it up last game with the Sky, but are you actually a fan? Or...
Of the Vengeful Spirit or the Arcana?
Yeah, the Venge Arcana and the
the Arcana. Okay, so the Venge Arcana to me is insanely beautiful. I don't like the spell animations of either of them.
Hell up.
I like how they look, but I don't know I don't like the animations of the spells. That's how I feel.
Why am I'm casting a Sky? It's just a Skywrath mage. Why isn't it another hero?
Well,
why do you? It actually annoys me. This is. I don't think I've had like this bad of a reaction to like.
Dude, the Vengeful Spirit is a Skywrath mage. She is a Skywrath mage.
There's lore, whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Just look at her. That's right, I'll get used to it, yo. It was like the Crystal Maiden thing with the wolf running around. It's like, what is this?
The thing is that the animations of the spells of the Vengeful Spirit actually do remind me of the Skywrath Mage as well. Yeah, that is true. That is very true.
Tara's just chasing Chiro Jr. away. Those he's still hunting with the catapults still running after him, so... this is going to be a vessel rush. Do we like this? Sometimes we've seen some different builds, right? Sometimes boot to travel rush or earn to boot to travel or whatnot. But what are our thoughts about this?
I'm fine with it.
We'll hold that because if he connects on the kill, it's pretty important. Notice
he got it.
It's like they're going to be able to find it. So first rotation from Chiro Jr. And this was a lane that was going pretty well for Virtus.pro.
Not any longer, right? You have 2 stuns in the bottom lane, so that is a perfect way for him to react. And now they're going for Squadix as well. Nice
TP.
Yep. Also, that was a long TP from the Gyro, so even if he was an instant stun hero, that was never gonna happen.
FNG?
faster in the clicks.
TP's off cooldown now, but he's going to try and deal with the... Wait, is he going to go for the kill?
He's getting him.
He might be dead. Oh, he's got fairy. Okay.
Is that enough?
Oh, this here.
Wait, so he is level 5.5, 7 minutes in, stole the Wisdom Rune. He has 25 CS on this Witch Doctor. He's going to be a problem, and maybe even a bigger problem than he was with the super farmed Hoodwink. Oh, beautiful shards. That's gonna be a bonus.
Oh, nice attempt. Ambitious, but unfortunately not going to be able to cut down there. Dude, Kira's just being very frustrated. He's just constantly jumping his face. What a rotation, though. You get the kill into the Chaos Knight. You're also going to be able to find Respect's Gyrocopter, this tower. Importantly, you're going to lose a full creep wave under it as well, so a lot more. That's damaging the economy of one win.
Two completely different schools of thought in how you play the Monkey King between Munkuchi and Kiritich. It's insane. Apor noticed. He's just being targeted by Chira so much.
What it's got to do, though, I mean, Chira has to put in a lot of work in the early game, considering, again, this bottom lane's looking a little bit more difficult, and the top's okay. Enigma's farming, but like you were saying, the thing with the Coddle is, like, your opposition, the mid laner, you also free farm. Squad X is top net worth, 64 last hits. He's having a great time.
And not only that, the Coddle is good versus the Lesh in general, but the thing is that the Coddle loves to leave the mid lane, which allows the Lesh to apply pressure to the tower, so you always have to keep a support there. And in general, supports would like to be with the Coddle, participate in kills, and actually get the massive amount of experience that's going to be coming out of it. And for a hero like a Weaver, that would be ideal, but unfortunately, he just has to keep staying in the mid lane for the foreseeable future to make sure that their tower doesn't fall super early.
FNG's invading really deep into the jungle, but again, Chira Jr. I mean, this is a big thing for them this game. Munkushi might just be able to solo kill FNG with the blast coming from downtown, and meanwhile as well, Sweden showing a respect, both supports from one win. Well, they're going to be able to catch up to the Tuscan. So, I mean, it is 4 heroes down bottom from one win, but we'll see Squad X probably be able to find the T1 tower as a result of this heavy commitment.
That's all. The thing is, at the moment, Virtus.pro do not capitalize on this. Once you have like a Blink on the Tusk or maybe a Yules on the Lesh, that's when this tower being down is gonna matter. And Lesh is going for the Yules. I like this. The way that you kill the Lesh, you get him into a Yules, and then you're gonna have good setup for all of your stuns that you actually have quite a lot of.
Heritage? Did he be careful or no? Is he okay? CPP are pretty close to be able to take the fight.
He's good on the Monkey. He's always going to be able to mischief the Illuminate Blast. He has played this hero way too many times to be caught out by that, unless of course he's stunned.
Looks like they will get out, so tip you over to the top side of the map. And Cloud, I mean, yeah, like you were saying though, I know at the start you said this lane you were a little bit concerned about the Enigma, but then you're like, hang on a second, like Cloud, this is actually the one lane that's going really well for one win, and second in net worth, drums again, really close to a Blink Dagger. They've had enough of that though. Virtus.pro looking to shut it down. It's a 3-man smoke that they feel is required to get him, but Cloud,
he might be out.
A really good read.
Yep, very nicely done. I mean, you understand it. At this point, Virtus.pro want to push you out of the top lane and get their own vision there to make sure that you're not getting that much farm away from the Monkey King and threatening his life. So this is a smoke that Virtus.pro has to go for. Just the question is how fast they're going to be, and they weren't fast enough to catch Cloud off guard.
It's a 5-5 kill count, but only 1,000 net worth lead. So once again, it's another game between these two teams, at least in this series in particular, compared to the best one we had earlier, where once the lanes dissolve, we have a very even game, and got to see what Chiro Jr. is able to do. I know he's 2-0-2, but this Coddle, this is a snowballing hero. I really want to continue to see him play very active, 4 Spirit Vessel charges, so a little bit away from the Boots of Travel. We'll see if he actually wants to just continue to try and farm towards this item before he puts his stamp onto the side lanes again.
You can see how defensive Virtus.pro have gotten. They understand the current dangers, and one win, they cannot force the mid lane tower until they get a big item timing, which is now the Blink Dagger on the Enigma. So finally it's time for one win to make an aggressive move, right? Not a classic Coddle goes to the side lane and gets the kill, but rather really put the emphasis on the mid lane. So I'm expecting a smoke to come out. Yep, there it is. They pick up Cloud.
They want to go with this over to the right side. Notice has had some time to really catch up here with those 2 deaths from the Venge, and already 2 components. Really love to be able to slow down this Vengeful Spirit that heavily relies on a Scepter to have any impact inside the game.
Oh, Antares is not an easy kill. He has a snowball. He's going to be dodging one Illuminate Blast, enough for the enemies to respond. Though then again, one win, they could come to a conclusion. Guys, let's try to force things on this guy and then make the enemies respond, and then we're gonna respond with the black hole as well. But they revealed the blink at the start.
They're gonna get
force it is. I don't think you get it. But they are going for it.
It's a snowball.
Oh, he's gonna pull so far away.
Though, so yeah, looks like Antares will go down. Knew this was gonna happen. Unfortunately, maybe they just didn't see an opportunity for a fight sort to occur with some TPs in. So you're getting farm across the map, of course. I mean, Kiritich, it's going to be a different playstyle. I mean, with different item build in particular. I know we're seeing the playstyle difference as well, but it's the Maelstrom into the Gleipnir will be the choice for him instead of the Battle Fury like we saw last game from Munkushi.
I'm a big fan of the Gleipnir on the Monkey King. I think, like in 90% of the games, I'd rather see this. I know Munkushi is a pretty greedy player. He just plays like that, and that's fine. As I mentioned, I very rarely, if ever, seen him throw the game where he was given so much.
They have this high ground ward. FNG almost gets blown up 4-0. Now Kiritich, at least of course he has this ability with the Simian stride to be able to leap away, but they are still hunting, and Antares gotta be cautious.
You don't want to die because you have that ward behind the tower, so you can most definitely mount up an amazing fight to get the game in your favor. Wukong's used. Sweet and Strong is going to be able to get the ultimate off. No, he will not. But the chase is on. Shot down. They got him. Fell down to the low ground. Cloud is not going to mess around with the black hole. They're happy with it just being onto one with the swap. Is it enough? Actually, Kiritich over to the right side. Is Kiritich going to be able to survive? It's fine. It looks like he will. Of course, it comes at the cost of Notice's life, but you keep your carry alive, which is the most important thing. I'm so surprised Shira didn't go for him, right? It was much better to finish him off. Another Spirit Vessel and he was 100% dead. So you just allow the Monkey King to live for Eventual Spirit, which sure, you are getting rid of her Aghanim Scepter timing a bit. But in general, that monkey would have been so much more valuable, and then the amount of kills maybe you could have gotten around him with everybody trying to save him would have been insane. I'm very surprised OneWin decided that the Venge is worth more at that moment.
Yeah, still continue with the even game. We'll see if another fight's actually going to break up bottom, because Squad X feeling strong enough to be able to brute force the tower down. Radiant, they are starting to come though.
Kiritich is still deep.
Kiritich!
What is he doing?
Yeah, I mean, you ain't got Avenge this time, brother.
He has one, she just doesn't care. She wants her Aghanim Scepter and his greed will be punished. I guess they get a tower, which is great, but he has given his life away for nothing, literally. They're not done.
No, they are not. Cloud. This would be a really big kill into the Vengeful Spirit. They might even be able to get both their targets.
Insane.
Not just one, but a second will die. As OneWin, maybe this is where they're able to get the ball rolling. And this is now 2k gold in the bank as well from Chira Jr. You've already got the Orchid from Munkushi. And the map is really going to start to shrink for Virtus.pro.
What a different approach between the two teams. Remember previous game? It was the Enigma being super oriented on farming, right? Noticed he's farming and Kiritich was fighting a little bit more, right? And then you had Munkushi on the other side who was a Monkey King who was pretty much only farming, right? So a completely different approach to two of the same heroes that we had in the previous game. I'm loving this because it definitely goes to show us a little bit of individualism between the players and between the teams themselves.
Now, what's the call here for one win? Like, you have this lead, you're getting the items that are continuing to be accumulated. How do you now look to play the map?
If you're one win, you just want to run at them. Run at them like crazy, because with this Blink Dagger of the Enigma, you're just forcing Virtus.pro into more and more mistakes, and that's exactly what they're doing. It's just super easy to play this game at the moment.
Nice stun.
Yeah.
When you say run at them, though, like, you run at them, but also do it towards objectives, so maybe you can take the tier 2 tower, or is it...
No, not really. One win don't care much about the tier 2s in this game. You get a kill, and you disperse to shove out the lanes as fast as possible so that you can do it again. Because really, when you look at their heroes, they don't really push. The way that you're going to be getting these towers is by getting kills over and over again, and then the waves will naturally push and do damage over time. Only when you really see a good opportunity with the Phantasm can you go for the tower, but in general, that should not be your goal.
Swedenstrom's going to face check the high ground. Get the stun, but no way is he going to go down. This could be an opportunity for a fight, because Chira Jr.'s in prime position for the cuddle. FNG tries to play with the death wall, but it's not going to matter. Now with the secondary support, might tick out to the last blast. And meanwhile, over to the other side, there was a solo black hole from Cloud that just killed off Noticed. And they're also retreating under the Observer Ward. Let's see if they're going to be able to punish some Chira Jr. Scouting out Squad X, they've got the Solar Bind, and this is going to be another kill, and this is starting to get messy. Kiritich trying to play around in the tree line. Is it really going to be an opportunity for him, because they see him? Kiritich eats the Malithus. He was going for the hero play, but there was just no play there at all for him.
That's a full 5-man wipe. And look at one win. Are they pushing towers? Not really. They're just shoving out the waves. They just want more kills. And they're exactly going to be getting them, because right now what Virtus.pro need to do is shove out the waves first and then go for a smoke to get themselves out on the map. It's impossible to do so without giving a kill or two. And I'm very surprised that Kiritich went for that play. But this is just how he's used to playing the Monkey King in general. Oh, snowball used.
So hunt him?
Oh, he saw him. He saw him there in the line of sight for a second. Blink in 3. He should be fine.
Billy, though, Sweden strong. He's going for him. He's gonna keep hunting.
Oh no!
They're gonna K.
Give up at some point.
No, Respect will not give up. Respect will not. He knows. Okay,
I have nothing better to do than just follow a Tusk. It's fine.
Space. Well done.
Yeah, that's the thing that you needed to shove out the waves safely, right? Because whilst they were chasing him, the rest of Virtus.pro were dealing with the waves and actually putting themselves in a much better position when it comes to not being hunted down.
It's a minor thing, but Squad X is about to have Bloodstone with the regen rune. See, of course, it's a bit frustrating with the Spirit Vessel. Maybe you can purge it off, of course, but let's see. Pops the regen. Okay, so never mind. He's not going to have that in a fight with the Bloodstone.
It's hard. If you're Virtus.pro, it's very hard to decide that you want to go for a fight when you're this far behind. It's a problem in general. They're going to go for a smoke because you really have to make a play. You cannot allow yourself to get initiated on again and just wait for the enemy black hole. But it's too late. Virtus.pro weren't there on time to stop this Tormentor being taken.
They are a bit split though, but there's a high ground advantage for one win.
Sweden strong
Smoke's
knows.
gonna pop, and Taurus, he just has to blindly blink on the high ground, but the silence connected onto both of them before they're able to fall, but the spellcasting Respect. No way, Gyro even gets out alive.
Kira made a mistake.
Swap the Coddle into places. It's a big opportunity for them to get the main damage source, but still, how do you deal with the other heroes? Cloud's in with the Black Hole. Meanwhile, Makushi's on the outskirts. His Chaos Knight can freely start to right-click. The Seagate falling low. The Wukong's command almost dealing enough damage, but it's just not enough in the end. The deficit is too large. Virtus.pro, it's another 5-man wipe.
And that's with Chira making a mistake and running in to get swapped in. That should have been something that you could predict is going to happen. So, in general, one win, we're ready for this. And this is the first time in this series, maybe even the first time of the day, that I see them making a pretty obvious mistake in a team fight there with Chira running in. Either way, I don't know what Virtus.pro were thinking. I guess you understand that the game is going really badly and that you cannot wait. But you run into a tier 2 in a game that you're 10k gold behind, into a black hole without any ways to cancel a BKB black hole apart from the Walrus Punch, which can never have the range if you use a black hole onto yourself, which the Enigma did do. So I think that was overly aggressive. But then on the other hand, did they even have a choice? That's the real question.
It feels like their choices are very limited now regardless. After that, like, this is not the position you would ever be hoping to be in, but we'll see what they can do. 14,000 deficit. They are actually going to smoke once again, so they feel like we have to bring the fight to them.
This is a smart one, right? With the black hole being forced out. I just would have preferred if it was forced out a little bit less.
They're going to actually be rewarded by the looks of it. Nice timing with the force. TPs are going to be in. Are they fast enough? Looks like Chira's going to go down, but maybe the response, there could be some rebuttal kills. They're kind of stuck here, but maybe a fight might be had. Kiritich is ready.
Good and strong.
Wukong's commanding a choke point.
No, you're not going to chase into them. That is the idea of the coddle, right? When he's dead, you chasing into the enemy makes no sense. You want to be holding an area, you see vision, CK goes in, destroys somebody. You have a Orchid on the Weaver, he kills another one as well, and then you're waiting with a black hole. Considering that you don't have your run at them hero with the coddle, and you don't have the black hole, the best course of action is just to not go for the engagement.
It's like maybe setting up for Roshan. Bugs, Kushi, that will be the case. But the black hole back up, so they're happy to try and force a 5v5 if it does happen.
I'd actually like them to give this Aegis to Chira, right? Because CK is inherently tanky, he's gonna have a BKB, and you're not going for high ground push just yet. So just make sure that your coddle is gonna survive for longer. I think that's the smarter approach.
Do you like that Munkushi gets the Aegis instead of the coddle?
I would have preferred the coddle, not gonna lie. I can understand this. Now Munkushi is gonna be playing a bit more aggressively, but I think there was no reason for that. I think it's... if the coddle has the Aegis, he can play like he played maybe 7-8 minutes ago when everybody ran away from him, and it would be the same result this time around. This way you actually have a target if you're Virtus.pro and that's the coddle.
See if they can mount a defense. Notice? Can Notice be here? Yeah, you've got Scepter, but you're just gonna lose your life. And I mean, still, this is
nice save.
Nice snowball, but it's not really gonna get too much distance away.
You just give a bonus.
Yeah, I mean, you might still be able to deal with the Venge illusion regardless. So
nice.
This is just the confidence that we see sometimes that isn't really deserving for the Vengeful Spirits.
You know, sometimes you're like, I have 2 lives. If they go for me, we are gonna respond. The thing is that one win, they have this kind of lineup. They don't really have to commit for you all that much and put themselves out of position to kill you. So I would have preferred if the Venge was maybe in a bit more of a defensive position around that mid lane tower. Sorry, bottom lane tower.
Yeah, it's gonna cost them now, and cost VP pretty dearly. Tier 2 tower goes down, first one of the game. Now they can look to reset. You have Antares, that's pretty far forward, but that's not going to matter in the end. We'll see if they try and leave the triangle. Of course, it's a really powerful position for them to be in, especially with this ward here, and maybe they can even just try and stick around and get the tier 2 mid instead of going all the way on the opposite side.
The thing is, Dota right now isn't that much about holding positions, which is weird because it was about that for 20 years. It's more about constantly moving around the map, and even one win's lineup is so much better at moving around rather than staying in a fixed area. So I'd rather them not stay there for long.
Cloud also just completed an Octarine. Got him for him. FNG's just ring around the Rosie, sorry, I don't know if you saw that. It was just doing circles in the base because the Phantasm Illusion was chasing him down.
And what else are you gonna do? You have to run away from it. It punches hard, even through the Voodoo Restoration, it's still a problem.
let's still see what Kiritich can do. You know, close proximity fight with maxed out Melodic. Less track damage output as well. You know, there's sort of 13,000 efforts, 1 win. Still have to take the fights pretty cleanly. And I like this call from them. The T2 tower, you maybe could get baited with how low it is. They're actually just going to leave the area because feeling like VP are potentially already set up. But VP still want to take the fight for them. An aggressive smoke through the river. The wraparound has been called.
Yeah, Weaver would want to tank the smoke. He is the one that has been the sacrificial lamb, the one that gives vision. And the positioning of 1 win right now just shows that they are kind of aware of what's going on.
Scan does go red. Munkushi dips out to the right side for a second. Raiden continuing to play around the observer ward. And Tyrus, he's been the one to start fights previously. Of the fight to be dragged over to the left side, and Tara's smoke's gonna pop. He's gonna run forward. He doesn't see anyone, and now he's really far away from the team. They're forced to come and save him, but Antares eats the Orc and everyone else. I mean, they know this is a lost cause.
The second that you see that, you just leave him. The thing is that you need that high ground vision if you're Virtus.pro. You need to find the Enigma. You don't find the Enigma, you lose the fight. That's pretty much how it goes.
Dire's top tower is
Your buildings are taking some damage. Mid lane.
Huge.
Force stuff in there on the bench for Spirit once again. And the illusion might just die instantly as well. Okay. Oh, BKB Cloud with the aggressive jump in.
Beautiful.
Sees there's no way to be able to stop it, and Leshrak is just gone. Now the damage response, it's kind of there. Cloud almost goes down. Respect was down to half as well, but Kiritich didn't really get any value out of the Wukong command, and now this is a big ultimate on cooldown for them to have some difficulty with this base defense.
The push is not easy anyways though, right? Because CK, sure, he has the illusions, but you pop the glyph and those illusions are going to die, especially with the minus armor. So they're not popping the glyph. Okay. Either way, what happened in that fight? You killed the Venge, she goes for a swap so that she saves her illusion, and there's nobody then to cancel the black hole. So that's why they could so easily just black hole the Lesh right next to everybody on their lineup. 1 win, playing without hesitation. And this is the type of lineup that you play in that exact way. So I'm liking that they recognize exactly what their heroes are strong at.
Yeah, looking good. Looking very clean they are. 20,000, 93% probability for 1 win. So had a bit of a slip up earlier today. Yeah, not even that much of a slip up, honestly. I mean, the series and the game in particular, this Gaimin Gladiators, was incredibly close. Unfortunately, unable to get the victory there. And looks like versus Virtus.pro, this could be 3 maps in a row where they might be able to knock VP out. And we've got to keep in mind, Virtus.pro, they made it to the grand finals in the spring tour where they lost Entity 3-1. So they were very, very competitive in the last iteration. But this time, VP really struggling, and they are a couple of fights away now from being eliminated just on day 1.
They wouldn't be the first team to get eliminated, but this is looking like a real problem for them. They just haven't been able to win versus 1 win for a very, very long period of time. This is a problem. There's some new kids on the block, and they're just easy to beat. Sorry, they're hard to beat.
Maybe Smoke can just run inside the base. The Venge showing. Won't be able to get the start onto Notice. A little bit difficult with that being daytime, but buildings are gonna fall. Oh, 4 stuff in. Another attempt like with previously. You maybe would think you would learn. That was exactly how they got the kill previously. Chiro Jr. using the 4 staff aggressively, just so creative.
And the thing is that you cannot expect that because there's so much range on the Coddle, right? So you pop your ulti, you have this insane range that nobody will really think about, and you force stab him, and he doesn't even see you on his screen, and that's daytime. It's insane. So I can understand why he is not expecting it, but yeah, multiple times in a row. Really, at some point you should learn.
Well, yeah, you're top lane and getting a T2 tower, getting some damage into it, but you just lost 2 full sets of barracks. Feeling like this was something that they weren't able to contest or defend without the Vengeful Spirit, who's back alive, but this game is now continuing to get almost to the stage where it is insurmountable, and say this is a Hail Mary comeback for VP if they're going to be able to do it.
It is very hard at this point in the game. Because The thing is, One Win's heroes, when they shine, is when they see you and you don't see them, when they can jump you and burst you down. And they've been showing it for the majority of this game. When you take down 2 lanes of Rax, there's not really much that Virtus.pro can do. Sure, they have all of these saves, but One Win can just shove in the waves or wait for them to get shoved in on their own and wait for pickoffs. I mean, they've been doing it for the majority of the game, and now it's going to become even easier.
A swing from Antares.
As the Ogre
Still
still
getting
taught him as
hunted
well.
down. No TP though, unfortunately.
Oh, they hate him.
Gonna get blocked from the well.
Really hate him.
No way.
He's
I
gonna
took
get
the
a blink
best one.
off. Oh no. Usually you can blink away, but the Illuminate there was placed perfectly. So how you do it is just that you blink towards the side that your snowball was facing at, and then in that same frame you're gonna get out. But if the Illuminate blast is that perfect, you're not gonna be able to do it. Similar to what you do with the puck, so you don't want the turn rate to screw you over.
See what the call is going to be for One Win now, how they want to close this game out. You've got Roche up in 30 seconds by the looks of it. And Munkushi's going to TP to the top side of the map. So Heritage is still here. But not much the Monkey King's going to be able to do. He has a, he's got a rapier queued up. And dude, I respect it.
Yep.
I mean, I feel like there's no other item. And this is like a third item rapier is so crazy. But I respect it a lot.
Third item rapier, and the third rapier of this series as well, if he does finish it off, because we already saw 2 in the previous game being picked up. I personally don't think it changes much, because again, One Win are not going to give you a fight that you want. You're not going to be getting this big Wukong's command. I think One Win have learned their lesson in the previous game in terms of disregarding what their lineup is good at, because you want to finish the game earlier. Just do everything that your lineup is good at, and you're going to be ending the game as fast as humanly possible. So just continue to shove in the waves, get the Aegis, get that banner, and get a pick off or 2. Then you go high ground. Then you get the pick off. You can even do it on the enemy high ground with the Force Staff. We've seen it already done twice.
Hopefully he doesn't die before he gets it though. Okay, never mind. He's fine. Alright. Let's see. You say it's not going to be enough. I also agree. You know, some crazy things
cool.
can happen.
It's cool, you know.
Yeah, it's very cool. Again, I respect it. You got to do it.
Gotta do it. The problem is that respect is still on the side of One Win, so you can never get enough of it.
That's true.
On Virtus.pro.
Surely not another 4 stuff, right? Where's the Coddle? Accordingly, where's the Monkey King and how is he going to be positioned?
Again,
You
no,
gotta swap back to the
noticed?
Wukongs, you might just lose notice. I mean, this Vengeful Spirit just over position, really. You're feeling like he's much stronger than what he truly is. And Mukushi's still going to be able to hunt him, so you're about to lose your Venge, who doesn't have a buyback. Kuritic needs to do something with the Wukong's command, but they give him the E-Blade, he activates the BKB, and yeah, alright, your Rapier Monkey King, he's got no Wukongs.
They're just not allowing him to play Dota. That's the thing. Not only him, the entirety of EP cannot play Dota. I think maybe a smarter choice would have been to dangle somebody else and then save them with a swap with a snowball. Maybe would have been a smarter one, but Virtus.pro, I think they already decided how they want to approach this game.
Was have been able to dodge the first stun. Be careful
one
where the
as well.
snowball goes. Cloud's going to be able to get the jump in, but the snowball just sets up for the 2-man black hole. Squad X would have activated the Bloodstone with the life steal. It's not too bad. Kuritic with a turnaround. Alright. Showcasing some damage output finally from Virtus.pro. And maybe with the Mukushi tries to turn around with the Phantasm, but he'll set them once again. Kuritic almost dies to turn the mischief. Kuritic is still alive. He'll keep the Rapier. Almost went down, but what a timing from the mischief. Survives, and Virtus.pro will live to see another day. Antares, he's caught outside the base. They're pretty low on One Win. Can Antares get any assistance? Notice he's nearby, trying to deal with the bugs, trying to protect him from the blast. It'll clip him. The finishing blow that was required.
That's double support dieback. Another support bot back, and that was Sweden Strong. He time-lapsed back into the fight. And he actually did quite a lot in that one. They almost kill Kiritich, as you mentioned. He dies there, and the game is just straight up over. But here, we saw the power of the Rapier. That Boundless Strike annihilated like 70% of the Enigma's HP, and really did give an opening to Virtus.pro, unfortunately. When the lead is this big, when the game is going this badly, you need like 10 fights to go this way. You would need 3 perfect fights to make the game even, and that was far from perfect.
Yes, it was indeed, but maybe some signs of life to come for Virtus.pro?
For sure, for
Who
sure.
knows?
It's signs of life for sure, especially with the Monkey King after that fight being level 23. You get to level 25, and then it's actually going to be hard to leave your Wukong's command. You saw how easy it was for OneWin to dodge around it, to play around it, to get themselves away. Well, once he's level 25, it is a completely different story.
Artist? Maybe they were going to be able to get the Venge, but Artist is okay. Looks like Tormentor will be claimed though. With the shard here for the Vengeful Spirit.
Oh, the Keeper even has the Psychic Headband. I can't wait for him to use the Spirit form, and I don't know why he's not constantly using it. It's 64 seconds cooldown and 55 seconds duration, so you basically have no downtime. So the Witch Doctor did sell the Gree. That's why he's very close to his Aghanim Scepter. I still think you need more lockdown on Virtus.pro. Maybe another Gleipnir, but there's really nobody to buy it.
I respect it. Almost Scepter for Kiritich. Might need to sell the Wraith Bands. We'll see. At least one will get sold.
Radiant are scanning.
They're inside the base. Sweden Strong is incredibly deep. Drops an Observer. Scouts out Squad X on the front line. Oh, the Phantoms are dragging out of the black hole and he's pushed back in. What just happened? Nope. You lose the last track. The Wukongs, is it good enough though? They're able to retreat. The lack of control proving to be an issue. Tiro Jr. able to get the Force Staff away from the swap truck. He's not in a compromised position. Meanwhile, Sweden Strong creating chaos in the back line. It's a messy fight, but it looks like the Weaver's going to be able to get out as well. So you get the kill on the Venge, you get a buyback out of Squad X, and no one dies on one win.
Oh, the pressure is getting to all of the players here because Black Hole onto nobody because of the Reality Rift, then noticed on his Venge, walks into the Black Hole, literally walks in, instead of just swapping out the Lesh. It was very surprising what happened there between pretty much everybody, both the side of OneWin and Virtus.pro. In the end, OneWin come out as the victors. That Tignis Fatus from the Coddle, very good placement, right? So there was no chance for Virtus.pro to continue their chase even when they saw the opportunity.
Should be backing away pretty shortly. Cloud reconnecting. I really like what we've seen from the Enigma so far, and of course it's different to what we got from the last game though, with how cautious he still had to be, even though it was just the clockwork that he had to be worried about with the black holes. But this game, Cloud has just been super free with the usages of the black hole. Like, really happy with just using it onto one person. You're recognizing like we can blow them up full to zero if we've got the Chaos Knight there, we've got the Coddle there, and you're not having a save is proving to be quite an issue at the moment from Virtus.pro.
He set it up for himself, right? When he got the blink, that's where OneWin started their aggression in this game. And really because of that, he has been able to open up the map to get to a point where his team doesn't really rely on his black hole. It's just an extra tool to get the kill, rather than the only tool that can win you a team fight, which was the case for Virtus.pro in the previous game.
Monkey will buy out for Scepter, so of course with Rapier, no point holding that buyback. Continue to see how much respect that OneWin want to give Virtus.pro. Happy with choking them inside the base, continuing to accumulate this net worth lead. I mean, Sweden Strong is He himself has got Bloodthorn, Hurricane Pike into Nullify, so apparently a lot of the Weavers here like to play greedy and more than likely help secure the later stages of this game.
General, again, one winner, gonna be waiting it out. I like it. Just shove in all the waves and find your openings. At this moment, they're farming, so I want to see what they're farming for. Some Lincoln Spheres, that's gonna be nice. And a Hex on the Gyro. Interesting. I guess put multiple Lincoln Spheres, Lotus Orb on the Enigma. And then you're gonna be free to do whatever the hell you want with your Black Hole.
Strong?
Top tower is under attack. Dire's
Top lane, no one defending might give them a bit of an idea that something's going on. At least Virtus.pro potentially smoked out of the base and
are under attack.
come back to soon defend. But yeah, T3 tower's gone down and your last set of barracks have taken some unhealable damage in regards to ranged.
Interesting that the Enigma didn't get the 200 Midnight Pulse radius, so it's not about taking the Monkey King down from the trees. He just wants to be able to shove in the waves and actually push. And that is what OneWin are doing right now. They're slowly taking away the top Raxes, and once you get them, the game should, on paper, be over. So I think Virtus.pro are soon going to be forced to leave their base, and they having the Aghanim Scepter on the Witch Doctor, we might have enough damage to win these fights.
Yeah. Level 18. Timeless Relic. We'll see. We'll see what FNG honestly can do, but like, how long are you going to be able to channel the Death Ward? Your positioning has to be pretty perfect. They a little bit. They just want to wait for Roche by the looks of it. Like you said, I mean, they're playing this one, really trying to secure this game. I mean, you're potentially one fight away of you're booking your ticket into the playoffs for one win.
And the thing is, they haven't really been targeting the Witch Doctor in this game, so you don't have good ways to cancel that Death Ward. If OneWin do commit into a fight, that's going to be very, very dangerous, right? Committing into Wukong's command. Is he level 25 yet? No, not just yet. Kiritich, he needs a fight. It's insane how slow it goes. Before the previous fight, he was level 20. Fight ends, he's level 23. And now, he's only gotten one level for the past, like, what, 4 or 5 minutes? It just goes to show how much experience you get from those fights.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty crazy. He's actually highest level as well, which I'm a bit surprised by.
He is the one that survived the previous fight, one of the not too many cores, and they were behind, so he got a lot of the experience from the levels of the supports of OneWin as well. That's a big deal.
Another quick pause, but looks like Roche is up, so should go back here from Virtus.pro. Sorry, should go back here from OneWin and look to try and force the issue. And now with that Aegis advantage, we will more than likely see the high ground siege. We'll see how easy it's going to be for them, though. This was something that, I know last game took a while to actually end, but this was still something that you could do with the Monkey King. Just walk up and siege the base. And I mean, you can probably use Phantasms, honestly. What am I saying? Like, you can probably just force it that way.
Yep, most likely. Let's see. Packet loss, all of the server problems, all of the lagging problems are dealt with. I don't know what... This game, it is 44 minutes long, but for some reason it doesn't feel that way.
Yeah. I was thinking that as well. I looked up at the time, I'm like, hang on, what, 40 minutes in? Which it really doesn't feel like that, but... I just had the lead from so early on, and VP, they're going to smoke out of the base. It's just the Weaver here. Everyone else is on the opposite side. Nice force stuff. And even voice lines.
Yep, this day you will always remember as the day that you almost caught Sweden strong, but not this time.
This dude is being very, very frustrating to catch. He's about... dude, he's got Lincolns now as well, so... almost, sorry, 400 gold. Keep forgetting how expensive the ultimate orb is, so... A backup. Roche is up for grabs. You're going to have Banner and Refresher Shard, so... yeah, I mean, good luck with defending a siege when you've got the Banner as well to protect some of the creeps and double Black Hole, potentially.
But they have a Kung Fu guy on their side on Virtus.pro because they have an Aghanim Scepter right now, so there's gonna be kickbacks, a big deal for sure. And I still don't know who you bait on. Is it the Lash? I don't like the idea of the Venge being first and then she dies. I'd rather you bait on somebody, they get swapped out, and then the Venge dies. That's better.
She has buyback at least. I think it's maybe a little bit more viable just because she has buyback.
It's still the same. You just die 5 seconds later because you've saved one of your buddies and then went down. So I'd rather see it that way. And you have to believe in yourself that you're going to be able to pull that hero out. If you think you're not going to click on them, it's fine.
And the 4-staff range again is so crazy. Oh, he's got telescope now as well.
Like that, yeah. Remember when 4-staff had a huge cast range on its own, and then they nerfed it, and nerfed it again, and nerfed it again? Well, for Coddle, it doesn't work.
This guy's got his own cast range buff. Heritage is level 25 at least. Just had it completed, in fact.
Yep, huge.
But we've seen previously Black Holes just instantly kills one hero, and well, they're gonna get the toss. This Septum kick, like you were saying, of a potential high ground defense. They are not going to have this in their arsenal. He doesn't have a buyback.
That's a problem. That's a definite problem, especially with the creeps coming in from the side. You don't even have to hurry if you're 1-win. You can still take it super slow.
Dude, they keep trying with the 4-staff. Cloud another jump in, and they're going to be able to drag Kiritich into the black hole. He will get the Wukongs afterwards. And that's a lot of damage onto Cloud. Cloud's going to be able to reposition accordingly. But Kiritich might just die to the bugs. It's about to be Rapier on the ground, and he's gone. He's got a buyback, but it's not going to matter. They have now gotten firm control of VP's base. It's about to be Rapier picked up an aggressive tip into the middle. Squad X will be able to blink away. Munkrushi's not going to give him any breathing room, nor will Cloud. It's another double black hole. Cloud this game, his black holes, I mean, they've been everything they needed to get them over the finish line. It looks like 1 win will be able to take our best to 3, knocking out Virtus.pro. This was a team that made it into the grand finals of the last tour, but in the summer season, it is just not to be. Less track, chain controlled, illusions are enough. And the G's are going to get dropped and VP forced to tap out.
Now we have better competition here in the summer tour, and really 1 win, deservingly so. They did win this one. They have been, as we mentioned, winning versus Virtus.pro quite a lot, and well, they will be proving just how good they are currently once again.
Yeah, that they will indeed. So this momentum continuing to build for 1 win, and we'll see how they can shape up, honestly, in the playoffs now as well. Importantly, they're going to be able to get another day's break to be able to come in with some new strategies and see how they can compete versus some other teams in Group B as well. But yeah, Harry, we are done for at least Group A in particular. So the 2 teams that come out on top, Gaimin Gladiators and 1 win, and then VP and PSG Quest are eliminated. I know that second slot, we were speaking kind of earlier today, we're saying the second slot was a little bit more undecided. How do you feel like now with the results? Is this kind of like with the gameplay and everything, this is what we're expecting? Well, I mean, of course, they look better, but how do we feel about the results we've seen so far?
Well, coming into the day, 1 win were the, I don't want to say definite favorite, but definitely the slight favorite over Quest and Virtus.pro. I mean, they did qualify to TI recently. They've been looking pretty amazing. We didn't get to see them on an international stage because they had some visa issues, but in general, this team has been looking amazing. So I think we don't get any surprises in game 1. So game 2, I hope might be a bit more interesting.
Hopefully we'll see what your Group B is able to have in store for us. Of course, we're done for Group A though for today, and of course we're going to hear what the panel has to say to break down our last series and talk about 1 win of getting that victory. So let's throw it over to them.
Thanks, boys. Wonderful cast as always there from Mr. Aries and Harry. Lads, that game number 2 was probably a lot cleaner for 1 win, and that makes them a lot happier to end the day here, DK, right? Well, going into that second game, we had a few trepidations about what their draft was going to do, how they were going to play, how everything really meshed together, but I think they kind of overplayed their hand. I think they really outperformed all of those heroes, and I think, particularly Cloud, I think he really played extremely well on that Enigma, and they made it look nice and clean and get themselves a 2-0 dub.
Yeah, I definitely think that big props to OneWin. Like, they played phenomenally, especially considering they were losing the laning stage pretty much almost in all three lanes. Top actually went slightly better than initially expected. That does have a lot to do with the fact that they played with Sweden Strong, who is obviously playing amazingly. I even had a discussion with Bowie off screen, just talk a bit about the game. And he mentioned you should probably ban the Weaver when you're playing against them. And I do concur, because he was playing out of his mind. But I do have to say, I do think that VP, they're definitely struggling right now. Something is not clicking with the team. They were just outplayed significantly this game. Previous game, there was some very good individual plays from OneWin to take them the dub. But this game, everything just shifted past each other, and they didn't really get any good combos working.
Yeah, it really didn't feel like they were able to do a lot of work. But Bowie, touching on what DK has been saying, it really does feel like that VP, unfortunately, today wasn't their day, right?
Yeah, I think their offlane has been struggling a lot. This was a game where you have like a Tusk Venge lane, supposed to be very powerful. And I really felt, especially like when you pick this Tusk into the Gyrocopter, you would expect to be able to deal with the missile, to be able to just actually pressure the laning stage quite a while. When you take a look on the score, I was just not very impressed, I would say, with the offlane in general. I think both position 3 and 4, maybe not clicking. I don't know. They did had the Sayuj removal, I think, in May. And that was kind of when they started struggling, to be honest. I'm not sure, I'm not saying it's like the position 4's fault, but whatever problem they're having, there's definitely some synergy issues. I think their drafts were fine, but overall, hopefully, they can bounce back. Maybe they can find out what's wrong. They're going to have a pretty big downtime, though. Not a lot of tournaments happening, and, I wish them all the best, but OneWin just looked so much better. I feel like they could have won that game much faster without the Enigma, but I'm not going to let that one go. But to be honest, this was a way bigger team effort. I was very impressed by Kiddo Junior's Kato. I thought that there was a fair amount of gap close with the Tusk and the Monkey King, but he proved me wrong. He really had a really clean Kato game.
Yeah, I think I only saw him get caught out once, right? And that was towards the Radiant Tormentor, where he kind of walked just a little bit too far forward and then got himself swapped into the entire team. So I think it was a really standout performance from a lot of those OneWin guys. And DK, going forward as well, for a team like these guys to be able to have such a strong run through the TI qualifiers and now go into this OneWin Dota series of summer, and now come out of this Group A, which at the top of the broadcast, all of us were saying, well, except for Ares, so I don't know what he's smoking on that one, but saying that this is the tighter group out of the two, and be able to come out of it and have such a strong game against GG, and now have this strong second game here against VP. These guys are on a really hot streak, and it's really good to see that they're constantly performing, right?
Yeah, OneWin is kind of an interesting lineup because as players go, because they have a lot of players that have played in a bunch of different teams and never really the top level. You had Empire, the old Empire rosters pretty much. And it kind of reminds me of Tundra, old Tundra with Snaking and Skeeter, where they were in different rosters and it didn't really click, and they were always playing well, but not at high level. Now that they're together, they've been obviously supported significantly by OneWin itself, and they're looking really good. And that's hard to do because I think Eastern Europe is probably the hardest region in terms of so many players are so good. If you ever watch any open qualifiers, there's 30 teams where you're thinking, oh my God, this team is amazing. And Eastern Europe is, I think, the toughest one, because even with these teams that are playing phenomenally well and looking very strong, you still have the top dogs of the region that are there. You know, the Spirit that we're obviously going to be seeing perform tomorrow. You've got Bet Boom. You've got so much in the region. And it's phenomenal to see the one-win roster being able to break their way through the ranks.
Yeah, and I think Bowie as well, like watching these guys go through these qualifiers and now go through into a tournament like this where they play up against a lot of the Western European teams as well. It really shows that, you know, sometimes when you are forged in the flames of these very tough regions, you can have a lot of these players that eventually come together, and sometimes it's like a perfect storm to all go forward. And it's such a heartwarming thing that, you know, we've got like a couple of months until TI, and it seems like these guys are currently hitting their stride. They're learning quite a lot from a tournament like this. They're going to learn a lot as well over the next couple of months with a lot of these teams going around with a lot of these big tournaments, and it feels like they can only go from strength to strength from here on out.
Yeah, and it's like there's even a bigger layer to this, which is the whole ESL thing with them not getting their visas right. Everyone was cheering for them. Everyone wanted them to go. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out, but it kind of just, I think everyone was expecting them to eventually break out. So yeah, it makes me really happy that they're qualifying to tournaments and doing well here. So very, very happy that they're performing to this level. And yeah, they do qualify. Tomorrow have Group B as well. Any predictions?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting for us to have a look at that. We'll quickly jump into our predictions from today, lads, because this is where it's all important. Look at me, big brain number 5 from 5. And it comes from today because I am the smartest human being. Harry's gone 5 as well. DK, unfortunately, mate, 3, and Bowie. Lads, what's doing, DK? What's happening? Day 1, only 3.
Well, to be fair, I don't know how it says 3 because I only predicted the last series and that one was wrong. So it should be 0.
So it's only 1. It's even worse. That's what you're saying.
I threw one prediction and it was wrong. So yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
You should be thankful production is giving you 3. All right. They could have. Yeah, they could have done.
No, I had 3. I'm amazing. Don't worry. But yeah, tomorrow is a really interesting one because today's match is kind of, you could definitely read that was going to happen with the positions of the teams and how they're performing. But tomorrow, I mean, you got Team Spirit. Obviously, you're immediately like, yeah, Team Spirit. Team Spirit's not been like closing out every game as well in this patch. Then you got Entity. They just got that Brazilian god tier coach Astini, so you know they just qualified for both. They won a tournament, then they qualified for both Riyadh and TI. So where they're going to be standing, I don't know. Then you got Nigma, who actually in the qualifiers, the TI qualifiers started to look really good, and then Beastcoast, also a TI qualified team. They actually beat everyone in South America, which, to be fair, was very surprising to me.
Yeah, I was very surprised as well.
Yeah, it's super crazy that we've got a lot of these teams that are floating around and being able to do what they're going to do. But that is Group B. This is Group A, lads. Bowie, having a look at this, obviously, you know, DK just touched on it just then. Probably not too many standout results. Maybe you look at that PSG Quest versus Virtus.pro best of 1, and maybe you could have switched them around if you didn't see what happened to Quest at the start of the day. But this bracket panning out basically the way that we expected, with GG as well as 1 win coming out, right?
Yeah, pretty much. I think PSG and VP were in similar places, right? 2 teams that kind of were disappointed with their results in the recent qualifiers, so maybe not playing at the highest level. Maybe there's some, emotional issues going on. But yeah, with the way VP took that game with that series, I expected this to be a BO3. I expected this to go all 3 games. So that, to me, I guess, is the unexpected part. The fact that it was a 2-0, I thought the VP was going to give a better fight. I guess game 1 was so long that in a way it was a 3-game series.
I was going to say, yeah, the fact that we got 80 minutes in game number 1 and then it was still like 45, pretty close to 50 minutes in that game number 2. Like all in all of the game time, it was definitely close to 3 games. But DK, was there anything that really kind of stood out from you in Group A in regards to, you know, maybe some players, maybe some hero picks, what have you, throughout the entirety of today?
I mean, some hero picks, obviously, the Broodmother. It is a very specific hero to VP, obviously, but Broodmother Safe Flame was a nice one. A lot of Venges, personally not a big fan, but I think it's just a very boring hero. But as, like, seeing some swaps in that regard, I do think that the only thing that really changed comparative to the B patch is probably Dark Willow a lot less. And for the rest, the same heroes are being picked all over the place. So I hope to see something, a little bit more novelty coming up.
Mm. Well, I think, Boy, a big thing from me, from what I've seen today, is it really feels like that Witch Doctor just hasn't had that same kind of prowess this time around, in this tournament. Obviously, teams haven't really been first phase banning it or picking it, all too much. I think we've only seen it, twice or three times today, and I don't think it won a single game. So, maybe heroes like that Witch Doctor and Dark Willow have really kind of been put in their places this time around, right?
Yeah, I think that's where I disagree with DK, because, he said the nerfs were minor. I think it was actually pretty big. The hero was doing really well initially because I think people just didn't really know how to deal with it. And at the end of the B patch, the win rate was already dipping a little bit. And I mean, sure, it maybe needed a nerf. It was being picked a lot. It was kind of like the undying of 736B. Like, if you just want to win the lane, you would just pick that hero. Now, maybe you don't first phase it anymore. You wait for it a bit. And if it's a good Witch Doctor game, you can pick it up. But yeah, that's maybe a surprise. Another hero was the Enigma. I didn't expect Enigma to be this contested, especially after the nerfs that I thought were pretty major. But yeah, the hero did deliver some good games. I'm not sure about the win rate, but it did okay.
Yeah, it definitely did. Obviously being able to see Black Holes is always super exciting. So, lads, before we say goodbye to the stream and hello to tomorrow, DK, do you have any closing words to say to anybody? Any predictions to throw out for Group B tomorrow?
Obviously, I'm going to go with Entity. Let's go. A little bit of Brazil madness there on the coach roll. But, of course, don't forget to watch tomorrow, because it's Nigma Galaxy and it's Miracle together with Samil, with GH, Kuro. Oh, my God. What a team. What a team to watch. Always going to be fun.
Yeah, it's super exciting to be able to see those boys be able to come together, and especially if Miracle can do a 1v5 once again. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the first day of the one-win Dota Series summer version done and dusted. Group A is all done as well. It was one win and Gaimin Gladiators getting themselves into the playoff bracket. As DK did just say, make sure you guys tune in tomorrow, because that's when Group B comes in, and we've got some big names and some even bigger names on the desk as well to be able to come back and chat about some Dota 2 as well. So thank you guys for joining us throughout the entirety of today. I'd like to thank the production team as well for doing such a fantastic job throughout the entirety of today. Games have been great, and I know you guys in chat have been great as well. So thank you, DK and Boy, for joining me for these final couple of hours. It is 5:20 in the morning. I've been awake for 25 hours, so I'm looking to go to sleep now. So thank you, everybody, once again for joining us here. So as always, stay safe. We'll see you guys for the next one.